Chapter 951, Outrider. Nightmare landed on the surface of the highway less than 100 meters away from the rushing swarm and galloped forward without ever slowing down. The wind howled in Sunny's ears as the dark stallion's adamantine hooves rang sonorously on the cold concrete. A vicious grin somehow found its way to Sunny's face. I must have lost my mind. Diving headlong into a tide of hundreds of nightmare creatures was no cause for a smile, but for some reason, he felt exhilarated. Perhaps it was the sinister whispers of the cursed jade sword that were subtly influencing him. Perhaps Nightmare was simply not the only one who longed to go on a murderous rampage. Ever since Low 49, nothing had gone right for Sunny. The bitter pressure of it all fueled him with frustration and the anger wished for a way out. Now, he was going to unleash it on these damned abominations. Die. Driven into a mad frenzy by the call of the dying wish, the first of the nightmare creatures leaped into the air, its fangs glinting in the moonlight. Sunny leaned forward to cut it apart, but before he could, Nightmare's jaw snapped and tore the beast's throat open. With a violent twist of his neck, the black stallion sent the convulsing body flying into the mass of abominations. In the next moment, they plunged into the swarm. The sin of Solace sang, slicing a creature after creature apart. Wrapped in shadows, Sunny fought with stunning speed and precision, obliterating any abominations that tried to get close. It was as though he was surrounded by a whirlwind of rending jade. The flesh of nightmare creatures parted before the white blade of the beautiful giant like water. Nightmare was no less deadly. The dark steed galloped forward, slaughtering creatures with his fangs, his horns, and his hooves. Some were torn apart, some were thrown to the ground and trampled to death. Some were simply tossed aside like broken dolls by a shattering crash with the destrier's wide chest. He rushed through the mass of abominations like a dark omen of dread, leaving a bloody trail in his wake. To Sunny, it seemed as though Nightmare was especially lethal today. Perhaps it had to do with the black steed's long slumber, or maybe it was just a powerful combination of enchantments, attributes, and abilities that made the spacious coastal highway a perfect battlefield for his shadow. Nightmare's speed, strength, and resilience were enhanced when surrounded by darkness and shadows, and the polar night provided plenty of both. The tenebrous stallions might also grew the more he was feared. And currently, both his own mantle of feral ability and the eye omen of dread, one enchantment of the sin of Solace, were poisoning the rabid minds of hundreds of nightmare creatures with insidious terror. Maybe most importantly, the nightmare ability made the black steed more powerful the more nightmares he had subjugated, and by now, there were hundreds of conquered dreams serving as his thralls. All of this meant that the large swarm of abominations blocking the convoy's path was in for a sea of suffering. However, that was not enough. Even while sundering one revolting body after another, Sunny saw that there were simply too many abominations ahead of them to slaughter them all. For now, Nightmare and he had been able to continue their bloody charge without slowing down. But as soon as enough abominations threw themselves into the carnage, that was bound to change. Once the rampaging stallion was stopped, the swarm could potentially overwhelm them by burying both under a mountain of bodies. Sunny and Nightmare could escape such a trap by turning into shadows, of course. But even if Sunny could eventually kill every single abomination, it would take too much time. Not only would more nightmare creatures inevitably join the mayhem, but the convoy was less than a dozen seconds from reaching the swarm. He had to remind himself that his goal was not to slaughter the hateful wretches that had dared to stand in his way. His goal was to clear a path for the column of battered human vehicles, whose passengers all depended on him to deliver them to safety. Curses! By now, most of the swarm must have been affected by the pull of the dying wish. All of them had nothing on their mind but one all-consuming desire to rip Sunny apart. Using that to his advantage, he commanded Nightmare to veer left, cutting through the tide of abominations and getting closer to the ocean. The black stallion pivoted and changed the direction of his murderous charge, but was soon met by an impenetrable wall of claws, fangs, suckers, and hideous appendages of all kinds. Even with Sunny dismantling one abomination after another with the sin of Solace, the mass of them right ahead seemed too overwhelming to fight through it. Nightmare, however, seemed to think differently. Continuing forward at the same speed, he let out a contemptuous snort and then soared into a powerful jump. His hooves landed on the sea of abominations, crushing a few skulls, and then used the bloody pulp as support for a second leap. Before the nightmare creatures could react and tear at the stallion's belly, the two of them landed just outside the swarm, on the narrow stretch of empty land between the highway and the vast expanse of undulating black waves. Suppressing a shiver, Sunny sent Nightmare closer to the ocean, and then closer still, almost into the shallows, to the point where fountains of cold water started to fly from the courser's hooves with each stride. Just as expected, the swarm rushed to pursue the terrible steed and its slaughtering rider. The mass of abominations spilled from the highway both behind and in front of them, aiming to surround the enemy once more. Just as planned. With that many abominations leaving the road, the convoy received a chance to slip through. Luster sent the rhino crashing through the barrier separating the railroad from the thoroughfare, and continued forward along the slopes of the mountains, plowing through a few stragglers with its ram. The column of vehicles followed, with the irregulars clearing the path ahead as well as they could. Looking to his right, Sunny saw the massive silhouette of the APC speeding past his position, barely visible behind the sea of monsters. With a sigh, he ordered Nightmare to slow down, so that the swarm would concentrate on them and give a convoy a chance to pull ahead. A few moments later, the tide of abominations descended upon them. Sunny and Nightmare fought like fiends, eviscerating dozens of creatures, the Shadow in a brutally gruesome way, his master with clean cuts of a pristine jade blade. Slowly, a pile of corpses started to grow around them, making it hard for new enemies to lunge at the dreadful pair. After this battle, Nightmare would have sown plenty of seeds of fear to harvest later. Of that, Sunny had no doubt. But even then, their luck was bound to run out. At some point, the mass of abominations pressing down on them had become too great to resist. The pile of corpses careened dangerously, threatening to entomb both Nightmare and Sunny, and new creatures were raining down on them like a flood. Behind them, the deep dark ocean murmured, cutting off the retreat, just a moment before the tidal wave of nightmare creatures crashed on them. Both the horse and the rider disappeared, turning into elusive shadows. As they glided past the frenzied sea of abomination, embraced by darkness, a choir of maddened howls tore the night apart. Chapter 952, Hidden Giant. On a dark, desolate highway, a black steed and its bleak rider emerged from the shadows. Adamantine hooves rang on concrete as they flew forward through the falling snow, soon catching up with a small column of battered vehicles. Overtaking one transport after another, Sunny briefly evaluated their condition. The convoy was roughly halfway to its destination, and none of the vehicles had failed. Yet, each looked as if it had gone through a meat grinder, but whatever the technicians had done to the transports was still keeping them from breaking down on the road. Hopefully, that would continue to be the case. His soldiers were doing a good job of warding off the nightmare creatures, as well. Nothing had managed to attack the column in his absence. The refugees were all intact. Glancing at the military vehicles, Sunny sent a short communication to Jeer. "How much ammo do you have left, Sergeant?" The response came in a crackle of interference. "Glad, you back, Captain. Sufficient, or two, nearly spent." Sunny frowned. The worsening quality of the signal could mean only one thing. They seemed to be approaching a powerful gate. He concentrated for a moment to sense the call and felt that it was gradually growing louder. "Got it." With a grimace, Sunny sent Nightmare forward and soon reached the head of the convoy, galloping alongside the rhino. He caught a glimpse of Luster, who was concentrating on driving the APC, and then looked into the darkness ahead. At the moment, there were not enough stragglers on the road to make him summon back Morgan's Warbow abomination, and Blackie were enough to deal with them. However, in the distance, still a few kilometers away, Sunny saw a hint of wrongness hidden in the darkness of the polar night. There was an ugly rift in the fabric of reality there, one that seemed small and inconsequential from distance, but had to be considerably wide and tall up close, blocking most of the highway. A nightmare gate. The question was, how long ago had it manifested? Depending on the answer, the abominations brought into the waking world by it could have long wandered away in search of prey, or were still lingering around. There is only one way to find out, I guess. Not in a hurry to get back to the roof of the rhino, Sonny remained in the saddle, wielding the sin of solace in one of his hands. He was tensely looking at the swiftly approaching gate, trying to notice the shapes of nightmare creatures that could have been hiding on the highway or the mountain slope nearby. Even in the cold waters of the dark ocean, there were no enemies in the water and no enemies on the road. However, the mountain slopes made him feel tense for some reason. Disturbed, Sonny studied the cliffs rising above the highway to understand what he had missed. Their shape was somewhat irregular, but he did not see any movement. That was until the slope itself moved, unfurling long limbs and turning away from the mountain to face the highway. Sonny uttered a stifled curse. At 10 meters tall, the creature was gargantuan. Its rough and uneven hide was almost of the same texture as the stone slope of the mountain, and its 8 segmented legs resembled wide pillars. It looked like a giant spider with an enormous, bulbous beehive attached to its carapace, and there were hundreds of small crimson eyes burning in the dark holes of that massive hump. Sonny's mouth turned dry. A tyrant. He did not know what rank the creature was, but it had to be a tyrant. One that carried an army of minions within its body, no less. The towering abomination was a dire threat itself, just from its sheer size alone, and there was no telling how strong and numerous the lesser monsters were. Worst of all, the convoy had no choice but to rush toward it. Overtaking the rhino, Sonny gritted his teeth. Illy's mind was in disarray, and the damned whispers of the cursed sword were not making it any easier for him to think. How the hell do I deal with that thing? There was still almost a minute left before they would reach the gate and its guardian, so that was how long he had to come up with a solution. Sonny swiftly considered his best options. He could send Nightmare charging forward and attack the tyrant with his most powerful weapon, the Sin of Solace, to either cripple, kill, or lead the creature away from the road. Depending on the rank of the giant spider, that could either be a very good or an utterly terrible decision. Alternatively, he could summon his bow and finally use the wasteful but devastating death dealer enchantment, potentially delivering a severe wound or outright killing the tyrant on the spot. The minions could be dealt with if he followed up with the strike of thunder, too, but if that did not work, he would be risking the entire convoy. Damnation! Sonny almost commanded Nightmare to rush toward the tyrant, but at that moment, something strange happened. The giant spider, who had been staring at the approaching human vehicles with malevolent intensity, suddenly froze for a moment and then took a step back. Then, the creature turned around and rushed toward the mountain, climbing the slope with its long, powerful legs. Just a few seconds later, it was far away from the highway, and continuing to get further, large boulders rolling down from where it had passed. It was almost as if the tyrant was scurrying away. Sonny blinked, dumbstruck by the unexpected turn of events. In front of him, the highway was empty, with only the pulsating rift of the gate obstructing its middle section. What the hell? Why did it look as though the tyrant was running from something? Before Sonny could digest the new information, a cold shiver suddenly ran down his spine, and his hair almost stood on end. A sense of danger and fear like he had never experienced before suddenly burst into his mind. Swinging his head to stare at the ocean, his eyes wide, Sonny felt a colossal shadow rising from the depths of the cold water. The waves retreated a few meters back, and then a titanic stone hand suddenly broke the surface and soared into the night sky. The arm of the submerged giant rose above the coastal highway like a dark tower, easily reaching 20 or 30 meters into the air, and then careened, starting to fall in the direction of the convoy. Chapter 953, Titan. Sonny froze, mesmerized by the harrowing sight of a dark expanse of weathered stone rising from the depths of the ocean. It rose higher and higher, rivers of water flowing down from the numerous grooves and ravines covering the surface of the giant's arm. Due to the scale, it seemed as though the arm was moving deceptively slowly, but he knew that to be an illusion. A single thought formed in Sonny's stunned mind. Goliath, one of the 3 titans that had come to the Antarctic center. It had to be him, The Whispering Legion was dead, and the winter beast prowled somewhere far to the north. The last one, stone giant Goliath, had disappeared without a trace. Army Command had no accurate data on his current location the last time Sonny had been in contact with them. No wonder if the missing Titan had been traveling through the shallows off the coast of the landmass. It's a damn fallen Titan. A moment later, Sonny suddenly came to his senses, shrugging off the dread and awe of witnessing the enormous creature. Or rather, one of its limbs. What was the big deal anyway? The Goliath was a runt as far as Titans were concerned. He was simply a giant stone abomination instead of a sentient force of nature. Even then, Sonny had seen far greater beings before. However, the damned Titan, no matter how he compared to others of its kind, could destroy the convoy with one brush of his finger. Barely suppressing his panic, Sonny stared at the falling hand of the giant, then twisted around and waved at Luster, shouting as loud as he could, "Go, go, go, speed up." If there was one blessing in this dreadful situation, it was that Goliath's aim seemed to be a bit off. If the convoy accelerated, they had a slim chance of shooting underneath the gargantuan arm before it slammed into the highway. Should they end up being just a little bit too slow, at least a couple of vehicles would be instantly flattened by the titanic blow. But stopping meant death, so there was no other choice. The Rhino dashed forward, gaining a bit more speed. Sonny and Nightmare galloped ahead of it, diving into the shadow of the swiftly falling hand and emerging from it on the other side. The APC was just behind them. Sonny's heart was beating wildly as he counted off seconds. The first of the civilian transports appeared behind him, then another and another. Not yet, not yet. Finally, the rear vehicle shot past the gate. A few moments later, Goliath's arm hit the concrete surface of the highway, pulverizing a large swath of it and sending a localized earthquake spreading from the point of impact. Nightmare stumbled, but righted himself a split second later. Some distance behind, the wheels of the rearmost military vehicle momentarily flew into the air, then hit the cracked surface of the road with a screeching sound. Somehow, the driver managed to maintain control of the vehicle and desperately sped forward, hoping to get away from the colossal threat. Made it, Sonny let out a groan, knowing that their narrow escape from death was both temporary and futile. No matter how fast the convoy was moving, they had no hope of outrunning a Titan. Now that Goliath was aiming for them, there was no chance of salvation. Unless something managed to stall the giant for a few minutes, the convoy was doomed. Not fair, not fair. This is not fair. After all they had been through, after everything he had done, this was the end. Sonny felt like howling at the moon in sorrow and anger. Behind them, the enormous hand scraped against the concrete, and then a titanic shape started to rise from the ocean. Goliath was pulling himself out of the cold water, its ugly head emerging from beneath the waves first. Sonny shuddered. The Titan was somewhat humanoid in appearance, but far from resembling a graceful statue. Unlike the magnificent monuments of the Forgotten Shore, Goliath looked more like a small mountain that had come to life than an effigy of a human. The surface of its body was rough and unpolished, like a natural cliff, and its proportions were all wrong. His legs were powerful and stocky, and its torso was massive and asymmetrical, with mounds of stone rising from its back like humps. The giant had 3 arms, each hand possessing a different number of thick, short fingers. His head was like a misshapen hill of brown rock, with 2 cavernous holes gaping in it, drowned by darkness, and a single circular eye set deep in the center of his forehead. At least Sonny thought that it was an eye. The thing was milky white and round, but seemed to be cut of stone, like the rest of the Titan's body. The thought of being gazed upon by the giant eye made him feel a deep sense of primal terror. Or rather, even more of it. Sonny knew that the convoy had no hope of escaping the Titan, but they still had to try. The column sped up as much as it could, the battered vehicles burning through whatever they had left to distance themselves from the terrible monstrosity. The turrets unleashed a barrage of bullets, which hit the weathered stone of the Titan's body in twisting streams. However, their impacts were like mosquito bites to the giant. Less than, even. Mosquitoes could break the skin of their prey, at least. Goliath climbed onto the highway, his massive shape barely fitting between the mountains and the ocean. Countless waterfalls continued to stream off his body, falling down and forming a pool in the obliterated section of the road. The Titan's single eyes moved, locking on the escaping convoy. And then, the creature took a step forward. The whole world seemed to tremble from the terrible weight of Goliath's massive foot. Just with this single step, the damned giant covered a lion's share of distance between him and the desperately speeding convoy. Whatever hope of escape Sunny had left was instantly shattered. Curse you! He stared at the towering shape of Goliath for a few seconds, his pale face full of dark resentment. Then, Sunny turned Nightmare around and dashed past the convoy, charging directly at the fearsome Titan. Chapter 954, Only Darkness. Because of how close they were to an active gate, the internal communications barely worked across the convoy. However, Sunny had been prepared for something like that. Translating his thoughts to the extraordinary rock, he sent a short message to Luster. No matter what happens, continue forward and don't slow down. I'll catch up with the convoy later. Hopefully. He shot past the column of vehicles, heading in an entirely wrong direction. What kind of madman would be riding toward a fallen Titan? Sunny only had enough time to notice frightened expressions on the faces of the irregulars, who stared at his flashing silhouette in shock, and then the convoy was somewhere behind him, getting further and further away. The towering shape of Goliath, on the other hand, was drawing closer. Looking at the approaching Titan, Sunny shivered. Can I kill a Titan? He was honestly not sure. One thing he did know, though, was that he wouldn't be able to kill this particular Titan. If Sunny had time to study Goliath, learn his weaknesses, and prepare, then things might have been different. But Army Command knew very little about the stone monstrosity, and so he knew even less. If the two of them fought to the death, there was no question of who would end up dying. Luckily, Sunny did not have to make a heroic last stand. He was no hero and had no plans of being killed anytime soon. And so, his goal was not to destroy the colossal creature. He just wanted to slow the big bastard down. If the convoy was given time to get away, there was a good chance that Goliath would not follow them. A bit further north, a long stretch of the highway was built under overhanging cliffs, so the giant's enormous size would become a hindrance. Unless Goliath was ready to smash through many kilometers of solid rock or dive back into the ocean, he was going to have trouble keeping up with the swift vehicles. And even if he was ready to wreck the whole mountain range, that would also slow him down. A few minutes. Sunny just had to buy the convoy a few minutes. How the hell do I stop a Titan for a few minutes, though? Nightmare stopped in the middle of the road, dwarfed by the nearing silhouette of Goliath. Sunny stared at the stone giant, shivering as he felt the inhuman gaze fall on him in return. The weight of it was almost palpable, pressing him down like an echo of the crushing. There was a stretch of the quaking highway left between them, but with the creature's colossal height, it was going to be covered in just a few steps. Sunny took a deep breath, and then forced his wildly beating heart to calm down. Jumping off his steed, he walked a small distance forward and stopped, his face full of defiant spitefulness. You really shouldn't have done this during the night, blockhead. With that, he sent his essence forward. On the slopes of the mountains and on the dark ribbon of the ocean shore, the mass of shadows moved, coming to life. Then, a thick black chain shot from the darkness, wrapping itself around one of the Titan's arms. It was followed by another and another. Dozens of dark chains flew from the ground, the mountain slope, and the edge of the coast, shackling Goliath's arms and legs. Sunny was utterly focused, his eyes drowned by deep shadow. His essence surged and flowed like a tide, saturating the deep darkness of the polar night. He was burning through all of it without looking back, knowing that nothing but would be enough for the impossible task. Fortunately, if there was one thing he knew all about, it was chains, both literal and metaphorical. He might have not learned how to escape every chain just yet, but he had learned about being bound a long time ago. At first, Goliath did not seem burdened by the shadow chains at all. He continued moving forward, dragging them along. He did not even show a sign of noticing them. However, Sunny was not done. A crooked grin appeared on his pale face, and suddenly it seemed as though the night itself had come to life. Countless chains shot toward the towering Titan, binding his limbs. Where there were dozens, there were now hundreds. Sunny felt as if his brain was on fire and wasn't quite sure how he was managing to keep this many manifested shadows shaped, tangible, and strong at the same time. But he was doing it, and more than that, new chains appeared from the darkness every second. Goliath looked like he was carrying a forest of them on his body, anchored to the ground so thoroughly that, finally, the Titan's march slowed down. Just a little bit at first, but then more and more. The towering monstrosity lowered his torso and pushed forward, a hint of irritation appearing in his bearing. But the more he pushed forward, the more the chains held him back. And there were new ones appearing every moment, wrapping themselves around him like snakes. In the end, the Titan came to a stop just a few dozen meters away from Sunny, less than a step, bent low and utterly immobilized. The shadow chains groaned, cracking as if on the verge of snapping, but held. From the side, it looked as if the giant was trying to kneel in front of a defiant ant. Sunny let out a shaky breath and then swayed slightly, feeling drops of blood falling from his nose. His essence was disappearing at a terrible rate. At this point, he wouldn't be able to sustain the hundreds of shadow chains for long. But no matter how much time that was going to buy, it was already enough. Probably, his mind was somewhat hazy. I think I overdid it this time. And when had the whispers of the sin of solace gotten so loud? Right now, Sunny felt like he could make out what they were saying. Number, he definitely could. The cursed sword whispered into his ear, its voice indistinguishable from his own. It only said one word, useless. Sunny's eyes widened slightly. In the next moment, dozens of chains wrapped around one of Goliath's legs snapped with a deafening crack. Oh! The Titan's foot shot forward with astonishing speed and smashed into Sunny with the weight of a mountain. There was the howling of the wind and indescribable pain, but mercifully it did not last long. Then there was only darkness. Chapter 955, The End, Sunny died, being dead. Wasn't too bad, all things considered. More or less every bone in his body was shattered. His rib cage had caved in, and sharp bone fragments were piercing his lungs. His limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, and his skull had cracked. There was excruciating pain, but it went away almost immediately, since his spine was broken and his spinal cord was severed. Bone weave had tempered his bones and made them incredibly durable, but everything had its limits. For Sunny, that limit had turned out to be being kicked by a literal mountain, apparently. He could not see anything because his eyes had burst and could not hear anything because his eardrums had ruptured. The world was dark and silent. It was almost comfortable if not for the terrible cold. Sunny was very, very cold. Ah, damnation. Could he not just die in peace? You really are a useless piece of outskirt trash. Despite not being able to hear anything, he heard the cold, contemptuous voice, his own voice. Gods, can you shut the hell up? Sunny sent his shadow sense outward and found out that his broken body was laying on the very edge of the dark water, with icy waves washing his blood off the stone shore and licking his skin. No wonder he felt cold. Goliath was nowhere to be seen, but the weakening tremors that shook the world from time to time told him that the Titan was walking away, heading inland. Unable to move, Sunny imagined letting out a sigh. What luck. He might have died, but at least the giant had not stepped on him. His body had stopped just outside the dark waves after flying away and ricocheting off the concrete surface of the highway, too. Otherwise, to add insult to injury, he would have had to drown as well. But since he had not, now it was time to come back to life. Oh, this is going to hurt. Sunny was dead, but of course, such trivialities were not going to stop him. He had not spent most of the Antarctica campaign wearing the undying chain without a reason, after all. Undying, enchantment description. The wearer cannot die. As long as he had essence to spare, death was just a temporary condition for Sunny. It was no different from having his head cut off in the Red Colosseum, and he had survived that debacle without too much trouble. Simply being unable to die for a few minutes was not going to save him, sadly. Back then, Sunny had been healed by Elias before running out of essence. But now, there was no one to help him. As soon as he burned through his essence, he would inevitably die. Well, I'll just help myself then. Sunny summoned the runes. He did not have eyes anymore, and yet he was still able to perceive them somehow. It was both strange and logical, explaining how Cassie had been able to communicate with the spell all that time. Finding the dying wish in the list of his memories, he concentrated on it and read the description of the transcendent charm's soul enchantment. Death wish, enchantment description. Those who witness the wielder of this memory are compelled, friends to be inspired, foes to seek the wielder out. The power of the memory grows the more enemies they give the gift of death, and can be consumed to heal the wielder's wounds. Death charge, 1000/1000. Sunny had not been idle since coming to Antarctica. He had saturated the counter of the dying wish a long time ago by slaughtering countless nightmare creatures across the Antarctic center. Now, it was finally time to use that hidden ace. Feeling his essence running dry and a numbing fog enveloping his mind, Sunny activated the healing enchantment. Instantly, there was a change. A furious flood of power rushed into his broken body, repairing it. His eardrums were restored, his liquefied eyes slowly started to coalesce back into solid shape. His fractured bones assembled themselves from hundreds of small fragments. The severed sections of his spinal cord connected back together. Arg, crap! The pain was back, sending him into a violent convulsion. Sunny bit his tongue hard enough to feel the salty taste of blood, but a moment later, that wound, too, was healed. The agony of it all was nothing short of exquisite. Curse it, but it was all good. Pain was good. Pain meant that he was alive, or at least coming back to live. It was its absence that was frightening. A full charge of the powerful transcendent memory was enough to bring his body back from being utterly devastated, but the process was not instantaneous. Even with blood weave helping, it took some time. Sunny had no choice but to endure and wait. He was no stranger to agony anyway. At some point, he regained his vision. Rising his head weakly, Sunny looked at himself through the veil of tears. What he saw made him feel disheartened. The undying chain was all but gone. The bleak steel of his armor was shattered and mangled to the point of being unrecognizable. A few pieces of it were bent at sharp angles and pierced his flesh, slowing down the process of healing. Sunny stared at the bloody mess that was his body for a few moments, then thought that he should probably dismiss the armor. However, he did not need to. Almost at the same moment, the undying chain suddenly shone with soft radiance and then disintegrated into a whirlwind of white sparks. The brilliant sparks danced around him for a few seconds, caressing his skin before disappearing without a trace forever. The familiar voice of the spell whispered into his ear, "Your memory has been destroyed." Sunny dropped his head back into the water. "Thank you." The undying chain had held long enough for the healing power of the dying wish to bring him back from the doors of death, refusing to succumb to the terrible damage before he was safely on his way to being healed. As if on purpose. True to its name to the very end, it was sort of poetic. I guess dying makes one sentimental. What the hell was he thinking about? It was just a suit of armor. An armor-type memory. Memories did not have thoughts, aspirations, and feelings. Well, most didn't. Turning his head slightly, Sunny stared at the beautiful jade shape of the Sin of Solace, which was laying on the stones a few steps away from him. His eyes darkened a little. "So it was you, all that time, messing with my mind and calling me names." The moonlight glinted on the pristine white blade. Everything was silent for a few moments, and then Sunny's own voice answered, full of disdain. "Took you long enough to realize, as expected of an uneducated rat." Sunny gritted his teeth and stifled the desire to dismiss the damned sword immediately. He had already lost his armor, and leaving himself without a weapon would not be a very good decision. Ignoring the insidious whispers, Sunny let out a pained groan and then stood up with a stagger. He was all but naked, terribly fatigued, and suffering from extreme essence exhaustion, but he was also undoubtedly not dead. Sunny came back to life. Chapter 956, Follower. Sunny stood on the shore of the ocean, shivering and considering if he should fall down and take a long, relaxing rest in the cold water. His reserves of essence were utterly spent, and with it came the sickening feeling of fragility and weakness. Awakened experienced a form of backlash when burning through all of their essence, but it was only a little bit harmful. The weakness would pass, and there would be no long-term harm done. He just had to weather the immediate consequence. The more concerning aspect of the situation was that he did not even have enough essence to summon a single memory. Looking down at the threadbare rags of his once pristine black bodysuit, Sunny sighed. For now, that was all that separated him from the bitter cold and the chilling winds of Antarctica. I need to get back to the convoy. Trying to get his tired mind to work properly, Sunny hesitated for a moment. But first, I need to check on Nightmare. The stallion was nowhere to be seen, so he was afraid of what had happened to his steed. The runes were still shimmering in the air in front of Sunny, so he turned his attention back to them. Death charge, 0-1000. The charge of the dying wish was completely spent, but it had done its job. The undying chain was gone. Turning away from the list of memories with a sigh, he looked at the status of his shadows. The runes describing Nightmare shone as always, so the black steed was not destroyed. Then, where is he? Sunny frowned, then softly hit himself on the forehead, remembering that he could simply check his innate connection to the shadow. Without wasting any time, he reached inward and tried to sense it within his soul. Soon, Sunny felt Nightmare's presence. The connection was not really meant to share information, but he could still tell that the black steed was nearby and in the middle of a battle. The battle did not seem dire or dangerous, though. The stallion was most likely dealing with stray nightmare creatures that could have attacked Sunny while he was still healing. Good, then. We can get away from here as soon as he is finished. Sunny swayed a little, then glanced at his four shadows, who were all staring at him with different expressions. The happy shadow was beside itself. But strangely, the other three were also showing some degree of uncharacteristic positivity. Even the gloomy one appeared somewhat relieved. He grinned. What, did you think that a mere titan would be enough to get rid of me? Dream on. With that, Sunny looked north, wondering how long it would take to catch up with the convoy, then took a couple steps forward and leaned down to pick up the sin of solace. That damned thing. The closer his fingers got to the jade hilt, the more it seemed as though the cursed sword was smiling ominously. Behind you, Sunny scoffed, as if I would be gullible enough to. At that moment, a swift shape shot through the darkness and collided with him. A tearing pain pierced Sunny's side, and he was sent flying into the water. Hitting the dark surface with a pained scream, he scraped his hands on the cold stones beneath and rolled, jumping to his feet a split second later. A handful of sharp rocks flew in the direction of the unknown attacker, meant to slow whoever it was down. However, the creature was still standing in the spot where Sunny had been a few moments ago, staring at him with inhuman eyes. Sunny staggered. Briefly looking down, he saw that a sizable chunk of flesh was torn out of his side. Blood weave had stemmed the bleeding, but the wound still looked gruesome. Then, he glanced back at the bastard who had bitten him. The creature looked vaguely familiar. It was short, barely reaching Sunny's abdomen, with dark skin and bone plates covering its scrawny body like a suit of light armor. The damned goblin did not look too formidable, but it had a wide mouth full of sharp, triangular teeth. It was also missing 2 fingers on its right hand. Sunny blinked a couple of times, remembering a tiny imp that he had once failed to finish off. The wretch had grown a lot since their last meeting. However, it was still on the smaller side. Looking up, he noticed a lump of bleeding flesh in the abomination's mouth. His face contorted in anger. Sunny clenched his fists and opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the scavenger seemed to grin spitefully and then swallowed the lump of flesh with a look of pure hatred written on its ugly face. Sunny's eyes widened. You wicked little shit. He had let the imp go once, but the bastard did not know his luck. That's great. I'll just kill him now. Full of fury, Sunny took a step forward, but then staggered. The world suddenly turned hazy, and his head spun. What the? His side somehow both growing numb and burning with terrible pain. His body felt even weaker than before. Slowly looking down, he saw a strangely familiar black liquid flowing out of the gruesome wound. It was his blood, which was not stopping for some reason. The blood had simply turned black. His face paled. Black venom? How did he get poisoned with black venom? Sunny froze for a split second. No way. The abomination in front of him was a scavenger, a type of nightmare creature that inherited traits of that which it consumed. Had he feasted on the flesh of slain black tongues that the convoy had left floating in the mountain lake? Had the little bastard been following the convoy all that time, stuffing himself with all the corpses and carcasses that they had left behind? Growing and waiting for a chance to avenge himself on Sunny, suddenly he wanted to laugh. Bastard, you waited all that time, only to deliver yourself into my hands now. Sunny took another step forward, commanding the shadows to wrap themselves around his body. Before he could, however, the scavenger suddenly dashed forward with tremendous speed, and a dreadful blow crashed into Sunny's abdomen. With the wind knocked out of him, he was thrown back and fell on his back. A split second later, the abomination was on top of Sunny, two unexpectedly powerful hands wrapped around his neck, strangling him. A vicious, hateful snarl escaped from between the creature's bloodied teeth. Sunny's head was pushed beneath the surface of the waves, and ice-cold water instantly filled his mouth and nose. He tried to push the scavenger off, but his body was too weak to resist the furious fiend. Wait, wait. Before Sunny could come up with a single coherent thought, his consciousness started to fade, and a dangerous darkness encroached on his mind. And then, he got angry too. Chapter 957, Tooth and Nail. Why is this happening to me? Twice in a row? What is this crap? Sunny was being strangled and drowned, with his mutilated side on fire because of seawater getting into the ugly wound. The hateful scavenger had turned out to be astonishingly strong for his demure size. Or maybe it was Sunny who was too weak. He was utterly drained of essence, still recovering from being stomped on by a titan, and had a powerful toxin coursing through his veins on top of everything after all. In any case, no matter how desperately he tried to shake the little bastard off his body, it was all in vain. Arg. The thought of surviving an encounter with a fallen titan, only to be killed by this pathetic waste of an abomination, made him feel bitter and slighted. Especially because the damned gremlin was barely half his size. Just give up. Your life is meaningless anyway. Feeling his consciousness starting to slip, Sunny tried to snarl. Shut the hell up. The sin of solace remained silent for a moment and then laughed. It is amusing how desperately you are trying to survive, knowing that all that is waiting for you is a lifetime of being a slave. That was the last drop. No, actually, being ambushed by the odious little goblin had been the last drop. After months of suffering setback after setback and enduring the stress of guiding men through a disastrous war campaign, having to restrain himself to project the image of a capable and composed leader, Sunny had finally had enough of it. Suddenly, he was very, very angry. He was positively furious. Sunny was furious at the world itself, but since the spiteful gremlin was the only creature near him, the bastard was going to have to be the sole target of his anger. Get here, you wretched waif. Nib injays uit/delu decidip pedin piesu auni s iju munio. Luckily, the scrawny abomination was no Goliath. Boneweave might have surrendered to the titanic blow of the giant's stone foot, but it did not give in to the scavenger's unreasonably sharp teeth. So Sunny had kept his finger, even though it got cruelly mangled. Not even noticing the pain, he grabbed the hateful gremlin's face and then pressed his left thumb into the creature's eye as hard as he could. That, at least, got a reaction. Shocked, the scavenger recoiled. And even if it was only for a moment, his grip on Sunny's neck weakened. That was all he needed. Shifting beneath the abomination, Sunny managed to bend his knee, insert it between their bodies, and then throw the bastard away. The gluttonous goblin might have been far stronger than he had any business being, but he was still comparatively light. His scrawny body flew away, landing back on the stone shore. Where do you think you're going? I'm not finished with you yet, damned pest. Rising from the water, Sunny sucked in a hoarse breath, and then glared at the scavenger with bloodshot, murderous eyes. Come here. The spiteful creature was happy to oblige. He jumped back to his feet and lunged forward, but then stumbled and grabbed his abdomen with a confused look. Sunny grinned. What, do you have a stomach ache? That was probably blood weave doing its thing. Sunny's blood was not really poisonous, but it had a disturbing propensity of trying to return to its source when separated from it. So, Swallowing a chunk of his flesh was almost like swallowing a handful of metal shavings, and then walking to stand in front of a powerful magnet. The bastard had to be in a world of pain. Not yet, he isn't. Sonny dashed toward the vile goblin and used the momentary lapse in their battle to shift his vision and get a look at his enemy's soul. What he saw surprised him. The scavenger, who had started as a tiny pipsqueak of a nightmare creature, had not only grown many times its size physically, but also spiritually. Judging by the hideous darkness spreading through his soul, he was now a fallen demon. Sonny was pretty sure that the pathetic abomination he had failed to kill at low 49 was both of a lesser rank and a lower class, so it was a bit startling. Well, no matter, he'll die all the same. The two of them clashed at the edge of the water. The scavenger was strong, fast, and vicious, but Sonny was augmented by 4 shadows. Sadly, the augmentation of the shadows was not set in stone, instead enhancing his own physical state. And since his physical state was currently at the rock bottom, Sonny was still far away from being able to perform at his peak. Weakness multiplied by 5 might have transformed into a kind of strength, but not the sort he was used to. Still, he was both bigger and stronger than the feral gremlin, even if the gap was not as large as it was supposed to be. The creature only had a slight advantage in speed. Wishing to crush the bastard with his own 2 hands, Sonny tried to grapple the scavenger and bring him to the ground, but the hateful imp managed to slip from his grasp at the last moment and lashed out with his maimed hand. Delivering a vicious blow right into Sonny's wounded side, the explosion of pain made stars appear in his eyes. A strange wheezing sound escaped from between the abomination's sharp teeth, sounding almost like horse laughter. "You wretch." Hissing, Sonny caught the abomination's arm and twisted it. The familiar sound of snapping bones made a smile appear on his face, but a moment later, it was replaced by a pained grimace. Without skipping a beat after having his arm broken, the scavenger sunk his teeth into Sonny's forearm, making more blood splatter on the rocks and more venom to enter his system. "Got him it!" Livid, Sonny slapped the scrawny fiend across the head, sending him flying away. Even before the abomination landed, he was already closing in, prepared to annihilate the little bastard. However, the scavenger just happened to fall on a very particular spot on the stone shore. His maimed hand ended up mere centimeters away from the hilt of Sin of Solace, which was still laying on the wet rocks. The familiar voice laughed coldly. "Well, would you look at that? What a turn of events." Before Sonny could reach the evil goblin, the creature hurriedly reached forward, grabbed the cursed sword, and swung it fiercely in Sonny's direction. Chapter 958, A Series of Unfortunate Events. Sonny was too close to dodge the sudden strike, and the scavenger was too quick to let him. Even though the Sin of Solace was longer than his whole body, the little fiend managed to swing it fast enough to leave the enemy no time to retreat. What the hell? Knowing that the jade blade would easily cut him in half, or at least deliver a devastating wound, Sonny stared at the deadly white blur as it approached his torso. The time seemed to have slowed down. Is this a joke? Without having to do anything, he simply dismissed the Sin of Solace. Instead of the lethal touch of the perfect jade, his skin was washed by a scattering of white sparks. The gremlin blinked in confusion and then awkwardly clenched his fists, as if trying to understand where the sword he had been just holding went. In the next moment, Sonny kicked him in the chest, sending the abomination flying again. Judging by the satisfying crunch he felt, the plate of bone armor on the scavenger's chest was broken, and very likely a few of his ribs, too. Best of all, the damned sword finally stopped talking. The wounded fiend bounced off the rocks, rolled a few meters, and then jumped to his feet. He did not seem too wounded to not be able to continue the fight, and more than eager to. However, his expression was slightly pained, and before doing anything, the gremlin hit his head a few times. Sonny smiled. It seemed that the annoying whispers had done a number on the scavenger's mind, as well. Now, all that was left was to finish the little menace off. Preferably without losing any more pieces of flesh, or getting even more poisoned than he already was. Sonny just started to consider the best and most painful way to kill the scavenger, but at that moment, a beautiful sound reached his ears. It was the ringing of adamantine hooves that was approaching them from somewhere further up the road. A nasty grin appeared on his face. "Oh, you are so done now, bastard." Nightmare had obliterated his foes and was coming back to assist his master. The scavenger seemed to understand the meaning of the ringing, too. He hesitated, staring at Sunny with an expression of burning hatred. Time to die. Then, something changed. The expression on the ugly face of the vicious gremlin shifted, turning into one of indescribable fear. Moving his head, the little fiend stared at something behind Sunny's back, but there was nothing there. Sunny wanted to scoff. "Does this cretin really think that I will fall for the oldest trick in the book? I wrote that damn book, fool." Except for the ocean. Then again, Sunny had already neglected to look behind himself once today, which had led to his current pitiful state. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. With all four shadows wrapped around his body, Sunny could not see what was happening behind him. Gritting his teeth and knowing that he would regret it, he briefly glanced at the dark surface of the water. The ocean was just as it had been a minute ago, and no horror was lunging at him from the cold waves. No, no, no. By the time he looked back, the scavenger was already gone. Sunny did not know where the little bastard had disappeared to, but he could not see any trace of him. It was as if the scavenger had never been here at all. A stunned expression appeared on Sunny's face. Did he really slip away from me again? He opened his mouth in disbelief. Damnation. Infuriated, Sunny kicked the nearest rock and then spun, hoping against reason to find the hateful gremlin somehow. He could not have gotten too far away or hidden too well. There was no telling just what sort of powers the hateful abomination had absorbed by devouring countless nightmare creatures, though. The scavenger was thoroughly gone. "I can't believe it. Curse that damned wretch." Gritting his teeth, Sunny sent his shadow sense outward, reaching as far as he could in the hope of discovering a hiding goblin. He did not sense a scrawny shadow of the fiend anywhere. He did sense something else, however. Suddenly, Sunny felt very cold. Slowly turning around, he looked at the ocean again. The surface of the undulating waves was unchanged. But somewhere beneath it, at the very edge of his senses, he could feel shadows moving across the ocean floor, drawing closer and closer. Dozens. No, hundreds and hundreds of them, all heading toward a single point. Him, backing away, Sunny gulped. Was the little wretch not faking, after all? What could have frightened the scavenger so much that he had chosen to abandon his attempt at murdering Sunny? Better not find out. Without a drop of essence in his cores and black venom coursing through his veins, Sunny did not feel particularly keen to learn what horrors were approaching him from beneath the waves. He took a few more steps away and then turned around, noticing a familiar shape. Nightmare appeared in his view, galloping across the shattered surface of the highway. Following Sunny's command, the black stallion flashed past him without ever slowing down. As he did, Sunny grabbed the hook of the saddle and pulled himself up, jumping on the back of the galloping steed. Together, they dashed away from the water, heading north as fast as they could. Throughout all of it, Sunny never looked back. The feeling of cold dread he felt from the approaching shadows, it was eerily familiar. To hell with this. To hell with it all. This is too damn much for one godforsaken day. The silhouette of the dark courser and his half-naked, battered rider disappeared behind a bend of a mountain slope. And just a few seconds later, the dark waters parted, and the first of the eerie visitors stepped from the water onto the shore. Chapter 959, Lonesome Rider. Sunny was riding north through the bitter cold of the polar night, shivering in his raggedy, tattered bodysuit. The coastal highway stretched forward, strangely silent and empty. From time to time, he encountered bleeding carcasses of slain nightmare creatures that lay on the concrete, staring into the darkness with glassy eyes. Those were the only signs left behind by the passing of the convoy. The rest of the abominations must have been pulled away by it, rushing in pursuit of the small column of vehicles. That gave Sunny a chance to catch his breath. I am tired. Now that the thrill of the battle was gone, he found himself in a somber mood. The cold, dark, and desolate landscape of the Antarctic center was only adding to the gloom. Looking ahead, Sunny winced as he rocked in Nightmare's saddle. His wounds were hurting, and the lethal toxin was still trying to kill him from the inside. Most people would have been dead already, but Blood Weave was slowly overcoming the black venom. Sunny was still bleeding from the torn bite wounds on his side and his forearm, though. His thumb was also a mess. Since he had not encountered anything capable of making him bleed in a long while, that was a bit disconcerting. However, there was very little that Sunny could do. He had a mundane medkit stored inside the covetous coffer, but lacked the essence to summon it. He could not summon an armor to protect himself from the cold for the same reason as well. After being completely exhausted, essence was slow to return to the vast reservoirs of his cores. What little he had received from dismissing the sin of solace was almost instantly absorbed by his essence-starved body. Until his flesh was saturated at least to a small degree, he was not going to be able to summon any memory. It was not too bad, though. The more of the rejuvenating essence returned to his body, the better he was able to resist the cold, and the stronger Blood Weave became. Slowly but surely, the feeling of sickening weakness permeating his whole being was receding. Then, a small trickle of essence flowed into his cores. Finally, Sunny commanded Nightmare to stop and then dismounted. He knelt on the concrete for a minute or two, steadily breathing in and out and thinking about what memory he should summon first. He was cold and required armor to protect him from both the elements and the enemies, but he also felt very uncomfortable without a weapon. His wounds needed to be tended to, and the memory of ice was another worthy candidate. Eventually, he sighed. Nightmare can be my weapon for now. With that, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer. Opening the metal chest, he took out a medkit and awkwardly applied the clotting agent to his wounds, then plastered the sealing patches on top of them. After that, he reached deep into the cavernous storage space of the coffer, searched for a bit, and pulled out a military coat. Sunny stared at the brass buttons on the coat for a few minutes, then put it on and raised the collar, hoping to save himself from the chilling wind. That should do it for now. Climbing back into the saddle, he sent his steed forward. Nightmare went slowly at first, so as not to disturb his master's wounds too much. They traveled in silence for some time. Eventually, Sunny recovered enough essence to summon another memory, choosing the cruel sight this time. He had considered calling upon the sin of solace, but then decided against it. His mood was already dark, and listening to the damned sword was not going to improve it one bit. Plus, with the undying chain gone, his mental defenses were not as good as they had been. Sunny scowled when he remembered the loss of the transcendent armor and hurried to throw the bitter thoughts out of his mind. It seemed that after subjecting him to all kinds of misfortune, Fated had finally decided to bestow Sunny with some luck. He had not encountered a single nightmare creature while traversing a long stretch of the highway. Eventually, though, that luck was bound to run out. Looking through the eyes of one of the shadows, which was scouting ahead, Sunny frowned. There was a dark mass of moving bodies blocking the road about a kilometer further north. The concrete was littered with corpses, and the abominations were feasting on the flesh of their fallen brethren, devouring them in a nauseating mess of squelching noises. As Sunny looked past the morbid feast, his eyes darkened. Soon, adamantine hooves rang on the concrete, and a nightmarish rider plunged into the mass of abominations. His steed stomped and tore them apart, and the shining spear of the rider himself flashed, making stark shadows dance on the surface of the highway, and streams of evaporating blood fountain into the cold air. It did not take Sunny long to eviscerate the scavenging nightmare creatures. By then, he had recovered enough essence to channel it into the cruel sight, and by the time the short and brutal battle ended, he still had enough left to summon the mantle of the underworld. Finally, he was not cold anymore. His mood, however, only grew darker. Out there behind the mass of dead nightmare creatures, both those who had been killed before he arrived and those he killed himself, the familiar shape of one of the civilian transports could be seen on the road, standing motionlessly. The lights of the vehicle were gone, and its frame was littered by deep gouges. Several large holes revealed the dark interior. Carcasses of the abominations were piled around the transport especially high, as if there had been a desperate fight around it. Sunny sighed, then walked over and climbed inside, expecting to see the worst. However, there were no human bodies littering the interior. There was no blood either, just emptiness and shards of broken glass. What the hell happened here? He lingered for a few moments, then returned outside and jumped into the saddle with a deep frown on his pale face. Full of tension, Sonny sent Nightmare galloping north once again. This time, his posture was full of a sense of urgency. Chapter 960, Erebus Field. About an hour later, Sonny reached the spot where the convoy was supposed to leave the highway and turn inland, scaling the mountains once again to eventually reach Erebus Field. Of all the siege capitals in the Antarctic Center, only the first and the largest one, Falcon Scott, was situated near water. Even then, the actual port was a separate and solitary fortress, connected to the city above it by a network of industrial elevators. The rest of the human strongholds were built away from the ocean, on the outskirts of the mountains. So, the last stretch of the way was going to take the convoy away from the coast. If they continued on the route Sonny had planned for them, of course. He had killed a few more nightmare creatures while trying to catch up with his men, and the corpses he had encountered seemed fresher as of late. From what Sonny could tell, the column was not too far ahead of him now. If he was lucky, he might even be able to rejoin the convoy before reaching Erebus Field. The siege capital had to be surrounded by a ring of active battle engagements, so Sonny really hoped to accompany the refugees through that mess. No time to waste then. He commanded Nightmare to turn east. Not long after they started to ascend the mountains, the snowfall seemed to pick up, making it harder to see. There was something strange about that snow, though. What is this smell? Frowning, Sonny raised a hand and caught a few snowflakes on his palm. While he could see in the dark, differentiating colors, that way was not his strongest suit. Sonny could instantly tell that something was wrong, though, because the white snowflakes did not contrast against the onyx metal of his gauntlet nearly as much as they should have. In fact, they were not white at all. He tilted his head a little, then smeared the snowflakes across his palm. What was left behind was a trail of black soot. It's ash. Looking up at the sky, he scowled. The strong snowfall was no snowfall at all. Instead, it was raining ash. Countless gray flakes fell from high above, dancing in the wind as they slowly obscured the world in a thick fog. That can't be good. Full of bad premonitions, Sonny sent Nightmare into a gallop. They moved deeper into the mountains, following the twisted road. By now, Bloodweave had mostly dealt with the toxin, and his wounds were already healing. His essence was slowly being replenished, as well, so overall, Sonny was in relatively good shape. Not enough to face something truly dreadful yet, but well on the way. Where the hell is my convoy? Just as he thought that, the scouting shadows noticed something ahead. Just short of the highest point of the nearest mountain pass, protected from the wind by tall cliffs, a group of battered vehicles was parked in a circle, with tired soldiers standing guard around it. He noticed Bell sitting on the roof of one of the transport, holding a sword in his hand. A sense of profound relief grasped Sonny's heart. They're fine. He let out a heavy breath and asked Nightmare to go faster. A few minutes later, the figure of an infernal rider clad in fearsome black armor entered the circle of light surrounding the parked convoy. The soldiers flinched and raised their rifles, aiming at the frightening apparition. Sonny raised a hand. "Don't shoot, bastards. What the hell is this, a mutiny?" The soldiers blinked a couple of times, staring at him with wide eyes. Then, someone yelled, "It's the captain, he's back. Thank the gods. Someone, tell the devils." There was no need to inform the irregulars, though. Bell was the first one to notice him, and just a few moments later, the whole cohort emerged from the camp to meet him. Sonny jumped off the back of Nightmare, patted the stallion on the shoulder, and then dismissed him. Then, he turned to his people. Kim was the first one to speak. "Captain, you're alive. I mean, of course, you are. That rock of yours would have disappeared if you died." Luster grinned. "See, I told you." Quentin glanced at him, then nodded with a smile. "We shouldn't have doubted the captain, indeed. But to be honest, sir, none of us believed that you would manage to stop a fallen titan, let alone live to tell the tale. All by yourself, no less. That is simply incredible. How did you even survive?" Sonny stared at him blankly for a few moments, then said evenly, "I didn't." As the members of the cohort looked at him with wide eyes, he scratched the back of his head and added, Being dead was not all it's cracked up to be, though, so I walked it off. Anyway, I found the empty transport on the highway. What the hell happened? The irregulars glanced at each other. Dorn sighed, then pointed to the convoy. It broke down in the middle of the road, sir. We had to stop and transfer the refugees to the other 3 vehicles. The abominations did not let us do it in peace, of course. It was a hell of a fight, but in the end, we managed to get everyone loaded up safely, broke through the crowd of nightmare creatures, and fled. We lost a couple of soldiers, but none of the civilians were seriously hurt. Sonny let out a heavy sigh. So, more people died. He closed his eyes for a moment. What is the situation now, then? Dorn's face darkened. The remaining transports are in bad shape and severely overloaded, sir. I don't think that they'll be able to travel for much longer. That was to be expected. Sonny waved a hand. Are they going to make it to Erebus Field at least? And, by the way, why did you stop? Is there a large number of nightmare creatures between us and the city gate? None of the members of the cohort answered, which was strange in and of itself. What made Sonny really anxious, though, were the fallen expressions on their faces. What? Dorn remained silent for a bit, then turned his head in the direction of the mountain pass. It would be easier if we just showed you, sir. They walked through the camp and then crested the slope of the pass. From there, Sonny had a clear view of Erebus Field, which was supposed to be half a dozen kilometers further north. Supposed to. With a frozen expression, Sonny looked through the falling ash at the dreadful sight below. His sunken eyes were hidden by deep, dark shadows. Curse it all, Erebus Field was no more. Chapter 961, Sand Castles. The dark skies were shrouded by a veil of slowly falling ash. Far below the mountain pass, illuminated by foreboding red glow, a vast metropolis lay in ruins. The shattered buildings were drowning in rivers of lava, and a terrible conflagration was raging across the devastated land, devouring what little was left of the once thriving city. Above the scene of devastation, the dark shape of Mount Erebus was wreathed in smoke. A flood of molten rock was flowing down its slopes, glowing through the haze. The walls of the city were breached, and uncountable hordes of nightmare creatures were prowling in the ruins, some bathing in the flames, some avoiding it. Looking down with a dead expression on his pale, tired face, Sonny found himself momentarily unable to feel anything. Doesn't make any sense. Erebus Field had been one of the most prominent cities in Antarctica. Famous for its geothermal energy farms, fertile soil, and warmth, it had been home to tens of millions of people even before becoming an evacuation center. The local government branch had been supposed to have the volcano well under control. Even if all the safety systems they had in place were to suffer a cataclysmic failure, the city had possessed formidable fortifications long before being converted into a siege capital. With those in place and a whole division of the First Army working on reinforcing the defensive infrastructure, as well as the presence of hundreds of awakened and more than a few masters, Erebus Field simply could not succumb to something as mundane as a volcanic eruption. How did this happen? Sonny had been supposed to guide the convoy to this stronghold, deliver the refugees to the authorities, rendezvous with Davis and his cohort of irregulars, and then resume acting in his usual capacity as the captain of a fast-response combat unit. Instead, the city was gone, Davis and his people were nowhere to be found, and the responsibility of caring for the convoy of defenseless civilians was still pressing heavily on his shoulders. If anything, that weight had only become more burdensome. He was at his wits' end. With a sigh, Sonny rubbed his face and then sat down on a nearby boulder. His eyes were still glued to the horrible scene below. He was simply unable to look away. The members of the cohort stood awkwardly around him, keeping silent. Sonny remembered that he was meant to be projecting an image of confidence as their leader, but was too rattled and angry to care. After a while, Bell cleared his throat. "We are awaiting your orders, sir." Quentin glanced at the swordsman reproachfully, then sighed. "None of us really knows what to do. The mood among the civilians is pretty dark as well. Everyone is a bit shaken, I think. We did check the maps, though. The next siege capital is to the northeast of here, over the mountains. About 300 kilometers away. Miss Bate and Professor Obel are currently searching for a good route. Sunny silently shook his head. There's no point. Siege capitals seem to be crumbling like sand castles these days. Who says that the next one will still be there by the time we arrive, if we even make it? The irregulars glanced at each other with uncomfortable expressions. After a poignant pause, Kim asked, "What? What should we do then, sir?" Sunny let out a heavy sigh, then looked north. After a few moments of silence, he said, "Go to Falcon Scott. That is our best hope. Even if all other siege capitals fall, it will stand. It is the most fortified, and the First Army's presence is the strongest there. Most importantly, that is where St. Tyrus is. As long as she is defending the north, we'll be safe there." Sunny did not add that, if something capable of taking Sky tied out appeared, all of them would be better off committing suicide. Once saints started to die, mortals like them had no hope of making it out, really. He also did not mention that there were another 2,000 kilometers between them and Falcon Scott, twice as much as they had barely survived to get to Erebus Field from Low 49. Everyone here knew that, since the cohort had started this damned campaign at the distant northern stronghold. Returning to Falcon Scott would complete the calamitous circle. Granted, the situation would be slightly different as they moved further north. Since that was where the First Army had first established its presence, the territories between Erebus Field and Falcon Scott were far better entrenched than the desolate regions in the south, where the army had come last. There would be established evacuation corridors, or at least remnants of them. Supply depots, fortified outposts, well-maintained roads. Perhaps they would even meet friendly forces on the way. Come to think of it, I should probably contact Army Command as soon as possible to get detailed information about the big picture. The timing would be tricky, since the convoy was currently in a dire situation, with numerous nightmare creatures flooding the area. Sending even one irregular into the dream realm would diminish their ability to defend themselves, but it was better than remaining blind. His people needed sleep anyway. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then said, "Leave me for a bit. I need to think. Oh, make sure that the transports are as ready to move as they can be while you're at it." He doubted that it would be safe to remain near the fallen city for long. The irregulars nodded, then backed off and headed toward the convoy's temporary camp. Left alone, Sunny forced himself to look away from the ruins of Erebus Field and stared up at the sky, which was dark and obscured by clouds of ash. Damn it! The 3 remaining civilian transports were overloaded and on the verge of irrevocably breaking down. Military vehicles should still be operational, but Sergeant Gier had probably run out of ammunition by now. What the hell am I supposed to do? As Sunny watched the sky, a black dot appeared above him. At first, he thought that it was just another flake of ash, but the dot moved too swiftly to be one. It dove down, slowly growing as it drew closer. A few seconds later, a black bird landed on a rock near him. It had glossy black feathers, smart round eyes, and a sharp beak that reminded him of spire messengers. With mild surprise, Sunny recognized it as a crow. He knew that one at least. Birds were a little bit less extinct than mammals, so even though they were a rare sight in the outskirts, there were some. They usually did not last long, though. However, why is there a crow in Antarctica? Just as he thought it, the crow opened its beak and cawed. Its caws sounded terribly like words. Sani, Sani, Chapter 962, Reaper's Crow. As soon as the strange crow appeared, Sunny was ready to kill it. Summoning the Moonlight Shard would have only taken a split second, and a swift strike of his armored fist was going to do the job just as well. If it was an ordinary bird, of course, which he seriously doubted. He did not expect the crow to speak, though. Sani. Sani, is it calling my name? Sunny temporarily postponed his plans of killing the crow and stared at it for a bit. The crow tilted its head and stared back. Sani. He blinked, then shifted his vision and looked into the bird's soul. Sunny expected to see an orb of repulsive darkness, but what he saw instead were 2 radiant cores. The crow was an awakened monster. However, it was not a nightmare creature. Is it an echo, or am I losing my mind? Again. He hesitated for a little while, then said cautiously, "Yes, I am Sunny." The bird jumped closer with a satisfied look, shook its entire body to get rid of flakes of ash clinging to the black feathers, and then cawed again. Jet. A spark of hope ignited in Sunny's heart. He studied the crow some more, then leaned closer and whispered, "Did Master Jet send you?" The small monster bobbed its head up and down several times. "Jet, send?" Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, inhaling deeply. So she did not forget about me after all, huh? The crow appeared to be Soul Reaper's echo, which she had sent to find Sunny. It felt nice to be remembered. However, he was not sure how the black bird was supposed to help him, if that was Jet's intention at all. Was it simply a messenger to deliver new orders? Someone to guide him to Davis and his cohort of elite assassins? He hesitated for a moment. "Why did Master Jet send you to find me?" The small monster jumped a couple of times. "Crow, help!" So it was not just a messenger. The echo was meant to assist him somehow. Sunny tried not to get too excited. "How are you going to help me? Are you going to lead me to Davis?" The black bird silently shook its head, making Sunny frown. "Why not?" The crow tilted its head. "Davies, dead." Sunny let out a heavy sigh, so pride was gone. His men probably hadn't made it out of Erebus Field, either. He did not know the cold man too well, but the loss of a full cohort of irregulars still hit him hard. Not to mention that Sunny's hopes of linking up with another powerful master were crushed. From what he knew, that was the first serious casualties the irregulars had suffered from the start of the campaign. His information was outdated, though. Who says that any of them are still alive? The irregulars, and especially their captains, were elites among elites. But with how unreasonably dreadful the chain of nightmares was turning out to be, at least in the Antarctic Center, there were no guarantees. Hell, he himself had all but died just a few hours ago. At least Soul Reaper was still out there somewhere. A dark grimace appeared on Sunny's face. Looking back at the small bird, he asked in a dubious tone, "How are you supposed to help me then?" The crow flapped its wings. "Crow, show." Sunny frowned. "Show what?" The bird stared at him for a few moments, then cawed again. "Crow, show." Then it added, "Sunny, follow. It wants me to follow it." He did not have too much trust in the mere awakened monster's abilities, but if Master Jet had sent it, then there had to be a good reason. In any case, Sunny did not have too many choices. Although he did not want to think it aloud, the convoy's situation was more or less hopeless. With failing vehicles and an ocean of nilinar creatures surrounding them, the chances that he would be able to keep the refugees alive were not too high. Sunny sighed, then nodded. "All right. We'll follow you, just give me a bit of time to get my people on the road." The crow stared at him for a bit, then flopped its wings again. "Hurray, you don't need to remind me." Standing up, Sunny descended toward the convoy's camp and ordered everyone to prepare for departure. Soon, the column of vehicles left its temporary shelter and followed a narrow mountain road that circled the former Erebus Field from a good distance. The crow flew above them, guiding the convoy deeper into the mountains. The bird had turned out to be an amazing scout. Not only was it able to notice swarms of nightmare creatures from high above long before they could threaten the column, but it was also smart enough to lead Sunny and his people around the prowling abominations. After about an hour of tense but uneventful driving, they left the site of the destroyed city behind. The scene of devastation was now obscured by the slopes and peaks, but the plume of smoke rising from the crater of Mount Erebus and the angry orange glow of the burning stronghold could still be seen. The crow guided the convoy to a wide crossroad and then dove down, landing near a small structure standing at the side of it. The convoy came to a halt, the civilian transports looking like they might not ever be able to get their engines running again. Sparing them an uneasy glance, Sunny jumped down from the roof of the Rhino and approached the structure. It seemed freshly built and was most likely constructed by the First Army just a month or two ago. He had no idea what its purpose was, though. Uncertain, Sunny glanced at the black bird, who looked very proud of itself. "What am I supposed to do with that?" The crow tilted its head. "Door, open." Oh, despite its small size, the structure had actual blast doors blocking its entrance. The gate was large enough to be rammed by the Rhino, but of course, Sunny was not going to order Luster to do something that stupid. He briefly thought about cutting through the blast doors with the cruel sight, but then shook his head with a roll of eyes, walked over to a small panel at the side of the gate, and placed his palm on it. The panel lit up and then a mechanical voice came from the inbuilt dynamics. Captain Sunless, verified, sufficient clearance. The blast doors opened, revealing the entrance to a wide tunnel. Oh, hell no. Sunny remained motionless for a while, cursing his fate, then reluctantly sent one of his shadows into the tunnel. Despite his newly established aversion to tunnels of all kinds, that one turned out to be rather short, leading to a vast underground chamber. It was rectangular in shape and large enough for the several convoys the size of the one Sunny was leading to take shelter inside. It's a hidden supply depot, a big one at TH. Huh? Sunny's eyes widened, inside the underground garage. Rows and rows of pristine military vehicles stood, ready to be powered up and armed with full complements of heavy assault weapons. Chapter 963, Supply Depot. Sunny remained motionless for a while, until eventually there was a sound of footsteps approaching him. Turning around, he looked at Sergeant Gier with a blank expression. The soldier tensed, habitually expecting dreadful news. What's in there? Sunny lingered for a bit, then simply shook his head. Order the convoy to drive inside, you'll see soon enough. Before too long, the column of battered vehicles drove past him, disappearing into the dark tunnel. Once they were all inside, Sunny glanced at the falling ash one last time, then walked into the darkness himself. The blast doors closed behind him with a reverberating hum, cutting off the bitter cold and the chilling wind of the polar night. Just before the two plates of armored alloy touched, Master Jet's crow flew between them and landed on Sunny's shoulder. The bird glanced into the tunnel with curiosity, then stared at him and cawed a couple of times. For a change, those were simple caws and not mangled words of the human language. A pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. Yeah, good job. With that, he walked down the tunnel, soon reaching the underground garage. The convoy was parked in the empty corner of the vast chamber, and excited soldiers were already moving around the pristine military vehicles, evaluating their state. Someone else was busy opening alloy crates that were stacked along one of the walls, full of all kinds of supplies. The depot was brightly illuminated by powerful light fixtures, which had come online as soon as Sunny opened the gate using his command authority. The ventilation systems were also online, filling the underground space with the familiar, calming smell of artificially cleaned air. Sunny breathed in deeply and waited for Sergeant Gier to approach him. So, how is it? The soldier smiled, which made Sunny realize that he had never seen the dependable sergeant do that before. It's nothing short of amazing, sir. This is a divisional field resupply station, from what I can tell. It's meant to replenish the expended resources of an entire division between battles, if there's no convenient opportunity to reach a fortified stronghold or if the supply lines are cut. There's enough here to support the deployment of thousands of soldiers. He paused for a moment and then pointed at the rows of vehicles. We have not assessed the full inventory yet, but you can already see that this is far more than we need. There are different types of machines, too, from armored personnel carriers to assault vehicles and light scouts. I mean, there's even a dozen MWRs here, with enough ammunition to load all their armaments. Sunny glanced at the towering shapes of the mobile war platforms standing near the back wall. These giant humanoid robots were about 6 meters tall, on the smaller side compared to their larger cousins, but they still packed a heavy punch. Samara's powerful rifle had been meant to serve as a light weapon for one of these formidable machines, but was later refitted to be used by the awakened sharpshooter. The presence of MWRs was a pleasant surprise. Mundane soldiers were somewhat capable of facing dormant nightmare creatures, but had troubles dealing with the awakened ones, even with the help of exoskeleton armor suits. The fierce arsenal of guns and launchers installed on the war platforms, however, made them destructive enough to accomplish that task. There was just one problem. Sunny gave Sergeant Gier a dubious look. Do we even have anyone capable of piloting these things? The soldier coughed and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Oh, no, not really. He remained silent for a few moments, then smiled again. Still, there's also ammunition for our turrets as well as food, medicine, spare fuel cells, necessities. Basically, all that the refugees need. We can even arm them all if that is what you want to do. Those vehicles that we can drive are much faster than the civilian transports, too, have better armor, and can navigate more difficult terrain. Not to mention that there's more of them than we can possibly use, or everything, really. The infrastructure between here and Falcon Scott is also much better developed, so I think both our speed and defensive capabilities are going to increase tremendously. Sonny nodded, then glanced briefly at the crow, who had left his shoulder and was now perching on one of the beams of the support framework near the ceiling of the depot, looking down at the hustling humans with a curious expression. Good. We'll be staying here for a couple of days, to let the people rest and give us time to get acquainted with all these shiny new toys. Make sure that everyone has a warm meal and a comfortable place to sleep. With that, he left Jir to figure out the logistics of settling in hundreds of refugees in an underground storage bunker that was not really meant to be used for such a purpose, and tiredly walked toward the Rhino. There were many robust vehicles in the supply depot, but he did not see anything that could compare to his personal ride. The fearsome APC was still the best there was. I need some rest myself. Climbing inside the Rhino, he exchanged a few words with Professor Obel, then told Luster to figure out the sleep schedule between the irregulars and bring him some news from the dream realm by the morning. Or whatever it was going to be once he woke up. Then, Sonny took off his military coat and dismissed the mantle of the underworld, which had been hidden beneath. At that moment, Bait was approaching him to say something, but lingered after noticing the dried blood and scaling patches glued to his skin. She paled a little, remained silent for a few moments, and then forced out an unconvincingly sarcastic remark. So, you do bleed, after all. Sonny looked down at his battered body and smiled, only on special occasions. With that, he turned away, climbed into a sleeping niche, and closed his eyes in utter exhaustion. That was a long, dreadful, utterly terrible day. It did end on a positive note, though. That, at least, was something to be thankful about. Chapter 964, Proof of Competence. Shockingly, nothing disastrous happened while Sonny slept. A gate did not open in the middle of the supply depot, and a stray titan did not break through the blast doors to devour every last person under his protection. Somehow, the world did not collapse. Instead, Sonny woke up to the sounds of peaceful conversation and the smell of cooking food. He remained still for a few minutes, then climbed out of the sleeping niche, checked on his healing wounds, and summoned the puppeteer's shroud to cover his bruised body. In the lounge area of the Rhino, several members of his cohort were eating a hearty breakfast. Surprisingly, Professor Obel was the one cooking, masterfully using rations scavenged from the depot supplies to create something that smelled unexpectedly tasty. Walking closer, Sonny heard Luster speaking with surprising enthusiasm. "Amazing, how did you even make this?" The old man chuckled. Food was much more scarce during my youth than it is now. Ancient relics like me all know how to make a feast out of nothing, young man. Noticing Sonny, Luster pointed to his plate. "Captain, you have to try it." He stuffed his mouth with something that looked like vegetable lasagna, which was rather strange, considering that military rations did not include fresh vegetables, and smiled. "Oh, and we are also flush with water again. Shower is back online." That was a piece of surprisingly good news. The Rhino had a very robust water filtration system, but they had to start rationing it many days ago. The thought of an actual hot shower made Sonny smile. He sat down and curiously tasted Professor Obel's cooking. It was, indeed, rather delicious. Noticing his reaction, the old man chuckled. "Everything potslip. That's what we used to call this Frankenstein of a dish back in my days. Times may change, but some things always remain the same." Sonny stared at his plate and then frowned. "What's a Frankenstein?" Professor Obel gave him an amused look. "Well, it is a fictional monster, a sort of jigsaw corpse reanimated by a troubled scientist. Actually, perhaps it was the scientist who was the monster." Sonny gave him an understanding nod. "I see, a jigsaw corpse. I think I fought one of those before, although it was more of a mountain of bones. I guess you could make bone broth out of that." The professor is really being too harsh on himself. His cooking does not taste like corpse meat at all. I should know. Ignoring the strange glance directed at him, Sunny shrugged and concentrated on his food. The first shift of the irregulars sent into the dream realm was not back yet, so there was nothing pressing for him to do. Sunny finished his meal in peace, then chatted with his men for a bit. One after another, they left to resume their work on preparing the convoy for eventual departure. Bate was probably dealing with the refugees, so she was nowhere to be seen. That left Sunny and Professor Obel alone with each other. The old man studied his face for a few moments and then suddenly asked, "How are you holding up, Captain Sunless?" Sunny looked at him in confusion. "Me? Fine, I guess." Professor Obel sighed. "It must be hard, especially for someone so young. In this dire situation, you are responsible for the well-being of hundreds of people. But there is no one caring for your own wellness, so that was why I asked. How are you, really?" Sunny wanted to retort, but then thought for a while and shrugged. "Actually, it's a bit strange. Everyone here is fighting tooth and nail to survive. Most of them have no control over whether they live or die. Every minute might be their last. And they all know it too, but not me. I am more or less safe. Unless I actively try to do something stupid, I will most likely survive even if the whole convoy is obliterated. My aspect makes it really easy for me to escape most dangers, you know." He hesitated and then added with some uncertainty, "So, the mental strain that I experience should be far less than that of all these vulnerable people. But, for some reason, it does not feel that way. I should not really care how many strangers die around me, but I do. It's like a mental hex, really, me caring. Actually, it's exactly like that, especially because I do find myself doing stupid things to prevent them from dying." Sunny frowned. "Wait. I am not really under a hex that compels me to defend this damned convoy, am I?" Professor Obel suddenly laughed. "A mental hex. That is a very unique way to put it. Isn't it normal for people to care about each other?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. "No, of course not." He shook his head, then added with slight bewilderment, "No one ever cared about me. Until I became powerful and thus useful, that's just how things work." Sunny had been alone for most of his life. True, after becoming infected by the spell, he had made several good friends. But he had no illusions about the reason for the bond between them. If he had been someone weak and useless, people like Effie, Kai, even Nephi's and Cassie would have never wasted time on becoming close with him. And why should they? Well, there was Rain, too, but that was different. She was family, not a random stranger. Professor Obel let out a sad sigh and remained silent for a while. Eventually, he asked, "So why do you think you care about whether the refugees and the mundane soldiers survive? Why are you risking yourself to help them?" Sunny scratched the back of his head. "That, I am actually not too sure myself. Maybe it's pride. These people are under my protection, so their deaths would demonstrate my incompetence. Makes sense. It is weird, though. I never really claimed to have something as useless as pride." The old man looked at him with a strange expression, then shook his head. "Do you want to know what I think?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Professor Obel smiled. "One think that you are giving yourself too little credit, young man." Sunny stared at him in confusion. What is that supposed to mean?" The old man chuckled. Don't mind me. It's just an old man's rumblings. Maybe you'll understand when you're my age. Until then, please keep caring for these poor people, stupid as it might seem. There's this one truth that I've learned after long decades, you see. Humanity would have never survived without a bit of stupidity. Chapter 965, New Plan. The news Sunny's people brought from the dream realm were both disturbing and ominous. There was a wealth of updates on the state of affairs in Antarctica, but all of it was overshadowed by one simple fact. Army Command was seemingly unaware that Erebus Field had been wiped off the map. They knew that something had happened, but it was the members of his cohort who brought the first-hand account of the devastation to the dream realm, prompting an intense reaction. That did not bode well for Sunny. Either the siege capital had been destroyed very recently, or the First Army was in much worse shape than he had thought. In any case, the situation meant that the validity of all information received from Army Command had to be taken with a grain of salt from now on. Things were changing too fast for their compromised communication network to keep up. It was just as well. He had already decided to proceed to Falcon Scott, bypassing the less impregnable siege capitals. It was going to be their eventual destination. Regardless, that much was clear. It seemed that the situation in East Antarctica was not as dire as the utter disaster of the Antarctic Center, which had much fewer soldiers and less resources allocated to it due to the smaller territory and population, but was being hit by the chain of nightmares much harder. For some reason, as a result, the previous plan was scrapped and hastily replaced with a new one. The incoming naval convoys were going to be redirected to start ferrying the civilian population and the army contingent over the strait to the larger and better protected eastern landmass. Falcon Scott would become the staging ground for the relocation, as well as humanity's last stronghold in the region. The First Army was abandoning the Antarctic Center entirely. So there was no point in seeking shelter in any other siege capital, even if some of them could still be holding out. All divisions were going to retreat to Falcon Scott eventually, anyway, taking the civilians with them. Sunny sighed. Sounds like a plan. A plan that could very well end in disaster, but a solid one nevertheless. Army Command was not entirely clueless. Master Jet had to have known about Erebus Field to send her Crow after him, after all, so it was not like the entire leadership was compromised. It was just that there were gaps in the flow of information between the headquarters and the people on the front lines, which was detrimental, but inevitable for as long as the winter beast still lived. As much as it pained Sunny to admit it, everyone was doing their best in a terrible situation. There was no one to blame. It was just that he personally had the misfortune of finding himself on the more dreadful end of the terribleness spectrum, as far as circumstances were concerned. Damn it. Shaking his head, he climbed on the roof of the Rhino and silently observed the flurry of activity inside the resupply station. Everyone was busy. Even the refugees were helping load cargo into the vehicles Sergeant Gier had chosen to commandeer. The Crow flew off its perch under the ceiling and landed near him, snuggling close to stare at the humans together. Sunny glanced at the blackbird incredulously. "What do you think? Will we make it?" The small monster glanced at him in confusion and caught a couple of times. Sunny scoffed. "Figures, you're just an echo. Oh, what do I call you anyway?" The bird tilted its head. "CRRO, CRRO," Sunny smiled. "Your name is Crow Crow? Huh. Well, I'll just call you Crow, if you don't mind." The bird stared at him for a few moments, then cawed and flew away. Shaking his head, Sunny shifted his perception and concentrated on the view of the outside. One of his shadows remained there to watch the approach to the depot, hiding in the darkness. The ash was still falling from the sky, obscuring the stars and the crimson flames of the aurora. Black soot was marring the white surface of the snow, turning it into a dirty gray sludge. The silhouettes of the nearby mountains were outlined by the red glow that emanated from the sea of lava, making the whole landscape seem eerie and infernal. "This entire continent is way too weird. It's like I never left the dream realm." As Sunny thought that, a slight movement attracted his attention. Soon, a flicker of light appeared in the distance, and then a whole river of them showed itself from behind the cold slopes. The stream of light flowed down the mountain road, heading straight for the entrance to the supply depot. His face fell. Ah, not again. Out there in the ashen wilderness, a large column of battered vehicles was rolling down the road, escorted by scores of disheveled soldiers. Some were on foot, some moved with the help of powered exoskeleton armor suits, aiming into the darkness with their high-caliber rifles. The haunted expressions, the lightless eyes, the faces of frightened refugees behind the cracked windows of makeshift transports. All of it was too familiar. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Those would be the survivors of Erebus Field, then. With an exasperated sigh, he shook his head and then jumped off the roof of the Rhino. Outside the underground depot, a long column of vehicles had come to a halt. The soldiers were running to assume defensive positions, and their leaders were barking orders to get them moving faster. In front of the locked blast doors, several people stood with tired expressions on their faces. One of them, an awakened woman in a tattered robe, was cursing as she placed her hand on the security panel over and over again. The mechanical voice was not amused. Lou, Lieutenant Karen, verified, insufficient clearance. Access denied. Got him it. The woman slammed her fist into the panel, then glanced at one of the other officers near her. After a few seconds of somber silence, she asked, "Do you think one of you guys can hack it, or are we going to have to blow through this damned gate?" The man hesitated for a while, then opened his mouth to say something. Before he could, however, there was a reverberating hum, and the blast doors suddenly slid to the sides, revealing the entrance of a dark tunnel. And a very pale, very ominous-looking young man in black garments standing there with a strange, eerily calm expression on his face. "I would appreciate it if you don't try to blow up my gate, actually." The awakened woman jumped back with a yelp and outstretched one hand to summon a weapon. What the hell are you?" The pale stranger tilted his head a little and stared at her with his cold, dark eyes. "Master Sunless, 1st Irregular Company." With that, he looked past the officers at the long column of vehicles behind them. Suddenly, the young man's face grew a little lively. The awakened woman let out a relieved sigh. "Oh, you're human. Wait, Master?" Glancing back at her, the young man suddenly smiled. "Say, you wouldn't happen to have a few MRW pilots in that convoy of yours, would you?" Chapter 966, Reinforcements. The new arrivals did, indeed, turn out to be one of the splinter groups of the Erebus Field survivors. There were many more people in their caravan than in Sonny's caravan, but none of the soldiers held a higher military rank than him, the most senior officer among them being an awakened lieutenant named Karen. Needless to say, there were no masters among them either. So, ironically, he ended up being in charge again. Sonny had been responsible for 6 awakened and 2 civilians after leaving IO-49, which suited him fine. Then, more than 300 refugees and several dozens of mundane soldiers joined them. Those numbers seemed like a joke now. After the Erebus Field survivors joined his group, Sonny found himself in command of a significantly larger force. There were more than 4,000 civilians currently sheltered in the crowded resupply station, as well as 500 mundane soldiers. As well as 4 new sleepers. Sonny sent the latter to their nameless counterpart, placing the young man in charge. The guy had turned out to be quite resourceful, and Bell's mentorship seemed to be bearing fruit. Not to mention that his core was close to being saturated already. In the end, there were now 3 full awakened cohorts, and a half under Sonny's command. There were also 12 powerful MRWs being piloted by mundane specialists and more than enough powered armor suits for the soldiers, which drastically increased the caravan's defensive ability. The vast supply reserves of the underground station suddenly did not look so inexhaustible anymore. "Ah, this is going to be a headache." Studying the crowded depot, Sonny grimaced. The increase in power, and in the number of tools at his disposal, was welcome, but he would have to rethink his entire strategy as to how to traverse the 2,000 kilometers separating them from Falcon Scott. Before, Sonny had mostly put his efforts into avoiding combat engagements, meticulously circumventing nightmare creatures and only attacking those swarms that could not be bypassed. But with a caravan this large, that was not an option anymore. There was just no way to perfectly hide so many people. Luckily, the caliber of threats they could take on also increased. With several cohorts of awakened and a small army under his command, Sonny would be able to simply roll over many swarms, maybe even cut a path through the weaker hordes of abominations. But all of that required a lot of mental adjustment and even more work for his shadows. His map would also have to be updated to account for the changes in the caravan's composition. Oh, well, no sleep for me today, it seems. Walking toward the rhino with a slightly exasperated expression, Sonny couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of the conversations the new arrivals were having with the members of the initial convoy. "I don't think any of us can survive." "What's that?" "Cheer up, man. The devil himself is with us, so who can be against us?" "Oh, so it's that Master Sunless? No wonder the name sounded familiar. I heard about him, even though he was assigned to a different division. Still, what can one man do? Damn. What can't he do? I swear to the dead gods, I saw him kill 100 nightmare creatures with a single arrow once. There was also this one time when he summoned a whole damn bridge out of thin air for us to cross a canyon." Hell, the man fought a titan to a stalemate just yesterday. Actually, I am not even sure that it was a stalemate. All I know is that the captain came back, but the titan did not. A corner of Sonny's mouth twisted up a little. His people were surely fond of embellishing his deeds, but he was not going to intervene. At this point, anything that raised morale of the troops was a good thing, even if it was not entirely based in truth. He climbed into the rhino and walked to the command suite, studying the new faces among the usual participants of strategic meetings. Sonny already knew awakened Karen, but the two mundane officers she brought for debriefing were strangers. Let's start. What he wanted to know first was how Erebus Field had fallen. The truth turned out to be as disturbing as Sonny had thought. As he had suspected, the city had been destroyed very recently. In fact, it had just happened 2 days ago, around the time he and his people were deciding to try their luck by charging the coastal highway. The main culprit of the disaster was also familiar. It was none other than his good friend Goliath. Damned bastard. After missing for the better half of 2 months, the stone giant had suddenly emerged from within Mount Erebus, breaking through one of its slopes and causing a whole side of the volcano to collapse. The resulting conflagration and the flood of lava had little chance of destroying a city that had been well fortified against exactly such an event, even if on a smaller scale. However, that was before the towering colossus smashed through the city defenses, destroying the grandiose magma barriers, drain vents, and most other contingencies the government had put in place. With the perimeter of the siege capital breached a titan rampaging on its periphery. Rivers of lava flowing through the broken barriers and hordes of nightmare creatures, using the chance to get inside there, had been nothing that the 1st Army Division stationed at Erebus Field could do to stop the cataclysmic assault. The few masters of the accompanying awakened force had joined forces to stall Goliath for as long as they could while the soldiers desperately tried to evacuate the civilians. That was probably where Davis and his cohort of irregulars had perished. Lieutenant Karen did not know how many people had made it out of that hell in the end, but judging by her expression, it was probably much less than the total population of the city. The last thing she had witnessed before leading the caravan away was the colossal figure of Goliath, turned incandescent from bathing in the molten lava, plunging into the ocean and disappearing under the dark waves, from where the Titan had emerged the next day to attack Sonny's convoy. After Karen was finished speaking, a somber silence settled inside the rhino. No one knew what exactly to say. Eventually, Sonny sighed, their nightmare is over. Chapter 967, Smooth Ride. 2 days later, they abandoned the resupply station. The underground depot was left almost empty, since Sonny had decided to take everything they could on the road. Not all the vehicles were loaded to capacity, but even if there was just a driver and a shooter inside, every last one was commandeered and put to good use. Only the discarded civilian transports and those of the Erebus Field vehicles that were too damaged to remain reliable were left behind. Nightmare, Abomination, and Blackie moved at the front of the caravan, serving as its vanguard. The Rhino was still at the head, but it was now flanked by 2 lumbering MRWs, both of them constantly scanning the surroundings with their high-tech optical arrays. Behind them, the long column of vehicles stretched for more than a kilometer on the mountain road. The remaining 10 MRWs and 24 awakened were spread along its length, meant to protect the caravan in case of an attack from the flanks. Most of the vehicles were armed, and there were personnel carriers with full companies of mechanized infantry placed strategically among the refugee transports. All in all, the caravan looked like a big, delicious target for nightmare creatures, but also one that would be extremely hard to swallow. I'd like to see the bastards try. Actually, scratch that, I'd rather not. Sonny was positioned on the roof of the Rhino, wearing his military coat over the mantle of the underworld. With the elemental resistance of the onyx armor and the memory of ice slotted into it, he was more or less immune to mundane cold, so the chilling nature of the polar night was not bothering him too much. The falling ash, though, was still irritating. Hopefully, they would leave the area near Mount Erebus soon. The wind was blowing in the other direction, which not only moved the clouds of ash away from the caravan, but would also make it harder for those nightmare creatures that relied on their sense of smell to detect the approaching humans far in advance. Still, he had no illusions that theirs would be a smooth ride. Luckily, Sunny was extremely well suited to serve as a guide. Lai had updated his map with as many details as he could and planned multiple suitable routes for the caravan. With his shadows scouting ahead and the crow keeping an eye out for hidden threats from high above, he was as informed about the surrounding area and the enemy movements as anyone could be. The shadows scouted most enemies long before the long column of vehicles approached, and the black bird with its magical eyes was able to notice anything that they missed. The combination was extremely effective. Information was the lifeblood of warfare, so Sunny had a considerable advantage. He was going to use it well to navigate the treacherous expanse of the Antarctic center and reach Falcon Scott unscathed. His task had grown much harder because of the sheer size of the caravan. But on the other hand, the land they were traversing was also different from the complicated network of decrepit old roads in the south. The infrastructure between Erebus Field and the northern parts of the landmass had indeed been much more developed, and then expanded on by the First Army in the recent months to boot. Plus, they were moving away from the area that had been affected by the earthquake the most, so there were fewer signs of destruction and obstacles on their path the further north the caravan drove. The roads were wider and better preserved. The terrain was less rugged. It was not as flat and straight as the coastal highway, of course, but Sunny felt reluctant to return to the ocean just yet. Even if he did, it would only be to bypass an especially difficult region and then swiftly return to the mountains. Or not at all. At first, there were not too many nightmare creatures in the way, most of them that had been in the immediate area probably migrated to the ruins of Erebus Field and were yet to return. What little resistance the caravan did meet was promptly obliterated by the irregulars and Karens awakened. For the first day or so, the MRWs did not even have to fire a single shot. The next one brought more enemies with it, however. The caravan did not stop, with drivers working in shifts to keep it moving, so the destroyed city was now far behind them. Here, the abominations ran free, and plenty of them caught the scent of the large group of refugees. Swarm after swarm assaulted the column of vehicles, shattering against its defenses. The devastating barrage of bullets tore them apart, accompanied by arrows and magical projectiles tossed by the awakened. The MRWs let their monstrous Gatling guns and heavy mass drivers cut large swaths through the mass of abominations, sending swarms of explosive missiles flying from the mounted launchers from time to time. If the nightmare creatures got too close, destructive flamethrowers and awakened fighters made short work of them. If there were fallen or corrupted abominations among the swarms, Sunny and Nightmare charged forward before the creatures could do any harm to the refugees. With Sergeant Gier running logistics and organizing the mundane soldiers, Lieutenant Karen commanding most of the awakened, and Bate caring for the needs of the civilians. That was pretty much all he had to do. Dealing with various powers nightmare creatures possessed was a bit challenging, but mostly, Sunny found himself unexpectedly free, which was good since he had plenty of time to address his tasks as the strategist and guide of the caravan, but still. Weird, am I actually? A little bored? Looking at the remains of another swarm that the column had all but rolled over, Sunny scratched the back of his head. I knew, of course, that this rate of progress would not continue indefinitely. In fact, they were bound to get bloodied as soon as he failed to lead the caravan past a real horde of nightmare creatures, which was getting harder and harder to do. That had not happened yet, though. Am I suddenly very lucky, or have my luck just been really terrible up until now? Sunny pondered about it for a few moments and decided that it was probably both. The question was, how long would the stretch of good fortune last? Chapter 968, Shifting Scales. A few more days passed in the clamor of firing armaments and frenzied howls of dying nightmare creatures. The dark landscape of the Antarctic center flowed past the incessantly moving caravan, with the starlight and the undulating visage of Aurora Australis finally appearing from behind the clouds of ash, only to be devoured by the veil of snow. The blizzard was picking up again, making Sunny wonder if he was going to meet the second titan raging in the region. He was not very enthused to make its acquaintance, to say the least. The journey was a strange one. Sunny was used to things going south fast, but the situation of the caravan was very different. Instead of something dreadful and devastating happening all at once, their circumstances were growing slightly more dire with every hour, bringing them closer to annihilation little by little. The confident pace the caravan had established after leaving the resupply station was long gone. Instead of rare skirmishes with weak swarms of nightmare creatures, they were now embroiled in a nearly unstoppable battle, with the sea abominations flooding the northern reaches of the Antarctic center. The pressure on the awakened and the MRW pilots had increased tremendously, and the infantrymen had to bloody their bayonets on more than one occasion already. Worst of all was the inescapable corrosion that the multitude of gates were exerting on their tech. The military vehicles were shielded from the detrimental effects of the call to some degree, but very few had the same rare and expensive modifications as the Rhino had. They were managing for now, but there was no telling how long it would last. The problems were mounting. The casualties were mounting, too. During the harrowing push to Erebus Field, Sunny had lost only a handful of people to the vagaries of the spell and the deadly crucible of battle. Their losses were few enough to consider each one a poignant event. It was not so much for the current step of the journey. The caravan had grown too much, and the combat engagements they had to fight were too frequent and intensive to avoid losing soldiers. The attrition rate was not terrible, and in fact remained admirably low, but it seemed that every time Jir contacted him to give an update on the state of the column, more names had to be added to the list. Sunny was strangely bothered by it. He had thought that with the drastic increase in numbers, the loss of individual soldiers would not affect him too much, especially if the casualties were below expected. He had also thought that he would eventually grow numb to the news of people under his command dying. But he had not. The more of his soldiers died, no matter how few, the more bitter and angry he felt. However, the most powerful emotion he experienced was rather unexpected: indignation. Sunny felt indignant about the fact that he was forced to watch good men and women die, to see mundane humans putting their lives on the line to protect the defenseless refugees. All the while, the truly powerful ones were nowhere to be seen, embroiled into their own internal strife. Damned bastards. Maybe he wasn't cut to be a leader, after all. That was not to say that Sunny was ineffective. On the contrary, he was doing a good job of leading the caravan and pretending to be an intrepid commander. However, it was all alien to him. It was something he was doing because the circumstances had forced him to, not because he wished to play that role. Living alone in the dark had been much more comfortable. Ah, good old times. There was another strange thing about the caravan's advance north, something that Sunny should have expected but nevertheless failed to account for. Despite the slow attrition, the number of people under his command was not reducing. Instead, it was growing. Ballooning, even. The further they drove, the larger the caravan became. There were other large groups of people who had escaped from Erebus Field, squads of soldiers that had lost contact with Army Command due to the blizzard, and evacuation convoys that had gotten stuck in a limbo after their destination was destroyed. All of them were happy to see a well-organized force moving north, especially since it was led by a master. So, they joined the caravan. Sunny could not really turn the stragglers away, and at that point, there was no point to. So, the 4,000 refugees under his protection turned to 5, then 6, and then 12. The 500 soldiers turned into more than 1,000. The 3 cohorts of awakened swelled to 7, and there were now 2 auxiliary sleeper cohorts instead of 1. There were many more vehicles, too. The bloated caravan stretched for 2 kilometers now and showed no signs of stopping the rapid expansion. Looking at it, Sunny couldn't help but shake his head. That's just a recipe for disaster. At this rate, he was going to end up leading a whole division by the time they reached Falcon Scott, if they reached it. Hopefully, he would stumble on a colonel or 2 and push the command responsibility on them soon. If the colonel was not an idiot, of course. Sunny had just finished dealing with a very nasty fallen demon laying in ambush in the path of the caravan, and returned to the head of the column. As soon as he appeared from the shadows on the roof of the rhino, the crow flew down and perched on his shoulder, his feathers ruffled and covered with snowflakes. He glanced at the miserable bird and sighed. "What? Did you see something?" The small monster bobbed its head. CRRO saw. Sunny waited for the crow to continue, knowing that it had to be bad for the echo to seek him out. The flying monster caught again, moored, horde. With that, the bird turned its head and pointed its beak in a certain direction. Curse it. There was a horde of nightmare creatures ahead, one that the crow did not know how to avoid. Finally, Sunny's fears had come true. He hurriedly sent the shadow that was closest to the direction where the echo was pointing to forward. It had already been scouting far ahead, but apparently not far enough. Soon, Sunny's eyes narrowed. There was indeed a vast horde of abominations, and bypassing it was out of the question. Well, unless he used the coastal highway, of course. In that case, the caravan would have a chance of skirting the sea of abominations unmolested. A slim chance, at that. They would also be risking a meeting with something even worse. Damnation. Chapter 969, Gifts of the Shore. Sunny's shadow swiftly glided through the darkness, climbing the steep slopes above the vast river of nightmare creatures. Sunny was trying to gauge the true size of the horde, but no matter how hard he looked, there was simply no end to it. All kinds of abominations were gathered in a tremendous mob which spilled over the cliffs, undulating and crawling over the landscape. The horde was stretched into a long line, moving from east to west, toward the coast. The width of it was somewhat bearable, making the thought of trying to cut through the mass of nightmare creatures appear tentatively in his mind. However, the length of the horde was simply too oppressive. The caravan was very large now, and even if Sunny managed to create a breach in the river of monsters, not all vehicles would be able to pass through before a tide of abominations ripped them apart. It was still an option, though. He had to think strategically. To the east, the horde stretched for as fast as his shadow could see. To the west, there was still some space between the front ranks of the mob of nightmare creatures and the coastal highway. If the column of vehicles sped up while the abominations maintained their pace, there was a good chance that they would narrowly miss each other. If not, the caravan would be caught between the horde and the ocean, potentially suffering even more casualties. That was not even considering that something could attack them from the water as well. Sunny sighed. Crap. The first option all but guaranteed that people would die, but had a lower damage ceiling. The second promised a small chance that no one would be killed at all, but had the potential to turn really disastrous if things went wrong. He hesitated for a few moments, then contacted Jeer. Yes, Captain. Sunny gritted his teeth. There's a horde of nightmare creatures ahead. Full forward, and we will be taking a detour via the highway. Inform everyone to prepare for a tough battle. There, the decision had been made. Sunny was not happy with it, but at least the caravan stood a chance of escaping unscathed. He was not ready to callously send people to die yet, even if it meant risking a more dire result. At the end of it, Sunny would know that he at least tried. Following his orders, Luster sent the rhino flying forward. Their MWP escorts strained to keep up, but eventually adjusted to the increased pace. The military vehicles comprising the caravan followed suit, and soon, the whole column was moving forward at a reckless speed. Do not break. Sunny stared back, hoping that nothing would go wrong. If a vehicle broke down in the middle of the charge, there would be no saving its passengers. A faulty transport could also potentially slow down everyone behind it, which would be a complete disaster. However, the fewer number of gates along the coast was one of the reasons he had chosen the second option. So if anything, leaving the mountains for a bit should only lessen the probability of a serious malfunction. The rhino maneuvered to a branching road and led the caravan east, descending toward the highway. As they approached it, Sunny tensely observed the horde and tried to calculate if they were going to make it past the advancing mob of abominations before it reached the coast. For now, it seemed that there was still a narrow window of opportunity. But then, as soon as they reached the highway, that window was gone. For some reason, the front ranks of the horde suddenly went into a frenzy and rushed forward. with the rest of the mob soon following in an avalanche of flesh. Sonny was sure that the nightmare creatures could not have sensed the caravan yet, so he did not know why their behavior changed so abruptly. It was as though something on the coast was pulling the abominations toward it. In any case, with the horde moving much faster now, any chance of passing by without a battle the column might have had were gone. They would have to fight their way through in the end. Curses. At least the caravan was only going to be assaulted from one side. Their left flank would be protected by the ocean, precarious as it might sound. What the hell spooked these bastards? Looking forward to see the first abominations spilling onto the highway some distance away, Sonny froze for a moment. Oh, out there ahead of them, laying on the shore like a mountain of white flesh, the corpse of a colossal abomination towered above the highway. It looked like a monstrous jellyfish of mind-boggling proportions, some of its lifeless tentacles stretching for hundreds of meters into the dark water. The strange, transparent flesh of the dead dweller of the depths was torn and scorched, with large chunks of it missing. Strange organs could be seen beneath it, and a lake of freezing slime covered a long stretch of the highway around it. Something had thoroughly savaged the terrifying creature and then left without devouring its prey. And now, the horde of nightmare creatures was rushing to finish the job. As Sonny watched, the tide of abominations flowed over the highway. The first ranks sunk their fangs into the dead horror with rabid hunger, followed by 100 other creatures the next second. The appalling corpse was giant, but not giant enough to satiate them all. Soon, the slower nightmare creatures reached the coast, ruthlessly tearing at the bodies of their feasting brethren to reach the succulent white flesh. They crawled over the towering jellyfish like ants, slowly eviscerating its upper layers. And behind them, countless more were already flowing down the mountain slopes. Sonny gripped his bow, knowing the caravan would have to fight their way through that dreadful barrier of monstrous bodies soon. Actually, a few stragglers were already close enough for Samara to start firing her rifle. Looking at the approaching scene of morbid carnage, Sonny felt a chill run down his spine. It's all right, we can still pull through this. That was what he thought. At least until eerie flashes of crimson light ignited in the haze of the blizzard to his left, far in the ocean. An enormous, gargantuan shape was moving through the waves, getting closer to the shore. Chapter 970, Hellfire. As the caravan approached the spilling horde of nightmare creatures, Sonny readied himself for battle and feverishly tried to come up with a way, any way, to save the lives of as many people as he could. However, no matter how much he thought about it, there was just no solution. Many souls were going to be lost today, and the best he could accomplish was to make sure that those who were dying were the soldiers and not the refugees. He knew that the caravan would be able to break through the horde of abominations eventually, but he also knew that at least several vehicles, as well as scores of his soldiers, would perish in the process. Hundreds, if not thousands of humans were going to die today. His gamble did not pay off. Sonny felt a bit resentful about that. With a sigh, he summoned the helmet of the mantle of the underworld and raised Morgan's warbow. It was at that moment that eerie crimson lights flashed through the haze of the blizzard, followed by a scattering of small sparks. He froze and looked to his left, at the dark expanse of the ocean that was obscured by the veil of snow. Out there, something inconceivably gargantuan was hiding, its enormous shape only revealed by the hazy flashes of crimson light. What? In the next moment, a deafening roar assaulted his ears, and then, something that he had never expected happened. Ahead of the convoy, the mass of nightmare creatures were suddenly torn apart by a series of earth-shattering explosions. Bits of concrete, flesh, and bone flew into the air, creating a cloud of red fog. A moment later, flowers of angry red flame bloomed on the slope of the mountain, obliterating even more abominations. The whole world trembled. Sonny's eyes widened as he swiftly looked back at the ocean. The wall of the blizzard had been unmade as well. And although the breach in the snowstorm was already closing, he still managed to catch a glimpse of the source of all that carnage. The gargantuan shape drifting on the waves was a massive, battered battleship. He thought he even recognized the lines of its mangled alloy hull. The vessel was strangely slanted, one of its sides resting much lower than the other one, the deck railings almost touching the water. Its hull was marred by terrible scars and breached in many places, with some of the holes being large enough for the rhino to drive through, and was just what remained above the surface. The bow of the ship seemed shattered and deformed. It was a mystery how the vessel remained afloat, and yet it was still capable of firing its armaments. The crimson light Sunny had seen were the batteries of starboard cannons unleashing hell, and the scattering of sparks was the salvo of missiles being launched from their nests. As Sunny watched, the ghostly battleship fired another barrage of heavy explosive rounds at the horde of nightmare creatures, this time aiming entirely at the slopes of the mountains. He blinked. I'll be damned, did they really receive reinforcements? Sunny did not know where the wrecked vessel had come from, but he was not going to waste this opportunity. The intention of the unknown captain was clear. The first salvo somewhat cleared the highway, and the second one overshot it by a good degree, slamming into the mountain slope and obliterating a large swath of advancing nightmare creatures, cutting off those who still remained on the road from the rest of the horde, for now, while simultaneously opening a path for the caravan. That was his chance. Silently thanking the daredevil who had used the sinking ship to come to their rescue, Sunny drew his bow and sent the strike of thunder flying forward. A moment later, it hit the mountain of white flesh, electrocuting scores of abominations that had been fighting to devour the giant jellyfish just a few moments before. All forward units, attack! The MWPs running beside the rhino simultaneously raised their bulky hands and opened fire. Their accuracy while on the move was not too great, but that was not important when massive Gatling guns were involved. Streams of heavy rounds whipped across the surviving nightmare creatures, ripping many to shreds. A moment later, 2 swarms of missiles shot from the shoulders of the lumbering machines, adding to the chaos. From somewhere further behind, heavy-duty mass drivers joined the fray, with the turrets of the assault vehicles soon following. The front of the caravan had once again formed into a wedge to open lines of fire for more attackers. Only this time, there were many more vehicles, awakened, and war platforms shooting. The already thinned front rows of the mass of nightmare creatures covering the highway were all but erased from existence by their onslaught. A moment later, the rhino plowed into the remaining stragglers, painting itself with red. Sunny sent several arrows flying, and then dismissed his bow, summoning the cruel sight instead. As soon as he saw the APC clear the stretch of the road obstructed by the horde, he stepped through the shadows and appeared in the thick of the enemies descending from the mountains. Even though most of them were being destroyed by the continuous barrage from the mangled battleship, many were still getting through. The cacophony of bestial howls, thunderous explosions, and roaring artillery strikes was shaking the world, but he did not let it distract him. Now that the head of the caravan had broken through the blockade, the battle was not over. On the contrary, it was just starting. They had to hold back the tide of monsters to let the whole column drive through the created corridor, and then stall the abominations to let it escape. Moving with practiced grace, he butchered a lunging monstrosity that resembled a wingless bat, and then crushed another creature's skull with the butt of his spear. The dying wish weaved itself into existence, summoning the ire of the frenzied horde upon him, but also inspiring his soldiers. One after another, the cohorts of the awakened joined Sunny in building a wall of sharp steel along the edge of the highway. The MWPs stood behind them, drowning the mountain slopes with hellfire unleashed by their flamethrowers. Several personnel carriers stopped, releasing companies of mechanized infantry, each soldier clad in an exoskeleton suit of powered armor and carrying a heavy rifle. In a matter of minutes, the safe corridor was secured. Now all they had to do was hold the line and show the abominations what the First Army was really made of. Devil is with us. Show them hell. Burn in fire, you wretches. Sunny was rather surprised by the enthusiasm the soldiers who had just recently joined his caravan were showing. Well, he was not going to complain. Maybe it was the effect of the dying wish, or maybe they just wanted to avenge Erebus Field and wash off the shame of defeat off their souls. Thrusting the cruel sight into the open maw of a fallen abomination, he suddenly felt a strange jolt run through the mantle of the underworld. Suddenly, the onyx armor felt slightly lighter. What is that about? Shaking off the weird feeling, he jerked the corpse of the nightmare creature off his spear's blade and looked around, searching another target. Chapter 971, Strategic Retreat. Sonny and his soldiers held back the abominations while the long column of vehicles drove through the cleared corridor. The pressure the horde was exerting on them was dire, but not impossible to overcome thanks to the artillery support from the mangled battleship. The awakened and the mundane soldiers worked together, aided by the lumbering MWPs and assault vehicles. Soon, the whole mountain slope was torn apart and enveloped in flames. An angry red glow spread through the blizzard, making it seem as though the snow itself was aflame, and the sounds of firing armaments, detonating explosives, and bestial howls fused into an ugly, deafening litany. The battleship grew quiet, and the rain of artillery shells stopped. Either the vessel had run out of ammunition, or the stress of sustaining the heavy barrage had turned out to be too much for its already failing hull, causing it to sustain even more damage. In any case, by that point, most of the caravan had managed to pass the advancing horde. With artillery bombardment gone and no killing field between them and the highway anymore, a flood of nightmare creatures rushed forward, aiming to slam into the defensive line of humans and rip them apart. That was when Sonny finally utilized shadow manifestation. He had not used it before in order to conserve essence for this exact moment, but now there was no point in holding back anything anymore. Rows of dark spikes rose from the ground, obstructing the advance of the abominations and forcing some to impale themselves on their sharp tips. Pushed from behind by the frenzied mob, more were run through, perishing right there and then. Others were simply slowed down. The spikes were soon destroyed, but their job was already done. The momentum of the horde was stalled, and the MWPs were able to create a wall of fire in its way. A few moments later, burning monsters burst through the flames, lunging at the defensive line with rabid rage. They were met by sharp steel and a rain of bullets. "Hold, we are not done yet." Following his command, the soldiers held. The awakened were burning through their essence, while the mundane fighters were exhausting their ammunition, but they held. 1 minute, then 2. Finally, the last of the vehicles drove past and disappeared into the haze of the snowstorm. Sonny let out a relieved sigh. The battle was not over yet, but at least the refugees were safe. Infantry, retreat. Pulling out of the furious engagement was not an easy task and had to be done in stages. First, the mundane soldiers orderly retreated, loading into the personnel carriers. After the massive vehicles drove off, the weakened defensive line shifted, slowly moving back. As they did, the MWPs fired clusters of remote-controlled landmines, leaving hundreds of them in the wake of the retreating human force. Once enough of the pushing nightmare creatures entered the blast zone, the mines detonated, momentarily shaking the world. The defenders used that moment to abandon the battle. The awakened jumped onto the roofs of waiting vehicles, which then sped away. The MWPs followed, turning their torsos 180 degrees to continue firing back as they ran. Sonny was left alone to face the wrath of the bloodied horde. Well, not quite. Nightmare emerged from the shadows with fury and bloodlust burning in his crimson eyes. Looking at the approaching tide of abominations, Sonny smiled coldly. "Come at us, bastards." The shadows surged around him, shooting forward like dark chains. He used the chains and walls of shadows to funnel the nightmare creatures, killing and maiming as many as he could with his spear. Nightmare rampaged in their midst, too swift to be caught and brought down. At least for now. But then again, they were not going to linger for long. All Sonny had to do was buy his soldiers time to put some distance between themselves and the enemy. Soon, all his defenses were obliterated, and it seemed like he and his shadow were going to be overwhelmed in mere moments. That was when both of them turned into incorporeal shadows nightmare creatures behind. Now, the battle was truly finished. What was especially great about its conclusion and a pleasant surprise to Sonny was that while some abominations lunged in pursuit of the caravan, most remained, seemingly more interested in the carcass of the monstrous jellyfish and the corpses of their own slain brethren. It seemed that the caravan had managed to escape. Thank the gods, A minute later, Sunny and Nightmare emerged from the highway, soon catching up to the retreating soldiers. The caravan was still out of sight, hidden behind the wall of snow, but they would rejoin the main column soon in cases like these. The forward force was meant to slow down so as not to leave itself without sufficient protection for too long. Sunny ordered his steed to get close to the rearmost vehicle and looked at Samara, who was unsurprisingly sitting on its roof. With her red hair dancing in the wind, she was aiming her rifle back, firing a shot into the blizzard from time to time. "How are you on essence?" Samara glanced at him briefly, then smiled. With a nod, he jumped up, placing his feet on the saddle, then leaped over to the roof of the vehicles and settled next to his sharpshooter. Sunny was confident in his riding skill, but not confident enough to try sitting on Nightmare backwards and shooting his bow. As Morgan's warbow started weaving itself from scarlet sparks, Sunny lingered for a moment and then summoned the runes. "That strange jolt I felt at the start of the battle. Don't tell me, did I finally fulfill the requirements of the mantle of the underworld?" Chapter 972, Soulbound. Sunny zoned out for a little, not paying attention to Samara and the MWPs discharging their weapons from time to pick off the most stubborn of the pursuers. The rate of their fire was slowing down, anyway, meaning that the bulk of abominations had either fallen behind or were already killed. The Prince of the Underworld enchantment and its dreadful counter of vanquished foes. Gods, he had been stuck with that thing for so long. Despite the fact that Sunny had inherited the onyx armor with some of it already filled, it still took him years to accumulate 6,000 victories. Come to think of it, the whole mongrel debacle had happened because of his desire to increase the number on the counter somewhat. "T can't believe I've finally done it." Curious to see what changed, Sunny looked at the runes. He was a bit tense. After all the description of the Prince of the Underworld, only said that the armor would be growing stronger the more foes he vanquished. And it had, over the years, the cost of keeping its active enchantments running had diminished slightly, and their effects had become a little more pronounced. The description said nothing about the mantle receiving an upgrade after the counter was filled. That was just his assumption. Come on. Concentrating on the name of the memory, he read, "Memory, Mantle of the Underworld. Memory rank ascended. Memory tier, VII. Oh, the mantle seemed to have grown from a tier 6 memory to a tier 7 one. That was not bad, but it did leave Sunny a little disappointed. He had hoped that it would increase in rank instead. He sighed, then continued to study the runes, turning his attention to the enchantments. The Living Stone, Feather of Truth, Stalwart, and Underworld Armament enchantments remained exactly the same. None of them received any enhancements. The Prince of the Underworld had not changed either, except for the fact that the counter now showed a pleasant 6,000/6,000 as the number of vanquished foes. There was a new enchantment at the end of the list, though, Soulbound Relic. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Huh. Suddenly excited, he concentrated on the enchantment to read its description. The description, however, left him largely confused. It did not provide any information about what a soulbound relic was or what powers that title entailed. Instead, the shimmering runes simply stated, "Bind the relic?" He was probably supposed to answer yes or no. However, Sunny lingered. He had no idea what binding the mantle of the underworld to his soul meant and how it would change the onyx armor. Or his soul, for that matter. Of course, the effect was most likely meant to be beneficial, since it was a reward for achieving an amazing feat. The spell often had a very strange notion of what beneficial meant, though, which did not always coincide with what a person would consider advantageous. He knew that from his own aspect, for example. Its innate ability, Shadow Bond, had become the bane of his existence, and yet the spell clearly thought of it as a precious boon. Further still, the mantle of the underworld was not even the spell's creation. Rather, it was a memory of an artifact created by Nether, the Demon of Destiny, most likely for one of his stone children. Sunny suspected that it had once belonged to the Stranger, one of the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore, who had been of Saint's tribe and possibly her previous lord. So, what would actually happen if he bound that artifact to his soul? He hesitated for a while, then dismissed the runes. not because he had decided against activating the new enchantment, but rather because his shadows had noticed something strange on the road ahead, the tail of the caravan. The caravan, for whatever reason, had stopped. Damn it. That was outside the scope of the action plan he had established. Luster was not supposed to stop the rhino unless something truly drastic happened. Sunny, soul-bound or not, jumped off the vehicle, turned into a shadow, and glided to the front of the caravan. Returning to his human form near the rhino, Sunny dismissed the helmet of the mantle and headed toward the welcoming party. I should really thank whoever it was in charge of that battleship. They saved our skin back there. As he neared the small crowd, he heard a pleasant but strained voice asking a question. "Your commanding officer, then?" One of the soldiers responded. "Oh, that would be the devil. I mean captain." The representative of the ship interrupted him, sounding surprised and a little tense. "Your commanding officer is a devil?" The soldier grunted. "Not a devil, the devil, but don't worry, sir, it's just a nickname, I think." At that moment, Sunny finally reached them and saw the speaker. His eyes widened a little. Tall, handsome, with black hair, and eyes of an unusual, beautiful indigo color. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. It's Neve. The Nightwalker seemed a bit ragged and worse for wear, but it was unmistakably Master Neve of the House of Night, his temporary pal. Hearing Sunny's voice, Neve looked away from the soldier he had been talking with, then lowered his gaze a little and smiled in surprise. "Sunless. Wait, is it really you? How are you here?" Sunny coughed awkwardly, then glanced at the talkative soldier with murder in his eyes. "Ah, that's me actually. I'm the devil, in charge of delivering these fools from hell." Chapter 973, Mutual Rescue. Neve stared at him in bewilderment for a few moments, then glanced at the column of military vehicles that stretched far. "You are the commanding officer? Things must have changed then. Not that I'm complaining. It's actually great to see a familiar face. I just thought that you were supposed to be in charge of a single cohort of elite awakened." Sunny sighed. "Yeah, well, the situation is a mess, so I ended up being in charge of an entire battalion instead, as well as around 12,000 refugees. Anyway, thanks for the rescue. I really owe you one, Neve. That battle could have turned ugly without your ship's support." He studied the gargantuan shape of the beached vessel, finally recognizing it as the battleship that had delivered his cohort to Antarctica several months ago. Or what was left of it, rather. Ah, yes, the rescue. Truth be told, it is us who need to be rescued. As you can see, the ship is not exactly in great shape, and the crew, the ones who are still alive, are not in any way prepared for a long land-bound march across Antarctica. We are only truly capable at sea, and even then. He glanced at the mangled remains of the fearsome vessel. Ah, the sea turned out to be more capable than us in the end. In any case, your caravan is pretty much our best hope. So, do you maybe have space in these vehicles for a few thousand shipwrecked sailors? Give or take. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then smiled. "Sure, no problem. That can be arranged. There's a lot of useful stuff left in those cargo holds, I assume. Come with me, and we can discuss the details. How the hell did your ship end up here anyway? Wasn't the convoy supposed to be coursing between Falcon Scott and the Northern Quadrant?" As it turned out, Neve's vessel was one of those that, like Ariadne, had been reassigned to patrol and relocation duty after the situation in the Antarctic Center worsened with the appearance of hostile Titans. His last orders were to scout and secure the stretch of the coastal highway between Erebus Field and the northern parts of the landmass, probably for the upcoming exodus of the First Army to Falcon Scott. Sadly, Erebus Field had been destroyed, and the battleship met an adversary that was a little bit too tough for it. In the end, they had managed to kill the monstrous jellyfish, whose corpse eventually washed up on the shore, but not before sustaining catastrophic damage. With no friendly port nearby, the vessel drifted along the coast for a while before encountering Sunny's caravan. Sunny spared Neve a grim look. "I was actually supposed to be evacuated from the southernmost tip of the region by a vessel called Ariadne. It was destroyed, too, leaving me stranded there. What was Army Command thinking, separating individual battleships from the convoy? Wasn't it obvious that it would be too dangerous for them to sail alone?" The tall Nightwalker sighed somberly. "Not as obvious as you might think. The coastal waters are not usually that dangerous when compared to the true deep sea, or at least they used to be safer. There were risks involved, of course, but that is a given when you are desperate. Still, we might have underestimated how much influence the chain of nightmare would exert on the ocean. Makes sense, I guess. Sonny was not surprised that Army Command had chosen to send the divisions spread across the Antarctic Center some naval support. Logistically, it was a risky, but somewhat necessary decision, considering that the winter beast had shut down the entire communication network across the landmass. And it was not like Neve's battleship had been immediately sunk. The fearsome vessel operated along the coast for close to 2 months before stumbling on the abominable jellyfish and suffering a Pyrrhic victory that led to its demise. If anything, Sonny was more surprised that the House of Night had agreed to play ball. Since when were the great clans so altruistic? That's a conversation for later. For now, both Neve and Sonny had a lot to do. The structure of the caravan had to be reorganized to make room for the surviving sailors. The sailors themselves had to disembark and reach land. The maimed battleship had to be scoured for anything that could be useful for the long journey to Falcon Scott. All of that required time, which meant that the column would remain static for a while. A proper defensive perimeter had to be established, guard duty shifts had to be set, refugees needed to be fed and cared for. Sonny might have as well given an order to make camp, but he was extremely reluctant to remain on the coast for an entire night. So all these things had to happen fast. Luckily, he was not the only master defending the caravan anymore. Even though most of Neve's powers seemed to have to do with water, he was still an ascended. More than that, he was an ascended from a great clan. The Nightwalker was an absolute elite among fighters, with long years of battle experience under his belt and a vast arsenal of powerful memories stored in his soul. Having someone like that by his side made Sonny feel much more confident in their chances of reaching Falcon Scott in one piece. But, coming back to a vast arsenal of memories, Sonny looked at Neve with a strange expression on his face. The handsome man noticed it and raised an eyebrow in confusion. Yes, did you want something sunless? Sonny lingered for a few moments, then smiled. As a matter of fact, I do. Say, Neve, you Nightwalkers are all about naval combat, right? You wouldn't happen to have a memory or two that can help a land rat like me do well in water, would you? You know, things like breathing under it, swimming like a torpedo, and so on. Because, if you do, I am willing to trade. No, actually, I am really, really willing to trade. I all but swore to never get close to water without a memory like that, you see. Well, actually, I do have something like that, yes. What do you want to trade for? Sonny hesitated, then pointed at a young man who just happened to walk by them at that moment. See that guy? His name is Luster. He's a very valuable awakened. A top-notch talent. Do you want me to trade him to you? The Nightwalker coughed. I am pretty sure that Army Command would not be happy if you sold me one of your subordinates, Sunless. Sonny remained silent for a moment, then sighed. That's true, a pity. Chapter 974, Shadow in the Shell. In the end, Sonny did make a trade with Neve. He had a surplus of memories after slaying many nightmare creatures to defend the convoy, and the Nightwalker was in dire need of weapons and armor suited for land combat to arm his own awakened. There had been a full cohort of them aboard the battleship once, but now only 4 remained. Since these warriors of the House of Night would be defending the caravan along with the other awakened in the near future, and Saint was still slumbering, Sonny did not drive a hard bargain. That was how he received 2 new memories, which were meant to cover the gap in his arsenal when it came to traversing and fighting in the water. One of them was a simple awakened charm that allowed him to breathe underwater. It was called Essence Pearl and had 2 enchantments. One passively produced air, the other had to be activated and gifted the wielder with the ability to see clearly, as if they were wearing a glass mask. The description of the charm simply stated that breathing was the essence of life and beauty was its purpose. One had to be able to see clearly to appreciate beauty and live long enough to enjoy it. How romantic. The second memory was ascended and appeared to be an armor of sorts. In truth, it was more of a harness made out of a fisherman's net, which provided no protection whatsoever, but allowed the wearer to swim with surprising speed. The harness was called Nimble Catch, and its description told the story of a muskrat king who had sworn to eat a wondrous fish, only to learn that it could only be caught by using the eyes of the monarch of birds, his brother, as bait. The whole thing was very weird. What's a muskrat, though? Do rats eat fish? The only drawback of the strange harness was that, as usual, no other armor-type memory could be used while wearing it. Nevertheless, Sunny was happy with his acquisitions. The inability to defend himself in water had been eating at him ever since the sea journey to Antarctica, and even though he hoped to never have to use these new memories, simply possessing them was calming. Several hours after encountering the beached battleship, the caravan drove forward once again. The length of it remained the same, but there were much more people in the vehicles now. Neve had not been joking when he said that there were thousands of sailors on the mangled vessel, and even then, those were only those who had survived. Sunny, honestly, did not know whether to consider them soldiers or refugees, but he knew that Sergeant Gier and the other officers would sort that out for him soon. The caravan had a lot of spare weapons, especially now that they had unloaded the surviving cargo holds of the battleship, so there was a good chance that many of the sailors would become active combatants. Even if not, Sunny was already satisfied to have another master around. Neve's presence also did wonders for the morale of everyone in the caravan, not only because he was an ascended, but also because of how flamboyantly he had appeared. If there was a sure way to win someone's adoration, it was to shower a horde of nightmare creatures trying to eat them with a barrage of artillery fire at just the right moment. Maybe I should remember that method. Sunny remained on guard until the column of vehicles turned and left the coastal highway behind, climbing back into the mountains. It was only then that he allowed himself to relax and descended from the roof of the Rhino to its interior. After exchanging a few words with Professor Obel and Bate, he climbed into one of the sleeping niches and closed it to receive some privacy. There, he lingered for a few moments and then summoned the runes. After thinking about it for a while, Sunny finally decided to take the risk and bind the mantle of the underworld to his soul. He did not know what would happen, and the idea of being left without a proper suit of armor was more than slightly disturbing, but to tell the truth, Sunny was extremely curious to see what would happen. Soon, he was staring at a string of shimmering runes. Bind the relic. He hesitated for a few moments, sighed, and then whispered quietly, "Yes." Sunny had dismissed the mantle, just in case, and was now wearing the soft fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. For that reason, he did not see any changes immediately. For a few seconds, nothing happened, and then the voice of the spell spoke. It said, "Your memory has been destroyed." Sunny's eyes widened. What? He flinched, almost hitting his head on the roof of the niche. His heart skipped a bit. What the hell? What do you mean? But then, the voice of the spell resounded again. You have received an attribute. At the same time, Sunny felt a profound but unexplainable change. The change seemed to affect both his body and his soul. It was not painful and did not feel harmful. Just very, very strange. It was as if his skin turned to stone, but also remained exactly the same. At the same time, he felt as if the enchantments of the mantle of the underworld were at his fingertips, even though the onyx armor was not summoned and in fact had been destroyed. Sunny remained motionless for a while, trying to understand what had happened to him. Then, unable to find answers, he turned his attention to the shimmering runes. In the list of his memories, there was no mantle of the underworld anymore. However, he now possessed a new attribute. Holding his breath, Sunny read, attributes, faded, flame of divinity, master of shadows, blood weave, bone weave. And there, a new string of runes appeared at the end. Attribute, marble shell. Chapter 975, marble shell, marble shell. Sunny stared at the runes with a thoughtful expression on his face, then concentrated on them. Immediately, new strings appeared in the air, forming a description. Attribute, marble shell. Attribute description. In the deep darkness of the underworld, a prideful demon forged 7 suits of splendid armor for his favorite creations. The intricate shells were both a boon and a test, since only those worthy of his regard could unlock the mantle's true potential and bear its weight. There were more runes, but Sunny stopped to think for a bit. Favorite creations. He knew that Saint and her kind were an artificial race created by Nether, the ruler of the underworld and the demon of choice. Or destiny, depending on how one decided to translate the runes. He also knew that Saint's armor bore a strong resemblance to the mantle of the underworld, although it was not quite as impressive. The original stone saint had been one of the smallest and weakest living statues that used to dwell in the Dark City. By the time Sunny reached the place of their battle against the fallen attackers, the bigger and more powerful warriors of her kind had already been destroyed, leaving only her, an awakened monster, to finish the fight. What he got from all that was that Saint had only been a foot soldier in Nether's army, most likely. The armor she wore was a true masterpiece of craftsmanship, but not something on the level of the 7 mantles, which had been gifted to the high-ranking officers of the Stone Legion by the Prince of the Underworld. Gods. If Saint is just a foot soldier, then just how terrifying was Nether's army? Well, they had to have been pretty terrifying in order to challenge the gods. The stone saint he had killed on the desolate plaza of the Dark City was a pale remnant of her original self, as well, since the living statues had not been consumed by corruption, yet during the war between the demons and the gods. Shaking his head, Sunny turned his attention back to the runes. The description of the marble shell was a bit unusual since it included much more information than that of other attributes. He continued to read, attribute traits, living stone, feather of truth, stalwart, underworld armament, mantle, shell, bound. The first 4 were just like the enchantments of the old mantle, with the exception of stalwart. The extremely high protection against physical attacks and the high protection against elemental attacks remained the same, but the moderate protection against mind and soul attacks had been elevated to high protection as well. Very good. The defensive trait of the shell was passive, but the other 3 traits required essence to function. From now on, Sunny would have to circulate it through his own body in certain ways instead of pouring it into the memory to activate the effect. That was a bit weird. Luckily, he seemed to possess an instinctive understanding of how the essence had to be circulated exactly, and his control over it was intricate enough to achieve the desired result. The other 3 traits, however, were extremely interesting. The mantle and shell were connected and in fact mutually exclusive. That was because those were not really traits, but actually forms that his new attribute could assume. The shell was a dormant form, while the mantle was an active form. As the shell, the armor existed under his skin. Or rather, was his skin? Basically, it provided all the benefits of the mantle of the underworld, including access to its enchantments, albeit in a muted and somewhat weakened form. Sunny dismissed the puppeteer's shroud and stared at his arm incredulously. His skin looked pretty much the same, but somehow even paler and smoother. Great, as if I wasn't being called a creepy porcelain doll often enough already. He sighed, then jabbed his arm with a finger. There was something strange. His skin remained soft and elastic, but when sufficient pressure was applied, it suddenly became hard as stone. Basically, it was becoming rigid when struck. After a few experiments, which must have looked really weird from the side, he determined that he could control the process consciously, too. That's neat. So I will always have passive resistance to all kinds of damage. I'll be able to repair damage to my skin with the living stone, as well, although that won't help me against internal injuries. He activated Feather of Truth and felt his fist becoming much, much heavier. Then he made his entire body extremely light. Ah, this feels so weird. Sunny did not exactly start to float, but he could potentially jump extremely high or hit extremely hard with the help of this new ability. The applications were nearly endless. A silly smile appeared on his face. And I can always enhance the effect of a single charm as well. Better yet, by augmenting his body with the shadows, he would be augmenting his shell too, considering that it was a part of him. That, in fact. That was the real benefit of binding the armor. Sunny's eyes widened. Wait a second. Had he not dismissed the puppeteer's shroud to take a look at his skin, which meant that he could benefit from the defensive qualities of the shell and summon an armor-type memory on top of that, using both to protect himself at the same time. Damn, That was simply incredible. Sunny was consumed by excitement for several minutes, then remembered that he currently had no powerful armor-type memories to speak of. Well, it did not matter too much. He would find one eventually. Plus, there was the mantle trait of the marble shell as well. Its function was pretty simple. It activated the attribute, making it assume the form of a full suit of armor. Unlike memories, Sunny did not have to spend essence to summon the mantle, since it was simply a transformation of the shell. Similarly, the mantle was considered to be a part of his body, and so augmenting one with the shadows would strengthen the other in turn. In its active form, the attribute awakened its full power. The effects of stalwart, living stone, underworld armament, and the feather of truth were not weakened anymore, reaching their full potential. Sadly, wearing another armor-type memory on top of the mantle was out of the question. Still great. So, Sunny had not really lost his armor. On the contrary, it had become stronger and could be summoned in its full glory at any moment. It's just that the mantle was now an innate part of him, as opposed to a memory. And finally, there was the bound trait. Its function was very simple. It bound the marble shell to Sunny's soul, which meant that one would grow alongside the other. Currently, the attribute was of the ascended rank, just like Sunny. If Sunny became a saint, the marble shell would become transcendent, too. Laying in the sleeping niche and feeling the rhino vibrate around him, Sunny closed his eyes and let out a satisfied sigh. 6,000 kills. Ah, it was worth it. Chapter 976. Ubiquitous Law. Sunny had planned to catch a couple of hours of sleep, but in the end, he was too mesmerized by the promise of the marble shell to close his eyes even for a second. That new attribute of his was both supremely powerful and complex, which meant that unlocking its full potential would demand a lot of insight and ingenuity. If he did manage to master it, though. Laying in the darkness of the sleeping niche, Sunny smiled ominously. What a great present. It should not have come as a surprise, though. The challenge of the Prince of the Underworld had been a steep one. 6,000 defeated opponents. Most awakened, those normal people that did not go out of their way to seek out battle after battle, would never face that many adversaries in their entire lifetime, perhaps. More than that, Sunny suspected that the enchantment had actually had several stages, while he only completed the last one. After all, the counter of vanquished foes had already been filled to some extent by the time Sunny repaired the mantle of the underworld. An ascended armor of the 6th tier, demanding 6,000 kills to rise to the 7th. If the onyx armor had started off as a memory of the 1st tier, demanding 1,000 kills to rise to the 2nd, 2,000 to rise to the 3rd. Then it might have taken no less than 21,000 defeated enemies for it to acquire the soulbound relic enchantment. What a scary number. No wonder the marble shell was such a potent attribute, not to mention its connection to one of the demons. Whether it had been the first lord of the Bright Castle or one of his companions that wore the mantle before, Sunny really owed them some gratitude. Even more of it, to be precise. Regardless of the past, though, there was a lot for him to think about when it came to the future. Sunny instantly understood that the marble shell would drastically, and most importantly, passively, increase his defensive capability and resilience. Yes, the dormant state of the attribute was a weakened version of its active form, and yes, the living stone trait only allowed him to mend his skin, as opposed to his entire body. Sure, he did not currently possess a powerful memory armor to synergize with the shell. But it did not matter. In a sense, Sunny himself was the armor now. What truly enthused him about the new attribute was the possibility of finally breaking one of the most ubiquitous laws of the nightmare spell in the world ruled by it. Attack almost always trumped defense. No matter how tough an armor was, a powerful and well-placed strike from a weapon of a similar rank would most often overcome it. Otherwise, he would have never been able to kill awakened nightmare creatures as a sleeper or continuously challenge enemies that were, strictly speaking, out of his league. Everything had its limits, of course, but generally, that was how things worked. Not anymore, though. Not with what his aspect was capable of. Someone else would have found the marble shell a powerful aid in battle, but in Sunny's hands, it could be so much more. Possibly the most important quality of the strange attribute was that it had become a part of his body, and as such, could be augmented with the shadows at the same time. An ascended armor might be vulnerable to an ascended blade, but with 4 shadows enhancing it, maybe not. That went for elemental, mind, and soul attacks as well, albeit to a slightly lesser degree. Add blood weave and bone weave to the equation, with the living stone on top of it all. Sunny might not be ready to go around slaying titans just yet, but he was halfway convinced that being hit by Goliath would not instantly kill him anymore. And that was just defense. The marble shell had the potential to do wonders for his attack potency and lethality, too. The feather of truth had always been an unassuming but insidiously powerful enchantment. Now that it could be applied to his entire body, as opposed to only his armor, though, that really changed everything. Making himself lighter could drastically increase his speed and mobility. Making himself heavier could help Sunny weather powerful blows, as well as increase the impact of his own strike's force was heavily dependent on mass, after all, and it was hard to achieve one without the other. The second part of force was acceleration, so if Sunny could learn how to skillfully weave 2 sides of the feather of truth together, his combat performance would take a significant leap forward. Wearing a light armor on top of the shell would be the most optimal choice, in that regard, since doing so would grant him a double layer of protection while not encumbering him too much. Sunny already had some knowledge of how to use the feather of truth in battle, but he was going to need to adjust to its new scope, as well as relearn a lot of things, both about the trait itself and about how he approached combat in general. It would demand a lot of time, practice, insight, and most of all thinking, not to mention perfecting his ability to guide essence in just the right way. However, dismantling and mastering battle styles was something Sunny was exceedingly good at, so he had no doubt that he would see some improvements very soon. A modest improvement was not his goal, though. He wanted to reach a state where using the feather of truth to its full potential was an instinct for him, to make it something that he did not even have to think about to do. That would be a bit harder to achieve. Not impossible, though. Sunny's personal progress in terms of pure combat mastery had been stalled for a while, so now he was actually excited about a new challenge. Shifting his perception to one of the shadows to observe the dark landscape flowing past the moving rhino, he smiled wryly. Luckily, I have a whole continent of nightmare creatures to practice on. Chapter 977, Through the Blizzard. Eventually, Sunny climbed out of the sleeping niche and went about the business of managing the caravan. They had made it far into the mountains and were already moving north toward their true goal. The blizzard was still raging, reducing visibility to almost 0. The landscape was as grim and foreboding as ever. Surrounding areas needed to be scouted, maps needed to be updated, reports needed to be received, and 100 other things demanded his attention. Before getting down to it, Sunny spared a few moments to stare at the gray fabric and lusterless black leather of the puppeteer's shroud. Who could have thought that he would be reduced to seriously using it again after all that time? It sure is much more comfortable than walking around in a full plate of steel armor. Ah, the old me had it good. Actually, not really. Sunny was ready to climb to the roof of the rhino when he noticed Bait staring at him with a strange expression. He lingered for a moment. What? She blinked a couple of times, then pulled her gaze away. No, nothing. Sunny frowned. Just say it, will you? Bait remained silent for a second, then asked hesitantly, are you wearing makeup? This time it was his turn to stare. What? No, why would you think that? The young woman gave him a dubious look and shook her head. You just look a little different, that's all. Sunny grinned. Oh, I naturally have the complexion of a marble statue, no makeup involved. Didn't you know? Bait turned away with a sigh and mumbled under her nose. Damned awakened. How is this fair? Suppressing a chuckle, Sunny dissipated into the shadows and appeared on top of the rhino, sighing as the bone-chilling wind smashed into his chest. Surprisingly, though, he was not that cold. His passive resistance to the elements was already making itself known. Without wasting any time, Sunny made himself heavier for better stability, summoned the memory of ice, and wrapped the shadow he kept with himself around his body, simultaneously circulating essence to double the enhancement granted to the charm. A couple of seconds later, he felt even more comfortable. Sunny still sensed a slight chill, but it was in no way bothersome. Additionally, the winds were powerless against him. It was as if Sunny had turned into a small cliff. Summoning Morgan's warbow, he sat down on the roof and closed his eyes. I can get used to this. Their journey to Falcon Scott continued. Traversing the abomination-infested expanse of the Antarctic Center was still hard and dangerous, but with Neve assisting Sunny in defending the caravan, things became a little bit easier. The two masters rarely saw each other, communicating mostly over the chain of relays in the military vehicles. Sunny was stationed at the head of the column, while Neve stayed in the rear to provide the best possible defensive coverage. Mostly, they only met face-to-face during the rare stops, and when an especially dire threat demanded both of them to fight side by side to vanquish it. Going into battle with the Nightwalker was both comfortable and effective. Finally, a professional. Neve was an extremely skilled warrior, using a long bone harpoon and a net woven out of unnaturally durable threads to herd and decimate nightmare creatures. It was obvious that he was not entirely comfortable fighting on land, and his aspect powers seemed to be under severe restriction, though, so the Scion of the House of Night mostly supported Sunny and made it easier for him to kill their enemies, which was more than welcome. Neve was also more cautious than most masters tended to be. Not overly so, but enough for Sunny to notice the difference between the two of them. It was understandable. After all, the Nightwalker had a family to come back to. He carried more than one life on his shoulders. That perspective was a bit new to Sunny and made him think about things that he had never considered before. Other than that, things were going as expected. The caravan continued to grow, several more groups of Erebus Field survivors joining it. By then, Sunny was secretly starting to thank the gods that Neve's ship had suffered catastrophic damage. Without the additional supplies looted from its holds, he would have to deal with a supply shortage pretty soon. As it was, though, he had enough to feed everyone and arm those who could, and knew how to fight, for now. Sunny was curious to see if anyone else would notice his subtle change, but in the end, the only other person other than Bait who showed any reaction was Kim. At some point, she gave him a very weird look and hastily turned away without asking anything. Kim was able to see vulnerabilities in everything she looked at, after all, and Sunny had recently become much less vulnerable. No wonder she was surprised. Great. What bizarre stories are they going to come up with now? Hopefully, Belle would not be giving him weird looks again. The crow also noticed that something about Sunny had changed. The echo landed on his shoulder, stared at him with curiosity for a few moments, and then suddenly tried to peck him in the neck. After that, the bird let out a startled caw. Ston, ston. Then it flew away and stayed in the air for a while. Being pecked by an awakened monster was not a pleasant experience, but the shell did not show any sign of giving in to the sharp beak. Overall, Sunny was very satisfied by the strange incident. The tumultuous march north continued. Swarms of nightmare creatures were slaughtered. More soldiers died. More refugees died, too. With thousands and thousands of them cooped up in the moving vehicles, it was inevitable that some would succumb to the spell. Despite all Sunny's efforts to make sure that new aspirants were found and isolated in time, there had been a couple instances where the security measures failed. The results were bloody. Sunny was shaken by the loss of civilian lives, but in the grand scheme of things, they were just drops in the ocean. An entire metropolis had been erased off the map just a few days ago, and that was simply one instance of the inconceivable carnage and destruction reigning over the southern quadrant. Sunny was growing really tired of watching people die. He also knew that the death toll would not stop growing anytime soon. Chapter 978, Back Again. The rhino let out a disturbing, screeching sound and came to a shuddering stop. Sunny remained on the roof for a few moments, looking down with a grim expression on his face, then jumped down. Landing softly in the snow, he took a few steps away and studied his battered APC. The mighty machine had seen better days. Its armored hull was littered with deep gouges and makeshift patches of scavenged alloy. The wedge-shaped ram at the front of the rhino was deformed and painted dull red, its deployment mechanism irreparably damaged and stuck in the lowered position. The 6 mighty wheels were still intact, but all the additional thrusters were either spent or destroyed. What worried Sunny the most, though, were the sensitive internals of the APC. Despite the fact that Kim and Samara had been desperately trying to keep them from deteriorating completely, most of the systems were slowly dying. The rhino had been put through too much abuse, and now it seemed to be on the verge of failing. A sad, bitter sigh escaped from Sunny's lips. Damn it! Behind him, the rest of the caravan was in a similar condition. The column of dilapidated vehicles stretched for many kilometers, each showing some signs of battle damage and stress. Most vehicles had not suffered as much as the rhino, which served as the vanguard machine. But then again, most of them were also not as shielded and robust as the custom APC of the irregulars. After studying the state of the caravan for a minute or two, Sunny turned around and walked forward. Passing between the massive shape of Abomination and the much smaller, but similarly fearsome shape of Blackie, he stopped and looked at the vast valley below. As he did, the crow landed on his shoulder. Sunny and the 3 echoes remained silent for a while. The valley was covered in snow, but it could not hide the upturned soil and the signs of a devastating battle that must have raged here once. Craters and mounds of frozen earth littered the landscape, hinting at a heavy artillery bombardment. A ghastly mountain of charred bones towered near the slopes, and some distance away from it lay a graveyard of broken war machines. Thousands upon thousands of nightmare creatures were moving through the snow. Worse than that, 13 active gates ringed the valley, tearing reality apart. What a terrible place. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then looked at Neve, who had just reached the crest of the hill. The Nightwalker was looking down with a sour face, his broken arm still resting in a makeshift sling. He had been wounded in a random battle a few days ago and was yet to fully recover. Sunny smiled. Yeah. It was even more terrible when 7 new gates opened right when we tried to deal with the 6 that had already manifested, encircling the whole division. That was how Antarctica welcomed us, all that time ago. Indeed, Sunny knew that valley well. It was where he had fought his first real battle in the southern quadrant, unleashing Saint to defend the mundane soldiers. Looking down, he could recognize the spots where he had slain the gate guardians, as well as the spot where the division had burned its dead before moving on. Was he feeling nostalgic? Well, it did not matter anyway. What did matter was that the valley was only a day's travel away from Falcon Scott. They had finally made it. Almost. In the end, it took the caravan 2 weeks to get here. June was almost over, but the long night of Antarctica still showed no sign of ending. The world was dark, as always, and full of abominable horrors, as always. Nothing truly noteworthy had happened in these 2 weeks. It had just been a constant, grueling, arduous struggle to survive. Every kilometer they traversed had been a little bit harder than the previous one. The numerous skirmishes and battles they had fought all started to blend into one at some point, and the names of soldiers and civilians Sunny had lost did, too. All in all, few people died. Comparatively, considering the overall size of the caravan, the number of casualties was statistically insignificant, but people were not statistics. Sunny grimaced and looked away. He might have brought most of the caravan this close to Falcon Scott in one piece, but the hardest part was still ahead of them. Due to its nature, as a place of a massive and static concentration of humans, the siege capital naturally attracted numerous nightmare creatures. It was constantly besieged by hordes of abominations, with more arriving from the south every day. The caravan had to somehow break through that blockade to reach the city gates. Fortunately, they did not have to do it alone. Sunny had already contacted Army Command through the Dream Realm, reporting the date they would arrive in this valley. He was promised assistance and reinforcements, as well as a special envoy to help the refugees make it through safely. The envoy was running late, though. His shadows would have noticed anyone on the slopes of the mountains, and he did not see any humans in the valley. If someone really planned to make it to the other side and meet the caravan, Sunny had no idea how they were planning to fight their way through the sea of nightmare creatures below. Glancing at Neve, he frowned. Where the hell is that envoy? Before the Nightwalker could answer, the crow suddenly let out a nervous screech and hurriedly flew away. In the next second, a massive shadow suddenly dove down from above, approaching the caravan with stunning speed. Sunny was already drawing the string of his bow but paused at the last moment, looking at the landing creature with wide eyes. Massive, powerful body that resembled that of a lion, mighty white wings, beautiful golden eyes of an eagle. In front of him, proud and majestic, was a very familiar griffin. Chapter 979, Full Circle. The mighty griffin landed in front of the caravan, a cloud of snow rising into the air around it. A moment later, a human figure jumped off its back, landing not too far away from Sunny and Neve. The man in front of them was tall and had broad, powerful shoulders. His light armor was crafted from the adamantine scales of an unknown monster, with a blue scarf wrapped carelessly around his neck. His hair was the color of straw, as was his thick beard. The stranger's eyes were bright blue and piercing. Master Roan had not changed a lot since the last time he and Sunny met. Sky Tide's husband seemed a little more rugged and weary, but other than the length of his bear, everything else was exactly the same. How the hell is he even more handsome now? One Sunny blinked a couple of times, then smiled a little. It was good to see Roan alive and well. In retrospect, his sudden appearance made sense. Since the whole of the White Feather clan had been banished to Antarctica, where else would Roan be? The man in question, meanwhile, studied the caravan for a few moments and then headed toward Sunny and Neve. As he approached, he paused slightly and stared at them with a strange expression. Then, a surprised smile appeared on Roan's face. "Sunless? Wait, it's you. You're the famous Devil of Antarctica?" Sunny shifted a little, then cleared his throat in embarrassment. Yes, that's what people call me these days, I guess. Anyway, it is very nice to see you again, Master Roan. Really." Roan remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. Why did nobody tell me? It makes sense, though. You do love striking deals with people. In exchange for soul shards. As Sunny coughed, Neve looked at them with curiosity. "You know each other?" Still a little startled, Sunny nodded. "Yes. Master Roan of the White Feather clan, meet Master Neve of the House of Night. The two of us are in charge of this caravan." The two ascended, briefly studied each other, then exchanged nods. There was no real tension between them, but Sunny noticed that they were not entirely at ease with each other, unlike how they were with him. It was understandable. White Feather was a vassal clan of valor, while Neve came from the great clan Night. Politically, there was somewhat of a wall between them, which was probably only made taller by the fact that valor and song were at war, while the House of Night remained neutral. Would it continue to stay on the sidelines, though? That, nobody could tell. Master Roan offered a handshake to Neve, then glanced at the column of battered vehicles again. "How many people do you have?" It seemed that the time for pleasantries was over, and they were about to discuss business. Sunny was extremely motivated to get his people out of the open and to safety as soon as possible, so he was all for it. Looking back, he said, 4,000 soldiers, 30,000 civilian refugees, plus a few thousand shipwrecked sailors. I also have 100 awakened and around 20 sleepers, as well as my own cohort of irregulars. Oh, and a dozen or so echoes between all of us, including a couple of fallen ones. Abomination and Roan's griffin were currently having a staring contest, so the last point was self-evident. The handsome master gave him a long stare. "You really brought these people here all the way from Erebus Field?" Sunny smiled bleakly. "Most of them, yes. A few hundred were with me from before that, though. These poor souls have crossed more than 3,000 kilometers in search of shelter." Roan lingered for a moment, then briefly grasped his shoulder. "You did well, Sunless. You did very well." His words were encouraging, but his tone was somber. 30,000 refugees might have sounded like a large number, considering how hard it was to escort such a caravan across the ravaged expanse of the Antarctic center. But there had been tens of millions of people in Erebus Field. Of course, there were more survivors than those gathered by Sunny, who had found their way to Falcon Scott or other siege capitals on their own, but the loss of life must have still been tremendous. With a sigh, he looked away. "So, how are we going to do this? I suspect that fighting our way to the city won't be easy." Master Roan remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. Actually, you don't have to worry about it. Too much, I mean. We've been receiving many refugee convoys in the last week or so the procedure has been polished a lot by now. He turned around and looked at the valley ringed by 13 gates. At my signal, there will be a sortie from within the city walls to create a distraction. At the same time, your irregular colleagues will clear the side road that circles this valley. All we have to do is cut through the remaining abominations and reach the entrance to the road. Are you and your people up to that? Sunny looked into the distance and smiled. How fitting. Wasn't it the exact same road that his cohort had been ordered to secure during the first days of the campaign? Sunny had left Falcon Scott 3 months ago, and now he was returning. The circle was complete. What a tough road it had been. Had he ever suspected that things would turn out this way? Millions of people were dead. The First Army was in retreat all across the Antarctic Center, and he had somehow ended up being responsible for tens of thousands of lives. Humanity had been thoroughly beaten by the chain of nightmares in this region of the southern quadrant. Not a chance. He had a suspicion that things would turn out disastrously for the First Army, but not so soon and not to such an extent. Not to mention how bizarre his own situation. Well, what does it matter? Giving Roan a nod, Sunny stretched his shoulders and said, Yes, we are. Let's get the hell out of here. Chapter 980, Siege Capital. The preparations did not take long. As the caravan was getting ready for one last push, the three masters briefly discussed the plan of the battle. There was not a lot they had to do. If things went well, most of the nightmare creatures would be pulled away by the city defenders, and the mountain road would be cleared by the irregulars. However, it was always a good idea to prepare a few contingencies, just in case. At some point, Roan gave Sunny a studying look and said, You've looked different, Sunless. Sunny tilted his head a little, confused. Why wouldn't I? The last time we saw each other, I was still an awakened. Oh, or do you mean my skin? Roan shook his head with a smile. No, I don't mean your appearance, you just seem older. Sunny blinked a couple of times. I am older, though, by about 2 years. The handsome master chuckled. That you are. Anyway, I think we are as ready as we can be. Should I send the signal? Sunny nodded, prompting Roan to summon a memory that resembled a waxed clay tablet. He simply drew a jagged line on it, then waved at them and walked over to his griffin. Not long after that, the sortie that was supposed to lead most of nightmare creatures away from the valley commenced. It started with a heavy missile barrage, which was then followed by a full company of MWPs appearing on the far side, accompanied by many cohorts of awakened. Sunny and Neve silently watched as the sea of abominations rushed forward, then glanced at each other and dashed toward their vehicles. Abomination and Blackie rose from the ground and shook their gaunt bodies, preparing for a battle. They did not have to wait long. As soon as the horde of nightmare creatures shifted to the far side of the valley and spilled out of it, pursuing the retreating diversion force, the rhino growled and lunged forward. The battered APC was functioning perfectly, as if it had gathered all its remaining strength for one last glorious charge. The long column of vehicles followed the mighty machine. The caravan rolled down into the valley. Before any of the remaining nightmare creatures could react, an onslaught of bullets, arrows, and magical projectiles fell upon them, tearing the monsters apart. Further away, the tail of the deceived horde sensed that something was wrong. Scores of abominations turned around and saw the descending column of vehicles. Their howls and shrieks informed the rest of the creatures, and a mass of them staggered, struggling to change targets. Before the tail of the horde could reorient itself, however, a rain of strange metal rods fell from the sky, piercing the ground in front of them in a loose line. Then, blinding arcs of electricity suddenly shot between the rods, creating a wall of lightning. The first few nightmare creatures that tried to pass through the barrier were instantly turned to ash. Roan was holding them back, for now, but his reserves of essence were probably not going to last long. Plus, the more powerful abominations could weather the damage and slip through the lightning wall. Others could simply leap over it. One was already trying, for that matter. Before it could land, though, a javelin fell from the sky, piercing the creature through. The rhino was already heading for the distant entrance to the mountain road. The caravan's echoes were moving ahead of the vehicles, tearing apart those abominations that had somehow survived the ranged attacks. Even Crow was helping, diving down to rip into the weaker enemies with its beak and talons. Sunny was sending one arrow flying after another. Each pierced an especially vulnerable spot on the bodies of the nightmare creatures, killing them instantly. His accuracy was scarily perfect. Months of fighting in Antarctica had really honed his once rudimentary archery skill. Kai would have been proud. Shifting his aim a little, Sunny sighed. What was his friend doing right now? Probably staring at the anchored battleships and waiting for his turn to board them. Chasing away all distractions, Sunny concentrated on the task at hand. By the time Roan's lightning barrier failed, the caravan was already climbing the steep slope, well on its way to leave the valley. Neve had arranged for an improvised minefield to be set up in the way of any potential pursuers, so their retreat had a good chance of happening without a hitch. And indeed, to everyone's surprise, nothing went wrong. Higher in the mountains, Sunny was standing on the roof of the Rhino and staring at the familiar gate up ahead. That was the place where he had slain the gate guardian, defiled witness, a few months ago. Very little had changed in this place. The mountain road was suspiciously empty of enemies, and very soon he realized why. A man in heavy plate armor suddenly appeared from behind a large boulder and effortlessly jumped to the roof of the Rhino, landing just a few steps away from Sunny. His face was hidden behind the visor of a closed helmet, but Sunny recognized Ascended Dale Winter's former partner and one of the captains of the Irregulars by his steady bearing and equipment. Master Knight glanced at him and nodded curtly. Sunny grinned. "Hey, Dale. You really are a sight for sore eyes. Say, have you always been so mesmerizing?" The ironclad warrior stared at him for a moment, then shook his head. A calm voice resounded from behind the helmet. "You're not too bad yourself, Sunny." With that, he dismissed his shield and summoned a powerful longbow instead. "Now, would you please concentrate? We did the best we could, but it will still be a bumpy ride." And it was, indeed. But in the end, the caravan still made it safely to the gates of Falcon Scott. As the Rhino drove past the mighty fortifications of the siege capital and approached a colossal, seemingly impregnable alloy wall, Sunny couldn't help but stare at it in wonder. Back when they had left, the city possessed robust defenses, but not nearly as fearsome. The alloy wall was at least 70 meters tall, surrounding the whole siege capital. Its many bastions housed devastating railguns, which seemed like they had been scavenged from decommissioned battleships. Thousands of turrets were placed along the wall's length, some aiming at the ground, some staring into the dark sky. Sunny could see lumbering MWPs patrolling the battlements. The killing field around the city was littered with countless corpses, most of the abominations utterly torn apart. Teams of engineers moved among them, gathering soul shards and valuable materials. The whole might of the First Army was gathered here, and the city itself had been converted into a fortress on such a scale that Sunny struggled to imagine the amount of effort, resources, and ingenuity that had gone into building these awe-inspiring fortifications. Falcon Scott looked like it was too large to fail. Sunny's whole attention was concentrated on the massive gates of the siege capital, though, which the caravan was currently swiftly approaching. As soon as the shadows of the city wall fell on him, he let out a quiet sigh and suddenly staggered, as if robbed of all strength. An intense, overwhelming sense of relief flooded Sunny's entire body. He slowly lowered himself to the roof of the APC. Hazy images of what had happened in the last few months flashed in his mind. The empty streets of Low 49, the eerie darkness of the underground tunnel, the terrifying silhouette of Goliath rising from beneath the ocean waves. And so much more. All of that was behind him now. We made it. The gates of Falcon Scott started to open, as if to answer his question. Indeed, Sunny was right. He had finally managed to bring his people to safety. All across the Antarctic Center, humans were retreating north, to the last bastion of their kind in this forsaken place. However, humans were not the only ones moving in its direction. Somewhere on the coast, a swarm of nightmare creatures was behaving strangely. Slowly and silently, the abominations were marching toward the murmuring waves. One after another, they walked into the dark water, only to disappear under its surface without a trace. A day later, the same eerie scene could be seen further north. Far away, deep in the mountains, a river of darkness was flowing through a deep gorge. If anyone could take a closer look at it, they would see that the darkness was actually composed of numerous small, black beetles. Devouring everything on their path, the beetles were heading north as well. In some other place, a walking mountain seemed to be moving in the same direction. The stone giant was making its way across the ravaged landscape, the world shaking with his every step. His single eye stared blindly into the distance, as if capable of piercing thousands of kilometers to gaze at something hidden. When the moon appeared in the night sky, the giant's eye closed. There was also a blizzard raging somewhere far away. In its center, surrounded by a circle of absolute peace, a grotesque creature was hovering above the snow. Soon, the winds picked up, blowing furiously in a single direction. North, north, north. And on a slope of a jagged mountain, a powerful abomination was preparing to feast on the remains of an adversary it had killed. Before it could, however, the shadows around it suddenly came to life, and a dark silhouette emerged from them. The creature was tall and human-like, with jet-black bone plates covering its lithe and powerful body. Before the abomination could react, something moved, and a fountain of blood painted the snow red, soon followed by pieces of torn flesh and viscera. The dark creature raised the abomination's severed head with its hand, which was missing 2 fingers, and stared at it for a few moments. Soon, disturbing crunching sounds could be heard, drowned by the howling of the wind. When the creature was done with its morbid meal, it lingered for a few moments and then looked north, its eyes burning with cold hatred. Below it, in the distance, a large city sprawled near the ocean. Falcon Scott. Chapter 981, All Quiet. Rain had recently turned 16. For every teenager, that was a special date. It signified more than words could describe, because from that point forward, for about 2 or 3 years, they would be vulnerable to the infection of the spell. She had expected to feel a large change within herself, but to Rain's surprise, everything about her seemed more or less the same. The world around her, however, had changed a lot. Her daily routine was exactly as it had been before, but beneath the surface, everyone was acting differently. Her parents tried to hide their fear, but she knew how worried they really were. Her classmates were putting on a brave face, but none of them could act nearly as well as they thought they could. Even the teachers seemed much more subdued. The mood on the streets of the city was subtly different, too. Of course, Rain was not the center of the universe. Most of these changes had nothing to do with her, and were instead caused by the event that had everyone glued to the news portals, the grand evacuation of the southern quadrant. It was a historic event, after all. Granted, none of it had truly affected NQSC. The refugees were yet to arrive, and the danger they were running from was so far away that it did not feel real. It was just that everyone seemed to have an opinion about what was happening, and there were military vehicles on the roads sometimes. There were numerous recruitment posters all around the city, too, encouraging people to enlist in the Second Evacuation Army. The first one was already achieving victory after victory in Antarctica, pushing back the abominable nightmare creatures each day. Anyone who wanted to win glory and help the victorious heroes defend humanity was invited to join the war effort. Or at least that was what the news told them. Most people just took the propaganda at face value, believing that the Antarctica campaign was going well. But Rain had a slight advantage over them when it came to such things. Her father worked for the government, after all, and although he rarely talked about his job at home, she had learned a few things over the years. These days, her dad looked very stressed. He looked more stressed with each passing day. And Sunny was gone. Rain had grown accustomed to her eccentric neighbor coming and going as he pleased, sometimes disappearing for long stretches of time. At least she knew where he was on this occasion. If anything, the idea of Sunny ordering soldiers around was more comical than frightening. Those poor people. She knew, of course, that her impish teacher was an actual master. Despite Sunny's ridiculous attitude and strange antics, he was an ascendant of considerable power. Not just anyone could have been a member of Changing Stars cohort, but still. Lady Nephai's Effie Knight? All of them were exalted warriors, but Sunny was a scout. Even if he was a splendid swordsman and a cunning tactician, his aspect was not suited for battle, let alone the kind of battles that must be happening in Antarctica. What the hell was that fool doing in the middle of a war? And why the hell was he not answering her messages? Damn it, Sunny, one. Sitting in class and finding herself unable to concentrate on the lesson. It was just a perfunctory summer course anyway, and everyone was sleepy after an intense combat drill. Rain was staring at the screen of her communicator with dark intensity. Things had been fine at first, but then everything went wrong. When Sunny stopped answering, she had not been too worried, for a couple of weeks. It had been 2 months now, though, and there was still no sign of him. At some point, Rain had grown concerned, and not knowing what else to do, contacted Aiko. But Aiko simply told her to relax, and that Sunny was definitely doing great somewhere out there. The petite young woman seemed to have a lot of confidence in Sunny's abilities, it seemed. And yet, Rain was ill at ease. It was funny. Right now, she should have been worried sick about being chosen by the spell, but Sunny's strange silence bothered her much more. And so, Rain was staring at the screen of her communicator in the middle of a class. Her message log would have been embarrassing if things weren't so scary. Hey, did you get my last message? Rain to Sunny, hello? Stop ignoring me. Why aren't you answering? Sunny, if you're too busy, just say so and I'll find something more interesting to do. What, not even an okay? Come on. Seriously though, are you all right? Did something happen? If I find out that you just forgot to read my messages, you are a dead man. You are not really dead, are you? Haha, just joking. What the hell, you did not even congratulate me on my birthday. Sunny, are you okay? Answer me, damn it. Sunny, answer me. I might be a little worried, so please send me a message when you have free time. Please answer me. Rain gritted her teeth and put the communicator away. She tried listening to the lecture, although it was hard to hear anything with how much her classmates were whispering around her, gossiping about this and that. The class, the gossip, it all seemed so inconsequential. The whole classroom seemed surreal, actually. It was too peaceful, too warm, and too normal. Somewhere out there, millions of people were being displaced or dying. The loss of one of the 4 quadrants could have long-term and catastrophic consequences for all of humanity. The same thing that was transpiring in Antarctica could just as easily happen to other continents soon. And yet, people were behaving as if nothing out of the ordinary was going on. They just went about their lives, acting unconcerned. Did they not understand what was happening? Did they not know that soldiers were dying on the front line every day? That awakened were dying too? Fools, damned fools. At that moment, one of her classmates turned around, leaned forward, and whispered, "Hey, Rain, why are you so down lately? Wanna go eat something spicy after class? There's probably going to be food rationing for a while after those refugees arrive, so this might be our last chance to." Before Rain knew what she was doing, an angry response flew out of her mouth. "Is food all you're thinking about?" She blinked, realizing that she was standing and that the whole class was staring at her. Apparently, she had forgotten to keep her voice down and to remain in her seat. The teacher gave Rain a bewildered look. Why, yes. This topic might not seem too interesting to you youngsters, but it would be unprofessional for me to be thinking about something else while presenting it. Now, please sit down and behave, young miss. Where are your manners? Embarrassed, Rain returned to her seat and turned to the window. The class continued, and the gossip continued, too. Only this time, she was the subject of the whispers. On her way home, Rain passed a familiar gray house. She paused for a few moments, looking at the porch where a certain insufferable master could often be seen in the past, drinking coffee and acting as if he did not have a single worry in the world. The porch was empty, and the house was empty, too. With a sigh, she turned away and continued walking. Why do I care about that idiot anyway? Damned Sunny. Even if he sends me a message now, I won't answer. At that moment, her communicator vibrated, announcing that there was a new notification. Rain glanced at it absent-mindedly and then suddenly froze. There was a new message on the screen. It read, "Sunny, gods, what is up with all these messages? Are you a stalker? I was just stuck in an area without a network connection for a while. There was no need to assault my inbox. Anyway, Happy belated birthday, I guess. How are you doing? Data transfers are limited where I am now, so I'll be short. I'm fine. Oh. And I received another medal. Pretty cool, right? Rain stared at the screen for a few moments, then took a shaky breath and started typing furiously. Urdial notes. Rain is quite the cutie, isn't she? Chapter 982, Dark, Empty, and Silent. Cassie opened her eyes in the darkness. For a few moments, she was disoriented by the onslaught of colors and sensations. She was looking at the bright blue sky and the sea of white clouds rolling beneath the ivory tower. Sunlight was caressing her skin, and gentle winds were singing into her ears. She was enveloped in heat, red sparks flying from a crucible where molten steel was shining with an incandescent glow. A tired voice was chanting something in an ancient language, the alien words drowning in the clamor of the forge. She was locked in a small office, reading a document. The paper was cold to the touch and smelled of fresh ink. Her vision was blurry from the lack of sleep, and her heart was heavy. The contents of the document were grave. There were other places, other people. It took her some time to find herself among the strangers. Cassie's was the only world that had no colors and no shapes. It was dark, empty, and silent. She could feel the soft fabric of her pajamas touching her skin and the warmth of her bed. The smell was all wrong, though. Wrong, but nice and familiar. Where am I? She frowned and then remembered. These were not her chambers in the ivory tower. She had returned to the waking world and was now in her room. She was home. Cassie allowed the perspectives of various people, marked by her ability to fade into the background, and concentrated on her own. She rose from the bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The layout of her room was orderly and familiar, and she was careful to keep everything in its proper place. That was why she could orient herself without problem here, not needing any help. This darkness was safe. It had not always been that way, however. For the first few weeks after receiving her Flaw, Cassie had been a walking collection of bruises. And then, the solstice was upon her. After a short, but pleasant shower, way better than anything they had been able to arrange in the ivory tower, she walked over to her wardrobe and got dressed. Her clothes were organized according to a strict system, with a tactile script tag added to each hanger to label colors, so Cassie could find anything she wanted quickly. Finally ready, she left her room and headed downstairs. Outside of her own space, she felt less confident. Her parents tried to be mindful of her Flaw, but it was still something unfamiliar to them. In the years after becoming blind, Cassie spent most of her time someplace else, after all. How could they have grown accustomed to it? She was almost sure that there would not be a piece of furniture moved or a random item left carelessly in the way. But the mere possibility of stumbling into something or falling down made her feel tense. Cassie felt like a stranger in her own home. She hated that feeling. Of course, nothing here could really harm her. Her ascended physique was beyond being bruised by a mundane accident, but today was a special day. She wanted to make it perfect. Cassie hesitated for a little and then activated her awakened ability. With so many perspective mediums out there, her essence was in a state of delicate equilibrium. She had to be mindful not to spend more than she could passively replenish, and indulging herself without a real reason was not very responsible. Just for a little bit. Immediately, the world changed. Cassie was standing near the stairs, but she was also cautiously descending them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Cassie lowered her foot to the first step, but she was also on the 4th step. Cassie reached the 4th step, but she was also on the landing. Her hand was sliding along the banister, but it was also hanging by her side. She did not smell anything in particular, but she could also feel the scent of her mom's shampoo and flowers. Cassie was still on the stairs, but she also felt a pang of pain as her shins slammed into something hard, followed by the sound of a glass vase shattering as it hit the floor. That was nothing there before. Cassie moved to the side, avoiding the unfamiliar stand, and leaned forward a little to smell the flowers. The vase was standing still and perfectly whole. At the same time, there was the sound of an opening door, and her mother's scent became stronger. Cassie turned to the closed door. The door opened, and her mother walked inside from the street. "Ah, my baby is awake." Cassie smiled and released her awakened ability. Instead, she sent her essence forward and substituted her sight with her mom's. Immediately, the full room came into view, including an unfamiliar wooden stand with a beautiful vase of natural flowers on top of it. She saw herself, too. Cassie could see her own face, but not that of her mother. She frowned a little. "My skirt is wrinkled." "Happy birthday, I can't believe it, my lovely daughter is turning 20. Cassie smiled. She didn't feel like she was 20. She felt like she was 200. Before she could say anything, her mom enveloped her in a hug. "I am so glad that you managed to come. Work is work, but a young lady like you should not forget about her poor, old parents. Would it kill you to visit more often?" What am I saying? Visit, what visit? This is still your home, you know." "You live here?" Cassie's smile widened. "I know. And where are these friends of yours? What do you mean, no one is coming to the party? I get it that Lady Nephi's might be busy, but what about the others?" "That young man, Sonny, the one you always mention, where's he?" Cassie remained silent for a while. "He's busy, too. That daughter of mine is too nice. If it were me, I'd give these so-called friends a piece of my mind." Missing a birthday party is never okay. Cassie just hugged her mom tighter. She couldn't help but cling to her a little longer than she should have. That was because Cassie knew exactly how many more birthdays they would be able to celebrate together. She knew when her mother would die and how. He knew when her father would die, too. She even knew the day of her own death and where she would be entombed. Cassie knew a great number of things, and because of that, she felt sorry. Fate was not easy to break, and it could not be broken without paying a price. "All right, baby, let me go so that I can cook you a very special birthday breakfast." She reluctantly ended the hug and sighed. "I am not a baby, you know. I am an ascended already." Her mom laughed. "Who says that an ascended can't be a little baby? Now tell me what you want for breakfast." Cassie masterfully hid her sorrow and put a big, bright smile on her face. "How about eggs, with bacon?" Her mother was already walking to the kitchen. "No problem, we only have synthetic bacon, though. Will that be all right, Miss Ascended?" Cassie followed, careful not to smash into anything else. "That's the best kind." There was a digital clock in the kitchen, and when her mother glanced at it in passing, the time was 10 in the morning. Cassie quietly sat down and turned to the clock, even though she could not see it. A few minutes later, when a delicious smell filled the kitchen, she sighed and stared into the distance as if able to see something far, far away. Her smile faltered a little. "It is starting, then." Chapter 983, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 1. Falcon Scott was not the largest city in the southern quadrant, but it served an important role. Situated dangerously close to the ocean, it served as an entry point to the Antarctic Center. A constant stream of people and cargo used to flow through it, making it the heart of the infrastructure of the region. The city itself sprawled across the foothills of the mountain range, perched on top of tall cliffs. At the bottom of the cliffs, an independent port fortress stood at the edge of the water, surrounded by its own ring of walls. The fortress was much larger and better fortified than the one Sonny had departed the northern quadrant from, and the First Army did not spare any resources to reinforce it even further. The port was connected to the city by a chain of industrial elevator platforms, which could haul a formidable amount of weight up and down. Due to that, the fortress could be supported by artillery fire from the city wall, and even if it fell, the enemy would have to scale the tall vertical barrier of the cliffs under a rain of defensive fire. Not that losing the port was an option in the current situation. Several alloy leviathans were currently anchored near the fortress, swaying on the waves and flooding the dark ocean with the moving beams of powerful searchlights. The city itself was grossly overcrowded, housing 10 times its intended population. After all remaining siege capitals of the Antarctic Center had been evacuated here, Falcon Scott sheltered close to 200 million people. All of them were waiting for their turn to board the battleships and be transported over the strait, to the much better protected expanse of eastern Antarctica, where the First Army was still maintaining a semblance of control. One of the 4 naval convoys had been reassigned to ferry people over, but even with the prodigious capacity of the massive vessels, it was going to take a while. The fact that several of the battleships, like Neve's former berth and the Ariadne, had been lost to the ravages of the chain of nightmares, did not make the process faster. That's more than half of the population of NQSC. Crazy. Sunny was looking at the live image of the city, which was projected onto a false window in one of the offices of the local government's complex. The city shone with a myriad of lights in the cold darkness of the polar night, with the ghostly aurora swirling eerily above. There were too many people everywhere, and most of them looked lost, disoriented, or outright defeated. The larger part of the complex, of course, was located underground, so the window had to be fake. The complex also housed the regional branch of Army Command, which was why Sunny had received instructions to visit today. With a sigh, he turned away from the window, walked to the conference table, and sat down. Sunny was still wearing the puppeteer's shroud, but the difference was that he had been given time to sleep, take a proper shower, and eat a full meal. Much more important than that, the weight of tens of thousands of souls was not pressing down on him anymore. All in all, he looked pretty refreshed. Where is she? He did not have to wait long. A minute or two later, the door opened, and Master Jet walked inside. Soul Reaper looked pretty much the same as she had the last time he saw her. Granted, she was wearing the usual bodysuit instead of battle armor today. Ah, the bodysuit. But other than that, it did not seem like the hellish months of the Antarctic campaign had impacted her in a negative way. Noticing Sunny, Jet smiled. Well, if it's not young Master Sunless, valiant slayer of abominations and savior of men, it's good to have you back, Sunny. Sunny forced out a smile in return. Yeah, it's good to be back. How have the last 2 months treated you? Because, I had it a bit rough. Master Jet took a seat at the head of the table and gave him a humorous look. You have no one but yourself to blame. Who asked you to be such an overachiever? I sent you to retrieve one man, and you brought me 40,000 instead. I must say, if everyone here had this kind of attitude, the chain of nightmares would have been over in a week. Hell, we might have reclaimed America by now. Sunny glanced at her darkly. No thanks. Considering how many refugees were currently in Falcon Scott, 40,000 was not a large number. However, a few of those thousands were actual soldiers, and a couple more were experienced sailors. That was actually significant enough to make a splash, so the news of his return spread far and wide. All of them, both the refugees and the soldiers, also seemed to be very fond of telling tales about the devil's many exploits. Sunny was not entirely sure what kind of reputation he had earned, but he definitely had a reputation now. All throughout the city, people were familiar with his name. For better or worse. Oh, thanks for sending me your crow, by the way. It helped a lot. Jet grinned, but before she could say anything, the door opened again. Winter and Dale entered and took their seats. With only the 4 irregulars in the office, it seemed a bit empty. Sunny looked around. Where are Randall and Jesse? Master Jet lingered for a moment. They're dead. He grew quiet. Oh. Soul Reaper sighed, then picked up her datapad, scrolled through a few documents, and addressed them in a bright voice. Well then, let's begin. There's going to be a big strategy meeting in an hour for everyone important enough to attend. But before that, I should update you on the current situation. In the next few days, Falcon Scott is going to be besieged by an endless sea of abominations. Our task is simple. We must ensure that it doesn't fall for at least 3 weeks. Chapter 984, The Fall of Falcon Scott 2. The situation was both clear and grim. Sunny already knew some of the things that Jet told them, but some were a complete surprise. The First Army was planning to withdraw from the Antarctic Center, taking its entire population with them. The previous plan of hunkering down in a number of fortified siege capitals for gradual evacuation had been abandoned, or rather postponed. It was going to be enacted eventually, but not before everyone was safely relocated to eastern Antarctica. Eastern Antarctica was doing much better than the central region of the quadrant for a number of reasons. Firstly, it was much larger and more densely populated than the center, with better terrain. That was why the First Army contingent sent there was several times more powerful. The Field Army Sunny was a part of numbered 100,000 soldiers, with around 5,000 awakened accompanying them, or rather, had numbered. Now, there was maybe half of them left. The three field armies operating in eastern Antarctica, on the other hand, had 300 soldiers and 15,000 awakened, not counting the local forces. If that was not enough, two of the three saints participating in the campaign were stationed there, as well. The emissary of the Song clan and the government transcendent were both assigned to the larger landmass, with Sky Tide alone responsible for the whole of the Antarctic center. The chain of nightmares also seemed to be hitting the central region especially hard. Lastly, and perhaps most pivotally, the Antarctic center was where the winter beast had appeared. That titan alone was responsible for numerous deaths, since its influence had collapsed the communication network across the entire landmass. If it were not for the fact that Saint Tyrus was a direct counter to its powers, the situation could have been even worse. Sadly, she could only contain the winter beast, not slay it. In any case, Army Command had decided to cut its losses and concentrate all the remaining human forces in the quadrant on defending a single region. The first detachments of the Second Army were scheduled to arrive at the end of the month, so their decision at least seemed prudent. The problem, of course, was that the battered defenders of the Antarctic Center had to survive the relocation first. There were close to 200 million people in Falcon Scott, and relocating them to eastern Antarctica was going to take at least 3 weeks. The strait was not very wide, so ferrying refugees across it would be 10 times faster than trying to evacuate them all the way to the northern quadrant. Still, there were just too many of them to accomplish anything in a timely manner. So, the remaining members of the field army had to make sure that the siege capital would survive those weeks under constant siege by the nightmare creatures. Master Jet leaned back. We resisted 3 large-scale assaults yesterday, and there are probably going to be 4 or 5 today. That number will only increase in the future. We will have to stop counting them eventually, I think, since it'll just be one uninterrupted onslaught of abominations 24 hours a day. Winter and Dale glanced at each other. Eventually, the ascended sharpshooter sighed. It's not the number of nightmare creatures that worries me. It's the particularly powerful bastards that have nowhere to go but here, now. Soul Reaper shrugged. We'll have to develop strategies against each one. That is what the big meeting is for, though, so let's not speak about it yet. Sunny checked out of the conversation a little, looking at the empty chairs around the table. Davis, Randall, and Jesse, 3 of the 6 irregular captains, were now dead. He did not know them too well, but their loss still seemed like a bad omen, especially Randall. Somehow, Sunny imagined that the grizzled veteran would be the last of them to go. Jesse had seemed like a very nice person, too. Curse it. It did not slip his attention that the 3 fallen masters were the ones who specialized in direct offense, be it frontal assaults, hit-and-run tactics, or stealth operations. The ones who survived were Sunny, Winter, and Dale, a utility specialist, a ranged fighter, and a defensive powerhouse. If there was a philosophical lesson in all that, he was too disturbed and saddened right now to figure it out. Speaking of that, hey, Sunny, are you listening? Sunny glanced at Master Jet and blinked a couple of times. Yeah, a little. Soul Reaper chuckled, then threw something at him. He caught it, then looked at a small box in his hand in confusion. Opening it, Sunny saw an iron medal with an image of a burning heart etched into it. The medal looked very ostentatious, if a bit solemn. Much more elaborate than the previous one he had received, with the attached ribbon painted in rich red. However, it was made of simple iron, so it couldn't be too valuable. He looked at Master Jet with a silent question, making her laugh. Gods, don't you know anything? That is the Order of Humanity, Sunny, the highest military honor a person can receive. Congratulations, you are officially a hero. He frowned a little, prompting Jet to smile. And yes, it comes with contribution points. Lots of them. You have also been promoted to Major. That comes with an increased stipend, too. Sunny relaxed and then looked at the iron medal with a bit of fondness. I do know some things, actually. He doubted that he would be able to use his considerable amount of accumulated contribution points in Falcon Scott, since logistics here had to be under dire strain. Most resources would instantly be distributed to those who needed them, including valuable memories. or not so valuable memories, for that matter, considering how many new sleepers had to be armed. Once they reached eastern Antarctica, however, Master Jet glanced at her datapad and sighed. It's time for us to head to a bigger office. The strategy meeting is about to start. Sunny stood up, glanced at the false window one last time, and headed for the door. If we reach eastern Antarctica, I mean. Chapter 985, The Fall of Falcon Scott 3. The next conference room was much larger, and there were even some refreshments for the participants of the meeting. Sunny found the darkest corner of the room to settle in and tore open a packet of sweetened snacks, after making sure that there was no honey involved in their creation, of course. Chewing on something that felt like a dried berry, he glanced around. The most prominent figures of the First Army were arriving one after another. There were a few mundane commanders, but most of them were ascended. Eventually, he counted no less than 21 master, including the 4 irregulars. Neve and Roan were also present, so he gave them a wave. Master Jet, who was relaxing on a chair next to Sunny, gave him a curious look. "What interesting friends you keep, Sunny." He shrugged. "What about them?" Soul Reaper chuckled. "No, nothing. It's just that here's a room full of government ascended, and the 2 you're waving to are both connected to the great clans. If I didn't know you better, I'd think that you have a bit of a fondness for social climbing." Sunny scoffed. "The only climbing I'm fond of is—" "Actually, never mind that. Weren't you the one who helped me broker a deal to get out of joining Valor anyway? Surely you understand that a precious jewel like me doesn't need connections to earn the favor of a great clan." Hearing Jet laugh quietly, he added with a straight face, "Oh, thanks for that, by the way. The mere thought that I could have been living like a prince somewhere in Bastion instead of spending quality time here in Antarctica makes me feel slightly nauseous. Who needs luxury when you can have unlimited military rations, right?" Winter stared at him from behind her sunglasses and grinned. "I did not know that Valor tried to recruit you, and you refused, huh? Was she really ugly?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "No." "What do you mean?" Winter shook her head. "I mean the bride they offered, of course, to marry you into the clan. Either she was really ugly, or you are really stupid." "Huh, I guess I have my answer." He opened his mouth to retort, but at that moment, the door opened, and 2 people entered the room. The atmosphere inside instantly changed. The first of them was Saint Tyrus, just as striking as stem as Sunny remembered her. The second was a man with smooth ebony skin and perfectly white hair, his eyes glinting with shades of indigo and deep blue. Sunny had only seen the man once, and from afar, but he knew who the stranger was. Bloodwave, a transcendent of the House of Night. He was in charge of the naval convoy that had delivered the field army to the Antarctic Center, and the Saint Sunny had witnessed diving into the black water as a monstrous killer whale once. Oh, he is also in Falcon Scott? It made sense, in retrospect. The naval convoy was assigned to ferry the refugees across the strait, so of course, Bloodwave was involved. He was most likely in charge of making sure that nothing destroyed the ships during the relocation. The emissaries of the House of Night were not a part of the First Army, which was why Sunny failed to realize that there was actually a 4th transcendent in the southern quadrant right now. No, there had to be even more, since the other 3 convoys also required a mighty guardian to protect them. Initially, they were not supposed to involve themselves with the ground operation, but the situation seemed to have changed somehow. Sky Tide greeted everyone gathered in the room, then proceeded to take a seat at the head of the table. Bloodwave simply leaned on the wall after exchanging a few words with Neve, forcing a few masters to shift uncomfortably as his presence brushed against them. Sunny felt it too. What an awesome man. As he studied the mysterious saint through his shadows, Sky Tide started the briefing. "You all know what must be done." Without wasting any time, Saint Tyrus briefly described the overall state of the First Army contingent, the scope of tasks in front of them, as well as the enemy forces arrayed against them. Her voice was calm and composed, as though they weren't facing an existential threat of dreadful proportions. To be honest, Sunny struggled to imagine Sky Tide losing composure in any circumstance. What would that even look like? Actually, I hope to never find out. Most of what she told them were things that he already knew to some extent, but hearing all of it listed in a structured manner was helpful to get a solid glimpse of the big picture. The big picture. It did not look too good. Pointing to the projected map of the city and its surroundings, St. Tyrus continued. Now that Falcon Scott is the only target in the region, the infighting between nightmare creatures will increase drastically. The terrain limits their approach, which means that various swarms and tribes of abominations will have to compete with each other for the right to attack the wall. Many will be slaughtered long before they reach us. Her gaze was cold and heavy. So, we should not worry too much about being overwhelmed with pure numbers. What we do need to worry about, however, is that only the most brutal, lethal, and powerful creatures are going to make it through. The main purpose of this meeting is to identify priority targets among these creatures and come up with a way to deal with them. St. Tyrus gestured to the projections, where several images replace the city map. The preliminary analysis shows that these nightmare creatures represent the most acute threat to this city. Sonny looked at the images, feeling a grim weight settle on his heart. He was already familiar with most of them. A cloud of flying vermin devouring the landscape. An unclear image of a river of darkness flowing through a deep gorge. A still image of the Low 49 facility. A hazy drawing of a grotesque beast hiding behind a veil of snow. And a walking mountain with a single inhuman eye emerging from a sea of incandescent lava to attack a vast city. Sonny sighed. 3 weeks, huh? Chapter 986, The Fall of Falcon Scott 4. St. Tyrus waited for a few moments, then spoke again. Some of you have already faced one of these monsters. Master Sunless over there has even survived encountering 4 out of 5. Without prompting, everyone in the room turned to stare at him, their expressions varying from pity to astonishment. He even heard a few whispers. 4, and he's still alive. That kid must be cursed or something. Devil's own luck, huh? Sonny cleared his throat. Ah, yes. Using this moment, I might as well sincerely thank Army Command for giving me the opportunity to complete my collection and get to know the Winter Beast as well. A wave of laughter spread through the room. Sky Tide gave him a stern look. I'll mark you as a volunteer, then. Before Sonny could protest, she continued. The first target is a swarm entity known as the Devouring Cloud. Our diviners were able to determine that it is not a powerful nightmare creature, per se, but instead the remains of one. The Devouring Cloud was most likely a fallen terror, one that had its main consciousness destroyed at some point in the past. The swarm of its brood remains, however, and that is what we need to counter. She glanced at the irregulars. Master Winter, considering your proficiency in ranged and area of effect attacks, you will be in charge of bolstering the city defenses when it comes to deflecting aerial threats. Winter nodded. After explaining a few more details, St. Tyrus continued. The second target is a creature that was designated as the Heart of Darkness. Not a lot is known about it, except for the fact that it is composed of numerous insect-like drones, wielding powers connected to elemental darkness and possibly spatial distortion. The knowledge of this being was brought to us by the first irregular company. That would be Sonny and the members of his cohort, who had been diligently reporting everything about the enemies the convoy encountered during their visits to the Dream Realm. Sky Tide looked in the direction of the 4 irregulars. The Heart of Darkness has been present in the Antarctic Center since before the Chain of Nightmares. Its rank and class are unknown, but the current theory is that the irregulars disturbed the creature's evolution to Titan. If so, we might have avoided an even bigger disaster. In any case, the people most suited to deal with that threat are. She named 3 unfamiliar First Army Ascended. Apparently, their aspects would work well against a myriad of murderous, darkness-infused beetles. Sonny was happy to hear that he would not have to face the damned insects himself again, if things went according to plan. The third target was designated as the Terror of Low 49. Once again, its exact rank and class are unknown, although the creature is most likely to be a corrupted terror. It is responsible for destroying the battleship Ariadne, as well as massacring the garrison of the Low 49 installation. Master Sunless is the only known survivor of the attack, so he is the best person to inform us about this threat. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. There's not much to tell. The bastard hides underwater and kills people by luring them into the ocean with immensely powerful mind manipulation. It also places a mind hex on everyone else to make them ignore the victims. That is the pattern of behavior that I witnessed, which is not to say that the creature does not have other means of attack. You can read the details in the reports we submitted. He thought a little and then added, if there is one strange thing about that terror, it is that it emerged from the gate alone. It does not seem to have an entourage of weaker nightmare creatures to defend it, either, which might be a vulnerability. Oh. Also, there has to be some kind of limitation to its ability to wipe out large groups of people. Otherwise, it would not have waited weeks to kill everyone at low 49. Sky Tide nodded. Saint Bloodwave, Master Neve. Since the creature appears to be aquatic in nature, it is going to be your responsibility to hunt it down. The terror cannot be allowed to approach the city. The emissaries of the House of Night simply nodded. Sunny hoped that they had enough mind protection memories. Meanwhile, Saint Tyrus turned to the image of the winter beast. A hint of contempt appeared on her beautiful face. The winter beast was recently confirmed to be a corrupted titan. I can't kill it, but I will contain it. Dealing with the creature will be my responsibility. Many of the people in the room paled at the mention of the creature's rank. Master Roan especially seemed to have a grave expression. Ignoring the somber mood, Sky Tide turned to the last image, which leaves us with the fallen titan Goliath, the creature responsible for the obliteration of Erebus Field. Do note that, as of now, we have only experienced its physical might. The exact nature of Goliath's powers is still unclear, so we do not know enough to determine how to destroy him. The masters grew silent, staring at the frightening image of a stone colossus walking across a desolate landscape. In that silence, there was suddenly a calm voice. I'll kill Goliath. Everyone turned around, staring at Sunny with confused expressions. He smiled. What? The bastard owes me a new armor. Plus, I've never killed a titan before. Should be an interesting experience. Most of them shook their heads. This is not a good time for empty boasts, kid. Sunny shrugged. As good a time as any. Saint Tyrus studied him for a few moments, then turned away. In any case, before she could finish, though, several communicators in the room notified their owners about a received message. Sunny raised an eyebrow. That was unusual. Falcon Scott was still in the area of effect of the winter beast, so there was no network connection anywhere inside the city walls. There was a powerful communication array, though, connected via a chain of special relays to eastern Antarctica. Its bandwidth was very limited and mostly monopolized by Army Command. Sunny had to spend a considerable sum of contribution points to receive a small quota, which allowed him to get in contact with Rain. Still, the quota was small enough for him to have to count symbols when composing messages, and instead of a constant connection, data packets were uploaded and downloaded twice a day, according to a strict schedule. He glanced at his own communicator to check time. It was around 10 in the morning in the northern quadrant, which, translated to local time, would be nowhere near the scheduled activation period of the array. Interesting. Even more interesting were the people who received the message. There were only 3 of them: Sky Tide, Bloodwave, and Soul Reaper Jet. Saint Tyrus read the message and frowned slightly. The other Transcendent sighed, then briefly showed his communicator to Neve and hid it. Master Jet glanced at the screen and showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining in her usual relaxed pose. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then leaned toward her and asked quietly, "What was that about?" Master Jet glanced at him and shrugged. A saint died this morning in the dream realm while heroically defending a citadel from some vicious nightmare creature, one of Valor's. Sunny was taken aback a little. Saints did not die too often. Some vicious nightmare creature, huh? Soul Reaper smiled a little. Yeah. Things are going to accelerate a lot now, not that it matters to us here. For now, Chapter 987, The Fall of Falcon Scott 5. Sunny was sitting on the battlement of the defensive wall, looking at the apocalyptic sight of a giant horde of nightmare creatures advancing on the city. There were so many of them that it seemed as though the ground itself was moving, flowing forward as it seethed and churned. The darkness surrounding the city was chased away by dozens of flare rockets, which slowly drifted down from the black sky like bright falling stars. On the ground, rivers of flame were devouring the carcasses of the abominations that had been slain in the previous assaults. The incendiary mixture burned long and hot, but luckily enough, the stench of scorched flesh could hardly reach the top of the wall. Pillars of smoke rose into the sky, twisting as they struggled to support its weight. And above it all, obscured by dark clouds, ghostly lights of the aurora swirled with shades of crimson. The battle was about to begin. As the advancing sea of nightmare creatures crossed an invisible line, the powerful mass drivers installed on the bastions of Falcon Scott came to life, flashing with electric light as they sent heavy tungsten rounds flying forward with terrifying speed. The railgun fire was accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, making the whole wall shake and vibrate. Even though the tungsten rounds were not explosive, they impacted the horde with enough force to produce flashes of light and a devastating shockwaves that pulverized dozens of nightmare creatures and cut bloody swathes through their mass. The horde, however, continued forward unperturbed. A moment later, the breaches created by the first salvo of the rail guns were entirely gone, and the abominations rushed forward with murderous frenzy. As the mass drivers accumulated new charges, the heavy-caliber turrets placed along the wall joined the fray. Long tongues of fire bloomed from their barrels, and thousands upon thousands of bullets filled the air. The shining streams of them twisted as they slid across the horde, decimating countless creatures. The noise of the turret barrage was dire and cacophonous. Sonny winced unhappily. War was a lot of things, but mostly it was loud. He glanced at the 70-meter drop below him, then concentrated on his hands again. His fingers were spread apart and moving, as if performing an elaborate dance. From the side, it looked as if Sonny had either gone crazy or was trying to cast some strange hex. Of course, he was doing neither. Instead, he was weaving shadow strings. It was just that the slowly forming threads of essence were only visible to him. Luckily, the members of his cohort were long accustomed to their leader's eccentric antics, so they were not paying it any attention. Instead, all 6 were tensely observing the approaching horde. Once the hundreds of MWPs stationed on top of the wall braced themselves and opened fire, Samara placed the barrel of her rifle on the battlement and leaned into the scope. Before she could charge a shot, however, Sonny placed his hand on her shoulder and shook his head. His third hand, that was, since he was currently using 2 of them made of flesh, 2 of them made of shadows. Samara glanced at him with a slight frown. "Sir, why not?" Sonny continued to weave shadow strings as he answered, "There's no need. The garrison has the situation under control, for now, so don't get involved unless the nightmare creatures scale the wall. Conserve your essence." He lingered for a moment, then added, "According to the latest reports, the devouring cloud is only 1 day away from reaching Falcon Scott. We are going to need all our strength tomorrow." The irregulars shifted uncomfortably, remembering their last brush with the flying swarm. Sonny, meanwhile, disregarded his own advice and turned his attention back to the invisible threads of essence. The battle progressed more or less as he expected. The horde advanced despite suffering heavy losses, and not long after the MWPs unleashed a hail of rounds and missiles into the mass of abominations, the mundane soldiers joined, followed by awakened sorcerers and archers. The siege was a strange one, considering that most of the defensive measures of the city were only able to deal with dormant and awakened nightmare creatures. To slay the fallen ones, awakened fighters had to abandon the safety of the battlements and sortie out, emerging either from heavily armored hatches in the wall or from hidden tunnels stretching beneath the killing field. Those tunnels were also used to intercept those abominations that were capable of burrowing through the ground, and could be easily collapsed in case the enemy took control of one. If a corrupted nightmare creature appeared, the masters were sent out to destroy it. It all sounded well-planned and controlled, but the actual reality was pure chaos and mayhem. Abominations possessed all kinds of vile powers, so each assault was unpredictable and dangerous. Each victory took a lot of human lives to achieve. Noticing a line of hatches open lower down the wall and a dozen swift figures jump out of them, Sonny sighed. He caught a glimpse of Dale's heavy armor, which meant that something truly dangerous had emerged. Army Command was strangely protective of the irregulars, mostly keeping them in reserve for now. They were probably meant to do their part of the dying once the priority targets showed up. Considering that night's cohort had been unleashed, though, the current battle must have been going less smoothly than he thought. And indeed, not long after Dale eliminated his target and retreated, the horde broke through the protective barrage and reached the wall. It seemed that the abominations had learned to use the piles of corpses left behind by the previous assaults as cover. The lowest part of the wall was also the most reinforced. All materials retrieved from the carcasses of well-armored nightmare creatures went into making it hard to breach. So the horde stalled at the bottom for a while, suffering under a flood of bullets and explosive projectiles. Then, however, the abominations started to pile one on top of another, forming morbid ziggurats of bodies. The ziggurats grew, rising higher and higher as more nightmare creatures climbed the ladders made of writhing flesh. 10 meters, then 20, then 30. Eventually, it became clear that there was a substantial risk that the horde would scale the wall. With a sigh, Sonny paused his weaving and stood up, easily holding his balance on top of the battlement. A black bow appeared in his hand, and an arrow that seemed to be made of lightning ignited on its string. They know how to build siege towers now. Drawing the bow, Sonny lingered for a moment and then sent the strike of thunder flying down. A moment later, the howls of the nightmare creatures tore through the clamor of the battle, and the spell whispered into his ear like a sonorous choir. The battle raged on. Chapter 988, The Fall of Falcon Scott 6. And it still raged on by the time Sonny and his cohort were done with their shift. Or maybe it was already another assault. By now, it was often hard to tell where one attack ended and a second one began. Descending from the wall, the irregulars passed through the busy camp below. Lumbering loaders were racing to send heavy ammunition containers up, wounded soldiers were being triaged and tended to, fresh reinforcements were waiting their turn to enter the elevators. Here and there, a damaged MWP stood, being hastily repaired by a crew of technicians. Leaving the staging area, they soon reached the Rhino. The mighty vehicle was not in the best shape, but it could still be used to get around the city. Plus, while the members of the cohort had decided to bunk in comfortable barracks, Sonny chose to remain in the familiar APC. He had even learned how to drive it. Well, more or less. From Luster. "Are you coming with us, Captain?" "Oh, sorry." "Major," Kim looked away awkwardly after asking the question. Sonny simply shook his head. "Not today. I have a couple of errands to run, so just take the Rhino to the barracks and then park it in the usual spot." "Oh, and rest well. Tomorrow is going to be a long day." Although the cohort had ended up not doing much today, everyone was still tired. They quickly drove off, leaving Sonny alone. Day 4 of their stay in Falcon Scott was coming to an end. Circulating his essence to fasten its replenishment rate, Sonny walked for a few minutes, breathing in the cold air as the hum of distant explosions washed over him. Then, he jumped on the step of a moving transport and allowed it to carry him closer to his destination. The vistas of a city at war floated past him, too many refugees crammed into too few buildings. Everyone was doing their best to create some sort of passable environment for themselves and their neighbors. But there were a lot of problems, too. Most of these people were shaken and traumatized, some very close to breaking down. There were a lot of conflicts and violent outbursts, and even more dark feelings. There were a lot of nightmare creatures being born from the bodies of failed aspirants, as well, since the spell ran rampant among the refugees, and there were not nearly enough soldiers to find all the infected before the worst happened. A suffocating atmosphere of fear, tension, and sorrow permeated the air. And yet, people lived on. Their resilience and adaptability triumphed over everything, allowing them to endure and even find moments of happiness in this hell. Sonny saw plenty of smiles, heard plenty of laughter, and witnessed many small details of how the refugees were handling their changed conditions while looking forward to being evacuated. They still have hope. Eventually, he jumped down and walked the rest of the way on foot, reaching a section of the staging area where large white warehouses stood in several rows, surrounded by a massive activity. That was where scavenged materials were being processed and refined for the use of the First Army. A tired-looking engineer met him at the gate. "Major Sunless?" Sonny nodded and allowed the man to lead him toward a particular row of warehouses. "Yeah, we received your request." The approval came fast enough, so as long as you have enough contribution points, you can cut a good chunk for yourself. Not that I know what you need it for. Usually, it's the mundanes we arm with processed material that dream of wielding memories, not the other way around. Sonny smiled. The warehouses were full of nightmare creature carcasses, those valuable enough to be retrieved from the battlefield and processed by the army. The corpse of the remnant of the Jade Queen, the corrupted tyrant he and Sky Tide had killed, had been placed here once, for example. The incredibly durable jade carapace of the monstrous beetle was then refined and used to reinforce a section of the wall. Most of the processed material was instantly used to strengthen the fortifications of the city or the First Army itself. There were all kinds of things that could be done with various parts of nightmare creatures, from crafting melee weapons and upgrading the armored shells of MWPs to powering exotic spelltech mechanisms. That was why Sonny had to push his weight around, bargain a little, and spend a bunch of contribution points to receive a modest quota. Studying the warehouses, he asked, "There was a corrupted devil yesterday that managed to breach the wall. Where is it kept?" The engineer stared at him for a few moments. I'm sorry, sir. I have no idea which one of them breached the wall. We just received the carcasses and come up with ways of dismantling them. Another team then thinks of a way to actually use the parts. Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Makes sense. Just show me the corrupted material you have, then." He was led through several warehouses, studying a series of ghastly corpses, one more frightening than the other. There was a creature that resembled a giant mole covered in heavy plates of bone armor, and a creature that looked like a mass of spikes, with a small skeletal body hidden somewhere in its center. There was a carcass of something that seemed like an 8-legged metal tick, the size of a house, and a stone sphere covered with bumps that looked eerily like human faces. Damn! Finally, Sonny found what he was looking for. In the spacious warehouse, a large carcass was laying on the floor, surrounded by alloy scaffolding. The creature was vaguely humanoid in shape, bone-white, with countless rows of needles bristling from its back. Each needle was about 3 meters long, wide enough for him to barely be able to grasp it with a hand, and weighed too much for several adult men to lift it. They were made of a strange material that seemed to be somewhere between metal and bone and wickedly sharp. Yesterday, the devil had shot these needles at the wall, shredding the armored alloy as though it was paper. Sonny stared at the dead abomination, then nodded. "Yes, that should do." The engineer glanced at him with interest. "Ah, the needles? How many do you want?" Sonny shrugged. "One should be enough." Deciding not to bother the processing team, he summoned the Sin of Solace and listened silently to its whispers while cutting one of the needles. The engineer observed him with curiosity. "I'm sorry, sir, but can I ask what do you need it for?" Sonny grunted as he lifted the needle and placed it on his shoulder. Then he glanced at the man. Sorcery practice. Chapter 989, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 7. Carrying the needle on his shoulder, Sonny chose to walk to his next destination. The thing was heavy enough that even a master like him felt a bit of strain after a while, so he had to wrap himself in the shadows at some point. People were giving him weird glances, but no one said anything. The puppeteer's shroud identified Sonny as an awakened, and awakened were known to do strange things on occasion. Sonny also found that mundane people often acted shy in front of him ever since he had become a master, which pleasantly cut the number of awkward conversations he had to have. So, he just had to be careful not to hit anyone with the unwieldy needle by accident. As he walked, Sonny decided to check on his runes out of boredom. Shadow fragments, 2471/4000. He smiled a little. The siege of Falcon Scott might have been a terrible affair, but one thing it did not lack was enemies to kill. The rate at which he earned fragments increased a lot in the past 3 days. By now, the change made by each individual fragment was insignificant, but it added up. He was now considerably stronger than he had been at the start of the Antarctica campaign, and the fifth core was not as unachievable as it had once seemed. Nephi's was still far away from reaching Terror 2, which meant that he finally had a chance of catching up to her class. At least for a short while. Does it even matter now? In the end, both of us will either be titans or dead. Nightmare was subjugating many dreams these days, as well. All in all, Sunny was in good shape. His cohort had been forged into one of the deadliest combat units on the continent, with each member honing their skills to a truly fearsome degree. All that was left to propel him to an entirely new level of power was for Saint to emerge from her evolution. Maybe, just maybe, they would indeed manage to hold Falcon Scott for 3 weeks. Sunny made way for a column of military vehicles and looked at the crowd of refugees around him. Yeah, doubtful. With a sigh, he made a turn and approached one of the hastily erected dormitory towers. This one looked more substantial than most, but not by much. Looking up, he saw a vast expanse of glowing windows, with thousands and thousands of humans taking shelter from the cold within. He glanced at the Devil's Needle, then awkwardly spun it and thrust the point deep into the ground. Taking it into the building would have been a hassle, and Sunny was sure that no one would steal it. The thing weighed more than any mundane human, or even a group of them, could carry away. The problem, though, was that the needle was so sharp that it continued to sink into the frozen soil under its own weight. Sunny stared at it resentfully for a moment, then repeated the process, this time thrusting it into the ground with the dull end. Finally satisfied, he walked to the entrance to the tower, where a lone civilian was shoveling snow away. As he was passing, the man flinched and stared at him with wide eyes. Sunny sighed inwardly. Am I really so scary? Captain Sunless, is that you? Surprised, Sunny raised an eyebrow. Yes. Technically, it's Major now, do I know? Before he could finish the sentence, the civilian dropped the shovel and grabbed his hand, shaking it vigorously. Sunny froze. What the hell is going on? It is you. Master Sunless, sir. My family and I are only alive because of you. After Erebus Field, I thought. Sorry, but you brought us all here. Thank you so much. Sunny did not know how to behave in that situation, but thankfully, the civilian finally let go of his hand and hastily opened a small bag hanging on his belt. A moment later, Sunny found himself holding a carefully packed sandwich. Please take this, I know it's not much. But my wife made it herself. You probably don't get a lot of home-cooked food standing there on the wall. Sunny wanted to return the sandwich to the man, but then lingered. The refugees were not starving, but he knew for a fact that most of the rations they had access to were no different from what he had been accustomed to in the outskirts. Getting the ingredients to make this simple sandwich must not have been easy. It was made with love and care, which meant that this small but sincere gift meant much more than it seemed. He smiled slightly. Thank you, I'll enjoy it well. The man seemed exceedingly happy to hear that and gingerly let Sunny go, picking up his shovel and returning to clearing away the snow while whistling a tune. Walking inside the building, Sunny glanced at the sandwich and frowned a little. He did not really know how to feel about the strange encounter. On the one hand, it was nice to see a tangible result of his efforts. After the caravan reached Falcon Scott, the refugees were quickly processed and assigned to various dormitories, so Sunny had not seen any of them again. On the other hand, the cheerful man was clearly deluding himself if he thought that Sunny had saved him and his family. All Sunny had done was postpone their deaths by a few weeks. They would only be truly saved once carried across the strait to eastern Antarctica. Until then, a sharp sword still hung above their necks. All the more reason to hold the damn wall for as long as we can, then. Suddenly thoughtful, Sunny used an elevator to descend underground and approached a particular door. A few moments after he knocked, Bate opened it and gave him a long look. Oh, it's you. He raised a hand with a wide grin. I brought sandwiches. Well, a sandwich. She stepped aside to let him in and turned around. Professor, your favorite awakened is here. Sunny dismissed the boots of the puppeteer's shroud before coming inside. That small action made him feel strangely nostalgic. Civilian life. How come I barely remember what it is? Chapter 990, The Fall of Falcon Scott 8. Sunny had no particular reason for this visit. apart from simply wanting to check on how the old man had settled in. From his first impression, the dormitory apartment was too small and barebones for someone of Professor Obel's stature. There were 5 compact bedrooms connected to a shared living room, kitchen, and bathroom, with 3 of the bedrooms occupied by other people. He could hear a child's voice behind one door, which meant that there might have been entire families of refugees living here. In that regard, maybe the fact that the professor and Bate each received an entire room for themselves was already a privilege. Still, what the hell? Maybe he should not have been surprised. Professor Obel was indeed a distinguished scientist who had made great contributions to humanity. But the Antarctic Center was the administrative center of the whole quadrant. With 200 million people concentrated in Falcon Scott, there must have been a whole lot of distinguished people waiting for their turn to be evacuated. Bate led him to the kitchen and put a kettle on the stove. Now that they were not busy trying to keep the caravan from falling apart, Sonny noticed that the young woman looked a bit haggard in comparison to how she had been at low 49. There were dark circles under her eyes, a slight uncertainty to her movements, and a grim slant to her brow. Bate's temper, however, had not changed one bit. "Tell me straight, is the wall going to hold?" Sonny lingered for a bit, stumped by the frank question. "How should I know? Sure, it is going to hold. Until it doesn't." Bates scoffed, pouring synthetic tea into 3 cheap alloy cups. "And yet you seem to be terribly calm." Sonny scratched the back of his head in confusion. "Do I seem calm?" "Well, I guess I am. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?" The young woman stared at him with outrage. "Death, you can die." He thought about it for a few moments. "I'd rather not die, of course. But death is definitely way better than some other things. Believe me." Sonny had lived through several ghastly experiences himself, and still remembered a few of the harrowing nightmares he had been subjected to by his shadowy steed. It seemed that he had developed an abnormally high tolerance to pain and fear somewhere along the way, without even noticing. Of course, his aloofness would look strange to a mundane person. Sonny opened his mouth, thinking that he should probably try to console Bate somehow, but at that moment, Professor Obel finally appeared, sparing them both a moment of awkwardness. "Ah, Major Sunless, how nice of you to spare time for this old man." The 3 of them settled behind a small dining table, enjoying tea. At first, Sonny was the one doing most of the speaking. "So, city defenses are in good condition for now. Ah, but we expect a big assault tomorrow. Make sure to remain inside and don't go to the surface levels of the building, no matter what happens." Bate and Professor Obel shared a glance. For some reason, the young woman seemed to be unhappy with her mentor. "Yes, everyone received instructions on how to behave when an air attack alert is activated. Thank you for reminding us, young man." Sonny nodded, then hesitated for a while. Eventually, he asked in a cautious tone, "I am sorry to ask, Professor. But why are you still here? I would think that you would be put on the priority list for the evacuation." Every civilian in the city was designated as a member of a certain group, each having a different value. The high-value citizens were meant to be ferried across the strait first, with all the rest placed in a long queue by a randomized algorithm. Various factors could affect one's weight in the algorithm, though families with young children had a much better chance of being placed higher. For example, while people with genetic defects would be placed lower. Citizenship level also affected the algorithm, which meant that non-citizens from the local version of the outskirts would be evacuated last. Figures. One, however, none of it had anything to do with Professor Obel. By all accounts, he should have been on one of the first ships out of the harbor. The giant vessels had been coursing between Falcon Scott and eastern Antarctica for several days now, bringing many millions of people away. Bate gave the old man a scathing glance. "Yes, Professor." "Why are you still here?" Before he could say anything, the young woman turned to Sonny and said with indignation, "Believe it or not, the old F." The professor gave up his position on the priority list, saying that he wouldn't leave without his assistant. "And since I have nothing to do with the high-value group, we are both stuck in the standard selection group now. Gods only know when we'll be assigned a placement in the queue, let alone get to leave." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Is that true, Professor?" The old man looked down in embarrassment. "Oh, you kids don't understand. I am an old man, you know. My bones still hurt from the long weeks spent on the road. Can't I rest a little before jumping on a ship?" Bates scoffed, and this time, Sonny was inclined to agree. What kind of bullcrap reason is that? There was obviously something deeper going on. Hopefully, the professor simply did not want to leave Bate behind, which was already stupid. If he was on some self-sacrificial mission, though, Sonny had to set him straight. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, the kid he had heard earlier barged into the kitchen, holding a makeshift toy in her hands. Grandpa Obel, it broke. Professor Obel gave Sonny an apologetic look, then smiled at the child and picked up the toy. "What? It broke all by itself, huh? Well, don't worry. I'll fix it up again. Your friend is going to be as good as new in no time." Sonny stared at the two of them, then said in a subdued tone, "Professor, there's a difference between being brave and being suicidal. You have to get on a ship as soon as possible. The wall is not going to hold back the enemy much longer. Not everyone will." The old man patted the child on the head, then simply looked at Sonny and smiled. "All the more reason for the army to make sure that it holds for as long as possible, then. It's not as if we're not trying. Wait. Isn't that what I said myself?" Sonny winced, then finished his tea in one gulp and stood up. "I guess you are right. I'll be going then." He glanced at Bate. "Contact me if you need anything." With that, Sonny left the small apartment and returned to the surface. Picking up the devil's needle, he grunted and put it back on his shoulder. "Damned professor. As if I don't have enough headaches already." Grumbling quietly, Sonny carried the heavy needle as he headed toward the distant barracks. Chapter 991, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 9. Sonny found the Rhino without any problem since it was parked near the military barracks. Getting the corrupted devil's needle through the main hatch had turned out harder than he had expected, so he ended up climbing to the APC's roof and lowering it through the upper hatch there. Eventually, though, he found himself inside the dark, silent interior of the slumbering machine. It was a bit weird to see the Rhino so empty, but not unpleasantly so. With the whole APC to himself, Sonny felt as though he could relax and took off the mask of the confident commander that he was forced to wear in front of most people these days. "Ah, that damned thing is so heavy." He dragged the needle to the armory, dropped it on the floor, and returned to the lounge area to take a quick shower. Then, feeling fresh and rejuvenated, if a bit sleepy, he summoned the endless spring, plopped down on a couch, and put his feet up, using the shadow chair as a footstool. Sonny took a sip of cool water, then carefully unpacked the sandwich and took a bite. The sandwich, indeed, had been made with love. It was truly tasty. Mentally thanking the generous refugee, Sonny enjoyed his meal in peace. It was going to be his last opportunity to rest tonight, so he made sure to chew as slowly as he could. Very soon, however, the sandwich was gone, and it was time to get to work. Sonny closed his eyes, sighed, and walked to the rear section of the vehicle. There, a small pile of memories lay on the holographic table of the command suite. Sonny summoned a few more, dropped them into the pile, and counted everything. A small grimace appeared on his face. Sonny had not only been keeping watch on the wall the past few days. After reaching Falcon Scott, which had become the hub of everything in the Antarctic Center, he had been very busy spending all of his contribution points as well. Getting good memories was hard, but luckily, he was once again going for quantity over quality. Additionally, Sonny had no reason to stick to the official channels. Receiving anything through the Army requisition system was a tough and slow process, especially with the network being down most of the time. So he just traded his points directly to the awakened soldiers for the memories that were useless to them. He had even hired a few sleepers from the caravan to be his errand boys, which made the whole process faster. Not fast enough, though. Shaking his head, Sonny departed the pile of memories alone, cleared some space on the table, and summoned 2 weapons. One of them was his old and loyal Takai, the Midnight Shard, and the other was Morgan's warbow. Sonny concentrated for a moment, allowing his gaze to peer through the surface of the 2 memories. The intricate tapestry of ethereal strings hidden inside them was vast and mind-numbingly complicated. He could already feel a hint of a headache coming on. Sunny was trying to do something that he had never done before. A few things, actually. Firstly, he wanted to recreate an ascended enchantment, which were much more expansive and complex than the awakened and dormant ones he had mostly copied before. Secondly, he wanted to disassemble the structure of a particular enchantment into its basic elements, then heavily modify one of those elements and turn it into an independent enchantment of its own. And lastly, he wanted to create a functional memory from scratch. That he had done on many occasions before, but only in the most rudimentary form. The first two steps were already hard enough, but it was the last one that had turned unexpectedly troublesome. As Sunny had discovered out, not all materials had the capacity to sustain powerful enchantments. They would simply disintegrate under strain or be torn apart by the raging essence. He needed refined material to create a powerful memory. Hence the needle of a corrupted devil. Since Sunny was planning to use transcendent soul shards, nothing less would do. Actually, he wasn't really sure if the needle was good enough for his purposes, either, but it was his best bet. Sunny studied the weave of ethereal strings, and at the same time wove essence threads of his own. He was going to need a lot of them, so there was no time to waste. Minute passed after minute, merging into hours. Sunny continued sitting motionlessly in front of the two memories, with only the fingers of his four hands moving in the air. Eventually, his deep concentration was broken by the sound of an incoming call. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then slowly shifted his gaze to the communicator. As soon as he pressed on it, Master Jet's face appeared on the screen. She was chewing on a piece of roasted monster meat, seemingly very hungry or in a hurry to finish her meal. "Hey, how, is your side project going?" Sunny stared at her incredulously. "It's going. It would go better if I was not distracted by unexpected calls in the middle of the night, though. Well, anyway, did you manage to get what I asked for?" Just swallowed the last piece of the roasted meat, wiped the juice off her lips, and smiled. "Yeah, I gathered all the memories that the members of my cohort have no use for. Anyway, why do you need them?" That's a crazy amount of contribution points to waste on a bunch of Tier 1 trinkets. Sunny grinned from the corner of his mouth. "I am thinking of giving them to a beautiful lady." A spark of curiosity glinted in Jet's eyes. "Oh. Better be quick with it then. If she really is a lady, reaching her bedroom might be a slow affair, and we all might be dead very soon." Sunny blinked. "What? No, that was not what I—" Soul Reaper laughed. "Gods, Sunny, relax. In any case, are you prepared for tomorrow?" Sunny glowered at her for a couple of moments, then scoffed. "Yeah, sure, as prepared as I can be." Jet sipped some water from her flask, then shut it and grinned again. This time, her smile gazed very ominous. "Well, good, because tomorrow came a little early. Go get your cohort, Major Sunless." In the next moment, loud sirens of the aerial attack alarm howled eerily throughout the city, echoing through the crowded streets. Chapter 992, The Fall of Falcon Scott 10, Damnation. Sunny scrambled to his feet, hastily dismissing the midnight shard and grabbing his bow. On the screen of the communicator, Jet's face disappeared, replaced by an incoming message that named the section of the wall he and his cohort were supposed to go to. South. This time, they were meant to fight right above the main gates of the city, on the part of the defensive barrier that faced inland, and where the battle was going to be the fiercest. It seemed that Army Command was finally done holding the irregulars in reserve. Sunny glanced at the clock. It was just past the earliest time the members of his cohort could return from the dream realm if they had chosen to sleep tonight. That's good. He dashed to the pilot's cabin of the Rhino and ran the vehicle through the startup procedure. The APC sluggishly came to life, making many sounds that were probably not an excellent sign. As Sunny waited, he mentally went over each member of his cohort, thinking about what task he would assign them and whether their flaws would be detrimental in this particular battle. The chances of that were low, but he still needed to check. No one with an especially crippling flaw would have made it through years of service, and soldiers were not required to disclose them. Sharing something that personal and potentially dangerous could only be done voluntarily. There was nothing about the flaws in the dossiers Sunny had read, but after spending months fighting side by side with his people, he deduced most of them. The flaws of the irregulars were indeed not too dire, and most of his people were mature awakened who had had at least a decade to learn how to deal with them. Quentin, for example, seemed to be unable to break a promise. Kim was naturally unassuming. Samara had a leisurely rate of soul essence regeneration. Bell had to work especially hard on his impulse control. Luster. Well, that one was beautiful apparent. Dorn's flaw was the cruelest, but it would only become detrimental years from now. His body was slowly, but constantly growing, and would most likely collapse under its own weight one day, sometime in the future. Nothing that would play a role in today's battle, though. All good. At that moment, the hatch of the rhino opened, making the eerie wailing of the sirens much louder. The members of his cohort rushed in, summoning their armor and weapons as they did. "Captain, everyone's here." Without waiting for Luster to get to the cabin, Sonny lowered himself into the driver's seat and sent the rhino forward. His driving skills were not really top-notch. Or any good, really, but he could get the APC to the wall at least. "Get yourself ready. You all remember the plan, correct?" Since winter was going to take center stage in the battle against the devouring cloud, the irregulars had come up with a few strategies in advance. "Yes, sir." Sonny nodded. "Well, then, go rub Luster's lucky charm. Gods know we're going to need some luck today." Hearing the laughter of his comrades, Luster crossed his arms. "Hey, that thing really works. 4 out of the 5 most deadly nightmare creatures in the region. You call that luck?" "Exactly, and I survived meeting every one." Chuckling, Sonny concentrated on controlling the massive APC. The rhino sped through the streets of Falcon Scott. Thankfully, they were mostly empty by now. The air raid sirens had sent the refugees scrambling to get inside. He could see a lot of frightened people still hurrying to reach their assigned dormitories, but mostly there were only military transports in sight. Briefly, Sonny wondered about the man who had gifted him a sandwich. Hopefully, his family had a room below ground. If not, surviving the devouring cloud might not be effortless for them. Concentrate. Finally, the rhino reached the staging area under the wall. Not bothering to park it properly, Sonny picked up Morgan's warbow and headed for the exit hatch. His soldiers followed. The army camp was in a state of perpetual, organized chaos, more so today than it had been before. A tense, anxious mood hung in the air. Everyone had a grim expression on their faces, sometimes glancing south with fear hiding in their eyes. Sonny thought that he could already hear the distant, low hum of the approaching swarm. "Look alive!" His shout seemed to energize the soldiers. Glancing at him with hints of recognition and reverence, they parted, letting the devils march through. Sonny made sure to put on the most calm and arrogant expression he could manage, as if the vast swarm of flying abominations was nothing more than a little annoyance. His performance seemed to have worked, since some of the tension dissipated. Even the members of his own cohort seemed to relax a little. "What? Why the hell are you relaxing, idiots? You of all people should know how damn terrifying the devouring cloud is. I mean, even I am scared." But he wasn't, not really. Mostly because the brood monsters had no means of attacking incorporeal targets, so his personal safety was not at risk. And because the devouring cloud was the least dangerous of the enemies converging on Falcon Scott. It was still supremely dangerous, however. The irregulars entered an open elevator that took them to the top of the wall. Falcon Scott looked strangely empty from the moving platform, its usual liveliness gone. It seemed as if the whole city was holding its breath, hoping that the predator would not notice the prey. Zero chance of that happening. Stepping onto the wall, Sonny looked around and noticed a few familiar figures some distance away. A minute later, he was standing side by side with Jet, Winter, and Dale, looking south over the battlements. The 4 of them remained silent for a while until Soul Reaper finally spoke, her voice measured. "Wow, that is a lot of abominations." Below them, in the distance, the ground was slowly disappearing behind an immense wall of swirling haze. It looked as if the world itself was being devoured, erased from existence by the approaching cloud. Suddenly, Sonny caught himself missing the calm darkness of the underground tunnel. Chapter 993, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 11. The devouring cloud posed an existential threat to Falcon Scott, but strangely, Sunny was not too worried, at least for himself. Perhaps it was the marble shell that gave him confidence, or perhaps it was the presence of the other ascended irregulars. The four of them were a fearsome force by themselves, and there were thousands of other awakened defending the city, to boot. Not to mention countless mundane soldiers, impregnable fortifications, and 2 entire saints. Sky Tide had been away, fighting the winter beast somewhere in the wilderness. It was unknown whether she would be able to return in time to participate in today's battle, but Bloodwave was here, protecting the anchored ships. If things went south, he would undoubtedly interfere. Master Jet studied the approaching brood swarm, her icy blue eyes cold and calculating. Then, she sighed. Something is different. Sunny glanced at her with a silent question, prompting Soul Reaper to shake her head. The devouring cloud is behaving differently from how the reports described it. He frowned, then glanced at the distant haze. Indeed, the swarm was acting a bit differently from how it had been before. It seemed slightly less erratic, slightly more driven. The speed with which the devouring world consumed distance was greater than Sunny had expected. Summoning his helmet, Dale shrugged. They probably sensed the 200 million souls behind us, who wouldn't hurry to get to a feast. Winter smiled. Well then, let's show them some hospitality. She remained motionless for a few moments, then raised her hands and cautiously removed her sunglasses. A deep sigh escaped from her lips. That was the first time Sunny saw Winter's eyes. They were entirely black, with pupils that resembled 2 drops of coagulated blood. Looking into them made him deeply, irrationally uncomfortable. Begin. Several awakened, 3 from Soul Reaper's cohort and 1 from Dale's, stepped forward. Following Sunny's nod, Luster did the same. In this battle, Winter was going to be the tip of their spear. Her aspect would play a key role, and so, it had to be augmented as much as possible. Several memories started to manifest in the air around the ascended archer. A beautiful handheld mirror, a small skull with a precious jewel embedded into its forehead. A silver coin with the image of a beautiful woman on one side and that of a hideous monster on the other. And at the same time, the 4 awakened activated their own abilities. One started to draw a complicated circle around Winter, saturating it with essence as he went. Another concentrated on the memories, somehow channeling more power into them. Luster simply placed his hand on her shoulder and then sent Sunny a strangely pleased glance. That fool. Sunny rolled his eyes and walked a few steps away. He wrapped one shadow around his body and the other 3 around Morgan's warbow, then evaluated how much essence he had left. It was not as much as he would have wanted, but enough to summon the strike of thunder many times, as well as manifest countless soul arrows in between the shots. He would be able to activate the dying wish as well if the abominations managed to get close to the wall. Today, Sunny had a personal goal to slaughter as many of the brood beasts as possible. Hundreds of them, or maybe even 1,000. With almost all the vile creatures being awakened, he would not be getting many fragments, but that was all right. What he wanted were memories. Anyway, the more the better, no matter how weak. What do you think, Sunny? Are we going to win today? He glanced at Master Jet, who was calmly spinning a simple shuriken in her hand. The aura of illusory cold radiating from her seemed especially chilling right now. He shrugged. Sure, why not? It's just a bunch of ugly flying leeches. Soul Reaper grinned and did not say anything else. A few minutes later, the devouring cloud entered the firing range of the rail guns. Once again, the thunderous sound of heaving tungsten rounds shattering the sound barrier made the whole wall vibrate. Even though Sunny knew that the bombardment had to have killed countless creatures, it seemed as though the distant haze simply swallowed them. There was not even the smallest ripple or rift in the uninterrupted veil of flying horrors. Crap. Then, the turrets and the MWPs joined the barrage and unleashed a hail of bullets. Numerous tracer rounds flew from the wall into the rolling cloud of brood beasts. It was strangely beautiful, as though a shining rain was falling from the ground into the sky, struggling to pierce the black veil of extinguishing darkness. As if utterly untouched by the devastating onslaught, the devouring cloud continued forward without ever slowing down. By now, the hum of countless leathery wings had grown loud enough to seep through the clamor of the firing guns. spreading through the air like the murmur of a vast sea. The creatures were already close enough for the illusion of a hazy veil to fall apart into the harrowing visage of myriads of black dots swarming in the air. Sunny grimaced, then drew his bow and sent the strike of thunder into the approaching horde. Before the furious bolt of lightning reached it, he was already pulling on the string again, an arrow of pale gold appearing on it. A flash of stark, eclectic light illuminated a tiny portion of the swarm, followed by the whispers of the spell. Crap! At that point, the devouring cloud was supposed to slow down. It had just reached the edge of the vast killing field between the city wall and the mountains, coming into view of numerous piles of nightmare creature carcasses covering the ground. The brood beasts were supposed to turn their attention to that plentiful source of food before continuing toward Falcon Scott in full force. However, they did not. Acting in contradiction to all the analytical reports by Army Command, the swarm ignored the feast of rotting flesh completely, and instead accelerated forward even more. That was when Winter finally made her move. Taking a deep breath, she raised her bow and summoned a single, fiery arrow. Her black eyes seemed to become even darker still, and the crimson blood drops of her pupils shone with an eerie, ominous glow. The string of the bow rang, and the flaming arrow flashed through the darkness, leaving a blazing trail behind. When it hit, the darkness of the polar night was suddenly no more. Chapter 994, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 12. The moment Winter's arrow reached the devouring cloud, a brilliant flash of light blinded everyone for a moment. A vast sphere of flame bloomed in the middle of the swarm, spreading far and wide like a rolling wave of destruction. Then, it collapsed on itself and exploded once more. Tongues of flame spread through the mass of abominations, swallowing countless brood beasts. Some were turned to ash, some fell down to the ground like burning stars. Others continued to burn as they streaked chaotically through the sky, their flesh boiling and dissipating. But they did not die before colliding with some of their vile brethren. The fire spread. As if possessing a mind of its own, it continued to spread from one abomination to another until it seemed as though the sky itself was aflame. The darkness was chased out by the furious orange-white glow, and Sunny felt something that he had never expected to feel in the middle of winter in Antarctica. Scorching heat caressing his skin, he sucked in a shaky breath. Damn. It seemed that all their preparations were not in vain. Winter's opening was nothing short of breathtaking. It was outright frightening, if he was honest. But it was just an opening. Nevertheless, although the devouring cloud had sustained considerable losses and had to slow down, it was in no way stopped. Already, some brood beasts were charging through the wall of fire, lunging toward the city. Grinning at the sight of the fiery slaughter, Sunny shook off his momentary shock and drew Morgan's warbow again. More. I need to kill more. Another bolt of lightning slammed into the swarm, reaping a multitude of lives. An arrow of pale gold pierced a brood beast clean through, then continued to fly forward, killing several others. There were so many abominations that Sunny did not even have to aim. The 4 cohorts of irregulars, as well as all the rest of the awakened defenders, poured all their strength into destroying the descending tide of winged horrors. Even though it seemed as if the sky itself was falling on them, vast swathes of it enveloped in flame, no one's courage broke. It was natural to fear for one's life, but with 200 million people depending on their protection, the soldiers of the First Army stubbornly clung to their positions despite the terror of the approaching swarm. By his side, Soul Reaper waved her hands, dozens of throwing stars appearing between her fingers and shooting forward with terrible speed, shredding a whole swathe of the swarm like a steel rain. A few steps away, Samara was methodically discharging her rifle, explosions of essence blossoming in the mass of nightmare creatures. Pieces of torn flesh and streams of blood rained down without stop. The rest of the devils were doing their part. Winter was not at all done with her part of the slaughter, either. One after another, enchanted arrows flew from the string of her bow. With 4 awakened elites using their aspects to augment hers, and a number of powerful memories feeding her their power, the ascended archer became a source of shocking devastation. Sunny finally understood why Winter was sometimes called a walking artillery unit. There were a lot of arrows in her arsenal capable of widespread destruction, and augmented as she was, the scope of that destruction only grew. Thanks to her aspect, the arrows never missed. And with luster continuously feeding her soul essence, she had no reason to stop. The devouring cloud was melting in front of his eyes. Morel Sonny strained his muscles to draw the string, the process of dismissing and summoning the strike of thunder back finally finished. Just in time, a fierce bolt of lightning pierced the air once again. You have slain. You have slain. You have slain. You have received. And yet, even with all that destruction summoned upon the brood swarm, it was still advancing on the city. Half of the vast killing field had already disappeared in its shadow, and the first of the winged horrors were already reaching the wall. Somewhere to his left, a massive MWP stumbled, the appalling shape of a brood beast disappearing into the breach in the war platform's armor that it had just created with the circular, fleshy maw. The creature crawled into the pilot's cabin. In the next moment, the massive machine jerked erratically and stepped back, plummeting from the battlement into the darkness. Sonny uttered a silent curse. At the same time, Dale stepped closer to Winter. A spherical dome of transparent energy enveloped the two of them, as well as all the awakened standing nearby. Their arrows and bullets easily passed through the dome to hit the enemies, but when a lone brood beast lunged at Winter from above, it collided against the wall of shimmering energy as if against solid stone. The creature's body bounced away in a rain of blood. I guess it's time for Sonny now. Jet's voice confirmed his own thoughts. They briefly glanced at each other, then dashed away from the irregulars. Sonny dismissed his bow, took a deep breath, and summoned the sin of solace instead. Instantly, an insidious voice, his own voice, spoke into his ear. Huh, are you still pretending that you can actually save anyone? You know, shut the hell up, no one asked. Gritting his teeth, Sonny followed Soul Reaper until they reached a relatively empty section of the wall a couple of 100 meters away from the position of the irregulars. She shouted at the nearby soldiers, commanding them to retreat. Then, Jet turned to Sonny and flashed him a wicked smile. Are you ready? He nodded. Then activate that charm of yours. Sonny sighed, then poured essence into the dying wish. At the same time, he wrapped all 4 shadows around his body and activated the underworld armament trait of the marble shell, enhancing the effect of the charm. His goals here were rather simple. He needed to give Winter as much time as possible to eradicate the swarm, and at the same time, prevent brood beasts from flying into the city. What better way was there to achieve both than to present the devouring Could with an irresistibly tasty target? The plan was bound to work. Its only downside was that, for a while, Sonny would have to survive the attention of the entire swarm. Somehow. Chapter 995. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 13. The world seemed trapped in a violent seizure. The darkness of the endless night was savaged, torn apart by the spreading wildfire and the disorienting flashes of numerous firing armaments. The cacophony of thunderous salvos and inhuman shrieks fused into an almost palpable force, pressing down on Sonny from all sides. Some distance away, above the burning nightmare of the killing field, the devouring cloud had reshaped itself to create a breach in the wall of flames. A dark mass of brood beasts poured forward, rushing to reach the defensive barrier of the last human city. The incoming segment of the swarm swirled, forming into a long and vast protuberance. It looked like a giant tentacle that grew and twisted, aiming for a single spot on the city wall. The dome of shimmering energy where Dale and Winter were making their stand. Something is indeed very wrong. Since when was the devouring cloud so purposeful? How could the swarm of mindless brood beasts not only identify the deadliest threat, but also show enough coordinated intent to try taking it out first? Feeling a chill run down his spine, Sonny activated the dying wish and watched as the tip of the dark protuberance pivoted, changing its direction to attack him instead. Wonderful. He glanced at Jet, lingered for a moment, and then asked in a hoarse voice, "Are we sure that we want to do this?" Soul Reaper lowered her graceful glaive, a thin layer of ice slowly thickening on its silver blade. Brushing her raven-black hair back, she smiled from the corner of her mouth. "What do our wishes have to do with anything? Sunny looked back at the approaching swarm and sighed. Fair enough. At that point, most of the weapons on the southern section of the wall had concentrated their fire on the advancing protuberance. It was being tomed by the heavy tungsten rounds of the rail guns, the storm of bullets unleashed by countless turrets, the sporadic rifle fire of mundane infantrymen, the memories and abilities of enlightened soldiers. As Sunny watched, masses of miniature missiles shot from the shoulders of the towering MWPs, streaking across the sky and blasting countless monstrosities to shreds. The attacking swarm was continuously breaking and rebuilding itself, new brood beasts instantly taking the place of the killed ones to close the gaps. It was not showing any signs of slowing down, though, which meant that Sunny would not escape it. Well, he was not worried. Sure you are. Sunny winced and glanced at the sin of solace with displeasure. His mental defenses were supposed to be quite high right now. Why wasn't the damned sword affected at all? Ah, yes, you're new, shiny shell. As good a reason to feel confident as any, one guess. And if that is not enough, you can always escape into the shadows. Right? Sunny pretended not to hear the insidious voice. Have you not stopped to think about Jet, though? Where would she escape? Are you ready to watch her die? You better be. An outsider like her does not matter anyway. Sunny glanced at Master Jet, who was observing the swarm by his side. Her beautiful face was calm and focused. He sighed. You are very proud of yourself, aren't you? Toying with me, playing on my deepest fears and insecurities. But aren't you embarrassed of yourself a little? The sin of solace did not answer. I'll admit, you did catch me by surprise a couple of times. However, now that one knows what to expect, why would such childish jabs have any effect on me? I don't know whether you really are the voice of the cursed sword, or simply a part of my own subconscious twisted by it. Although the latter seems more probable. However, one thing I do know is that you are out of your league here, buddy. He shook the beautiful giant slightly. I mean, who do you think you are? You are not the voice of Ariel, the demon of dread. You are merely a memory. Of an echo, of a whisper. Something that pathetic wants to drive me crazy. Please, don't make me laugh. There were a few moments of silence, and then the insidious voice answered mockingly. And yet, here you are, talking to an imaginary voice in the middle of a battle. Sunny smiled. So what? Hearing voices and talking to myself is somewhat of a hobby of mine. Been there, done that. He pushed the annoying whispers to the back of his mind and concentrated on what was about to come. A small shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Sunny almost moved to attack it, but then held himself back. In the next moment, a familiar crow landed on Jet's shoulder, glanced at him arrogantly, and turned to its master. Swam, swam. Jet patted the bird on the head with a small smile. Yes, I know. Now go, it is going to be too dangerous for you. The crow let out an outraged caw and spread its wings to make itself look bigger, but to no avail, she had already dismissed the echo, making it dissipate into a swirl of sparks. A few seconds later, the swarm was upon them. The first of the lunging brood beast was cleanly severed in half by Jet's glaive, two bleeding slabs of hideous flesh flying over the wall to fall into the siege camp below. But the next one was already attacking. Sunny allowed his mind to switch into the state of battle clarity, or rather, dive deeper into it, since clarity had long become like second nature to him. His thoughts accelerated, and his perception of the world became sharper, clearer, and more encompassing. He moved forward with light steps, the sin of solace flashing through the air to pierce the creature's body. Its flesh parted before the jade blade like water. At the same time, the shadows around them stirred, and a dozen black tentacles rose from them, grabbing the attacking brood beasts and tearing them apart. The tentacles were different and much more complex than the ones he had usually summoned before. These ones had joints and a semblance of structure, ending with crude, but nimble and powerful hands. Sunny's long hours of practice had not been in vain. He had pushed his grasp of shadow manifestation forward by a lot. Of course, using it burned through his essence. Everything Sunny did required him to spend essence weaving shadow strings, repeatedly summoning the strike of thunder, sustaining and augmenting the effect of the dying wish, saturating his body with resilience and strength. Any other master would have been drained of all energy already. But Sunny's reserves of essence were vast and potent, more than 4 times the volume of almost anyone else of the same rank. At the same time, his control of it was nothing short of exquisite, allowing for near-perfect efficiency. He had a lot of fight left in him, still. The question was whether that would be enough. Chapter 996, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 14. The swarm of brood beasts descended upon Sunny and Master Jet. The two of them moved with speed that would have seemed utterly inhuman to mundane soldiers, if any of them had remained nearby. Curiously enough, a master would have been stunned just as much. Both ascended irregulars were showing a level of physical prowess that only those with extremely powerful combat aspect were supposed to possess. Soul Reaper's glaive turned into a blur as she spun it, dissecting scores of the ghastly abominations. The gorgeous jade giant danced like a feather, harvesting life after life. Of course, neither Sunny nor Jet remained static, moving across the wide expanse of the battlement similar to a hurricane of cutting steel. They danced between the attacking nightmare creatures, never remaining in one spot long enough to be buried under their onslaught. Well, Sunny danced. His battle style was graceful and fluid, to the point where it seemed as though he had no rigid shape at all. Master Jet, on the other hand, fought with the dire and straightforward inevitability of an experienced butcher, slaughtering her enemies both methodically and ruthlessly. There was an awful beauty to her mesmerizing savagery, as well. Get ready. Sunny did not need the warning. The whirlwind of abominations surrounding them was already poor enough, but it was also just the beginning. Most of the protuberance of the devouring cloud had yet to reach them, and the situation was about to become numerous times worse. Oh. Why did I come to this damned continent? Full of self-pity, he pivoted to the right, narrowly avoided a diving brood beast, and brandished the sin of solace to cut down another one. At the same time, he glanced over the edge of the wall, where a long stretch of the world was obscured by the swarm of abominations. By now, the two of them were surrounded from all sides, but most of the enemies were still coming from a single direction. The excellent news was that the dying wish was working, preventing the brood beasts from passing the wall and escaping into the city. The poor news was that he could not see the glow of winter's flames at all now, which meant that the part of the swarm attacking them was a second at most from growing much harder to deal with. There had to be really numerous of them to obscure the wildfire entirely. Sunny called upon the shadows, and a black wall suddenly rose between the battlement and the main body of the protuberance. Countless brood beasts slammed into it in the next moment, impaling themselves on the sharp spikes that shot from the black surface. Even more had to twist in the air to avoid the obstacle. That did not slow the swarm much, but it did funnel it somewhat, giving Sunny and Jet some room to breathe, at least for a moment. Then, things got really tense. Arg, damn it! There were too numerous brood beasts lunging at him to kill and evade them all. Sunny did his best, but it was still not enough. Even with the help of shadow hands, he was forced to receive several attacks head-on. Making his body as heavy as a slab of rock, Sunny gritted his teeth and stood his ground. A disgusting, leathery body slammed into him. If he had not used the feather of truth to change his mass, the impact would have thrown Sunny to the ground, or even worse, off the wall. As it was, he only took half a step back, while the brood beast bounced back with the nauseating crunch of breaking bones. Ah, that hurt. Before Sunny could do anything, another creature tore into his forearm. The leather vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud held some of the horrid fangs back, but not all of them. However, the creature's fangs scraped fruitlessly against Sunny's skin, not leaving even a scratch on it. He grinned. Chew on this, bastard. With that, Sunny spun the sin of solace into reverse grip and easily cut through the abomination's long neck. Usually, it would have been difficult to deal any damage from such an awkward position, but the jade blade of the cursed sword was so sharp that he did not have to put any effort into the cut at all. The brood beast's body convulsed and fell down. Its severed maw, however, was still stubbornly trying to gnaw on Sunny's flesh. Whatever. Ignoring the vice-like and unpleasantly moist grasp of the creature's jaw, he threw himself back into the battle. A few moments later, it flew off his forearm, pulled away by powerful inertia. Sadly, that was not the last abomination that managed to hit him. As their number grew and grew, Sunny started to miss more attacks. Most of them failed to penetrate the adamantine barrier of the marble shell. But a few did not. There were now shallow scratches here and there on his body, and their number was swiftly increasing. Master Jet was in a similar position, although she did not seem to be bothered by it at all. Even though her black leather armor was torn and shredded, revealing glimpses of alabaster skin and trickles of crimson blood, she fought with the same unrestrained, magnificent brutality. There was even a dark, wicked grin on her face. What is wrong with that woman? He wasted a moment to shift his sight and glance at her core, only to see that it was brimming with essence, full to the limit. That cost him another scratch, as well as a pang of envy. Damn it, Master Jet's aspect is simply cheating. To be fair, his aspect was somewhat of a cheat as well. More than that, both of them were fighting in nearly optimal conditions. Soul Reaper was well suited to fight against large numbers of weaker enemies, who could provide her with a nearly endless supply of essence, while Sunny was a true menace when surrounded by shadows. Throughout the cruel length of the polar night, the whole world was enveloped by shadows, and he was their master. And yet, both of them were in dire danger. Even if individual brood beasts did not pose much of a threat to the two ascended, thousands and thousands of them did. An army of ants was more than capable of killing an elephant, whatever an elephant was. Grinding his teeth, Sunny danced between the countless abominations and felt his own essence disappear with frightening speed. Winter better be very busy obliterating the main body of the swarm. Fast! Chapter 997, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 15. Black pillars of smoke rose into the sky, obscuring the stars like a smoldering veil. Between the roiling dark heaven and the cold, ravaged land, a fiery inferno seethed and swarmed, drowning the world in a scorching orange glow. Surrounded by numerous abominations and the cacophonous roar of heavy armaments, Sunny and Jet fought against the devouring cloud. The wind was picking up. Struggling not to slip on the fetid blood that covered the alloy expanse of the battlement, Sunny pulled Soul Reaper close and bent down, summoning a dome of shadows to surround them. His breathing was hoarse and labored. There was no light inside the improvised shelter, and the brood beasts were already attacking it, the whole structure trembling under an onslaught of heavy blows. Worse still, he did not dare to sustain the barrier for more than a few seconds, afraid that the swarm would lose interest and shift its attention to the city beyond. I won't last much longer. Master Jet was uncomfortably close, her physical state as battered and bloodied as his. Her chest rose and fell erratically, betraying the same level of exhaustion. Nevertheless, her voice sounded calm. You can't fight anymore. He shook his head, then spoke after realizing that she probably could not see him. No, not that. The charm? I don't have enough essence left to keep it active for long. She lingered for a moment. Do what you can. After that, let's see what fate has in store. Sunny winced at her choice of words, then considered if it was time to summon Nightmare. The black steed would be helpful in surviving the tide of brood beasts, but the two of them were not at the point of needing to be rescued yet. It was supplying the dying wish with essence that was the problem. Nightmare was also large and lacked armor. His main defense was speed and viciousness, which would not protect him against the swarm. If the Shadow Stallion sustained heavy wounds today, Sunny would not be able to call upon him tomorrow. Back to the slaughter, then. He glanced at Jet. Ready? She smiled in the darkness. Always. He allowed the suffering shadows to lose substance, and the black dome fell apart around them. Immediately, a flood of brood beasts descended upon the two ascended. Sunny and Jet were pushed back to back, unable to move. The jade longsword and the silver glaive blurred, tearing through the ghastly abominations. The smell of blood permeated the air. It was somewhat of a heroic scene, exactly like what he had often seen in dramas and webtoons about Valiant Awakened. Not very practical, though. Stuck in one spot and limited in where he could move, Sunny became a perfect target. Curse it! A strong gale of wind slammed into them, throwing many brood beasts off course. Jet used that moment to lunge forward and brandish her glaive, causing an explosion of frost to spread through the swarm and clear a bit of space around them. High above, the veil of smoke looked like storm clouds. Sunny was still feeding his essence into the dying wish and sustaining the augmentation of the underworld armament, hoping to buy Winter another minute. Maybe half a minute. Of time, but the devouring cloud seemed to have suddenly learned how to resist Solvain's charm. Without any provocation, the mass of brood beasts shifted, flashing past the two bloodied masters. Ignoring the alluring enchantment of the dying wish, they lunged in the direction where Dale's protective barrier still gleamed with mystical energy. What the hell? Sunny slashed at the nearest abomination, cutting it in half. The other brood beasts simply ignored him and flew away. You have slain an awakened beast, brood of the devouring cloud. You have received. He ignored the quiet whisper of the spell and stared at the apocalyptic scene of the battlefield. The killing field below the wall was enveloped in flame. The sky was burning with red embers as well. The main body of the swarm seemed diminished somewhat. Where once there had been an uninterrupted wall of winged horrors, now there was a tattered curtain of them, with vast breaches and gaps in its vile, seething mass. Winter and all the other defenders did not waste the time he had bought them. The problem, however, was that the flames unleashed by the ascended archer in her initial attack had almost died down, and now the whole of the devouring cloud was advancing on the city. This was a key moment. Winter had to break their advance once and for all. And for that to happen, nothing could interrupt her. Goddammit, Sunny prepared himself, ready to dash toward the position of the rest of the irregulars. He could see a dark tentacle of the thinned protuberance slamming into Dale's barrier, the wind howling so loudly that it drowned out the thunder of the firing rail guns for a moment. The barrier grew dimmer, but held. For now. A radiant arrow escaped from it, streaking across the killing field and disappearing into the devouring cloud. Then, it was as though a large portion of the swarm imploded in on itself, countless abominations being violently pulled and crushed by an invisible force. However, it was still not enough. Dale's barrier was growing dimmer and dimmer, and the swarm was still advancing, a dozen seconds away from crashing into the defenders of the city. Not enough. And then, a vast shadow fell from the sky, tearing through the veil of smoke and storm clouds obscuring it. At the same time, a destructive net of lightning surrounded the devouring cloud, turning the world white for a second. Thousands of abominations were instantly burned to ash. A giant bird of prey with white feathers and devastating talons of lustrous steel dove into the swarm. Her enormous wings were wreathed in thunderclouds, and bolts of lightning danced around her body like a cloak. A hurricane of wind summoned by her arrival threw the center of the devouring cloud into disarray. Sunny froze. Sky tied. Saint Tyrus looked beaten and exhausted, but still incredibly fearsome. Her white feathers were painted by blood, and there was a thin layer of ice covering many parts of her body. Despite all that, she cut through the swarm like a blade of a guillotine, and at the same time, powerful winds squeezed the monstrosities down and pushed them away from the city. Sunny stared at the incredible scene in tired silence. He had never been that happy to see a saint before. Lowering the sin of solace, he looked at Master Jet. A somewhat disoriented question escaped from his lips. "Have we won?" She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "It seems that W." Before Soul Reaper could finish the sentence, however, the city wall suddenly quaked under them. Chapter 998, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 16. The wall trembled violently, almost throwing Sunny off his feet. He caught himself from falling and spun, the sin of solace flying into a defensive stance. What the hell was that? Master Jet used her glaive to keep herself upright and looked around. For the first time since the start of the battle, her expression became grim. She did not answer for a couple of seconds. Then, her icy eyes widened slightly. Soul Reaper turned to Sunny, trying to say something, but he had already sensed it himself. A cold shiver ran down his spine. The call. The call of the nightmare had suddenly grown much louder, assaulting his mind with an onslaught of screaming whispers. In the next moment, the world came undone, and the piercing sound of tearing alloy filled Sunny's ears. The battlement beneath him was falling apart, and a strong aftershock of whatever it was that had destroyed it rolled through the air, throwing him away. No, Sunny did not see it yet, but he already understood what had happened. A nightmare gate had just opened right below where he and Jet had fought, annihilating a large section of the wall. An ugly rift in reality tore through the armored alloy, turning it into nothing. The vertical schism of pure nothingness played strange tricks with both light and darkness, making it appear simultaneously perfectly flat and inconceivably deep. A litany of inaudible screams thundered out of it in deafening silence, washing over the world like a demented call. The wall was breached from top to bottom, some of it devoured by the gate, the rest simply collapsing when the supporting structure suddenly disappeared. Sunny plummeted down in a rain of debris. Before he could truly comprehend what was happening, his body brushed against the boundary of the gate. Instantly, an explosion of blinding pain enveloped his body and soul, and a strange, repelling force pushed him away. A nightmare gate was a one-way path. Creatures of the dream realm could enter through it into the waking world, but nothing from the waking world could pass through it into the land of nightmares. Only awakened could answer its call by sending their souls on a perilous journey. All they had to do was fall asleep in the vicinity of the rift. Masters and saints could answer it, too, by pulling on their own anchors, but not by physically stepping through the gate. Maybe sovereigns were different, but Sunny had no time to ponder about it. Or could ponder about it, really. For a few moments after experiencing the shock of brushing against the lightless rift, his mind became utterly blank. And when he came to his senses, he found himself falling from a 70-meter height, the ground approaching him with frightening speed. Still disoriented, Sunny scrambled to summon the dark wing, but then froze for a split second. There was not enough time for the translucent memory to manifest itself into existence and for its enchantment to activate. He had maybe 3 seconds left. Would a fall from that height murder him? Sunny did not know, and he did not want to find out. Even if he survived somehow, a flood of nightmare creatures would soon flow out of the gate to finish the job. D-damn. Something heavy and sharp suddenly slammed into Sunny's head. A torn piece of the wall's frame. Following an instinct, Sunny reached forward and called upon the shadows of the falling pieces of debris. They moved, sliding toward his body. Sunny made himself as light as he could and then manifested the shadows. In the next moment, a vast mantle of darkness surrounded him like a streaming black cape, catching the wind and slowing down his fall. It was almost enough. He hit the ground hard enough to bounce off of it and black out for a moment. The mantle of shadows was torn apart and dissipated. Sunny rolled away, his body a mass of pain, vaguely recognizing the landscape of the staging area around him. He came to a halt after violently slamming into the feet of a loader robot, then weakly crawled under it, hoping to hide from the raining debris. It was good thinking. Not a second later, a piece of alloy that must have weighed several tons crashed into the ground in the spot where Sunny had been just a moment ago. That was all Sunny could do, though. After taking shelter between the legs of the loader, all strength seemed to abandon him. All that was left was pain. Arg. He was alive, at least. Bone weave and the marble shell, as well as his ascended physique, had protected Sunny's body from being severely damaged. He was a bit shocked, that was all. Arguably, touching the gate had caused much more harm. Sunny did not know what kind of damage he had received, but it felt serious. He knew he could still fight. Maybe, but not right now. Right now, he could hardly move. Not good. From his temporary shelter, Sunny had a clear view of the broken wall and the vast rift of nothingness pulsing darkly in the breach. A few soldiers and logistics specialists were running away from it, consumed by panic. A few more lay dead, killed by the debris. A tide of nightmare creatures was about to emerge from the gate, flood the staging area, and devour everyone here before escaping into the city. And Sunny was utterly defenseless. A cold voice suddenly resounded in his ear. "See. I told you that you're useless." Sunny gritted his teeth. "Shut up." His own laughter was the answer. "I also told you that Master Jet was going to die, didn't I?" He growled. "I said shut the hell up." Pushing through pain and weakness, Sunny forced himself to start crawling. He wanted to crawl away, but somehow found himself crawling toward the gate. The desire to flee had been subtly defeated by the desire to finish his duty and defend the city, without him even noticing. I must have really lost it. What am I planning to do in that state? Maybe there was some strategy left. No, there surely was. He was just too rattled and concussed to ponder it. There was the dying wish. Huh. There was also nightmare. As a massive shape slowly revealed itself in the pulsating darkness of the gate, a familiar tone whispered into his ear. Sonny felt a flash of rage sear his mind. "Shut your mouth!" But then he froze. That voice was not his. Ignoring the rude outburst, the spell spoke. "Your shadow has evolved." Chapter 999, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 17. My shadow? Sonny unlocked his eyes wide. Saint. It seemed that Saint had finished her evolution into a devil ahead of schedule. All things considered, her timing was nothing short of impeccable. Even in his disoriented state, Sonny knew that he could not ignore such luck. As the first of the nightmare creatures emerged from the gate, he abandoned his attempts to crawl forward and called upon his shadow instead. The coldness of the polar night seemed to grow slightly darker. Then an intricate sabaton forged out of black, stone-like metal stepped on the ground beside him. Sonny weakly turned his head to look up at Saint, who was as aloof as ever. His taciturn knight had changed. Initially, she had been roughly the same height as him, becoming taller after evolving into a demon. Now, Saint towered above Sonny. Obscured by the beautiful onyx armor, the lines of her stone body were still slender and graceful. But at more than 2 meters of height, the fearsome shadow seemed extremely imposing. Her oppressive presence was worthy of a devil. The black armor itself had not changed much. It had always been a product of magnificent craftsmanship and seemed even more superb and menacing now. However, Saint's skin, which had been gray like stone before, then white as alabaster, was now as smooth and black as polished onyx. At least what little of it could be seen through the slits of her visor. The ruby jewels of her eyes burned with ominous crimson flames. Saint studied the vast rift of the nightmare gate indifferently, then glanced at Sonny. It almost seemed, as though she had a lot of questions, he forced out a weak smile. "Yeah, stuff happened. I'm glad to see you too." Then he raised a trembling hand and pointed at the emerging nightmare creatures. "Go, go deal with them if you don't mind. I'll stay here for a bit." Saint lingered for a moment, then silently turned to the flood of monstrous creatures and strolled forward. Her steps were calm and steady. Sonny let his hand drop back to the ground. Ah, it's good to have her back. Hoisting himself up to sit, his back leaning against a piece of rubble, Sonny used some of his last essence to send the broken oath to the taciturn devil. Then, he commanded all 4 of his shadows to abandon him and embrace Saint instead. Her tall figure shone with a dark radiance. The shadows around the demonic knight swelled, becoming deeper and darker, surrounding her like a tenebrous mantle. Which was all expected. What Sonny had not expected, however, was that there was a hint of true, elemental darkness in that lightless glow. It made him shiver. A few dozen meters away from them, the nightmare creatures were being born from the revolting nothingness of the gate. A flood of them rushed forward, chasing after the retreating soldiers and noncombatants. The abominations gazed like tall, insectine humanoids with 6 hands each, their inhuman faces brimming with black eyes and jagged mandibles. They wore carapace armor and wielded weapons made of sharpened chitin, moving with astonishing speed and possessing dreadful might. As Sonny watched, one of the creatures easily threw a piece of the broken wall that must have weighed a ton aside. Unfazed, Saint unlocked her arms, as if trying to embrace the broken, burning world. Darkness flowed from under her vambraces, over her palms, and into the air. A moment later, the flowing darkness formed into the shape of a familiar stone sword. It was whole once again, but utterly black in appearance. A feeling of dark, nebulous power radiated from its Stygian blade. On her other hand, a round shield of stone-like metal appeared, its surface the same polished onyx as the fearsome armor of the taciturn shadow. Walking toward the enemy, Saint raised her sword and struck the rim of her shield twice with its blade, as if challenging the harrowing tide of monsters. D-damn. Sonny was too weak and mentally shaken to do anything, so he just sat on the ground, using a piece of rubble for support, and watched Saint fight. His shadow had simply strolled forward, and then dove into the mass of enemies as soon as the last of the soldiers ran past her. She collided against the arachnid warriors with her shield, sending a dozen of them stumbling to the ground, and then twisted into a whirlwind of annihilating darkness, her sword slicing through carapace armor, flesh, and bone as if nothing could stop it. Black blood, severed limbs, and broken bodies covered the ground. Saint was an ascended devil now, and augmented by all four of Sunny's shadows. The broken oath received the same augmentation, seeping strength and vitality from her enemies. The graceful knight fought with stunning clarity and sublime skill. And yet, that was not enough to explain why Saint was so deadly and devastating. The abominations were not weak. It was she who was too strong, too fast, and too tyrannical. A simple evolution of one class could not explain the difference. A devil. A devil commands unnatural powers. That is what separates them from demons. Sunny's thoughts were slow and tangled, but he remembered that much. What powers had Saint received? Might as well take a look. It was not like Sunny could be of much use, currently. He lingered for a few moments, staring at the fearsome battle that was taking place merely 24 meters or so away from him. Saint was holding back the whole mob of nightmare creatures by herself, for now. He did not know how long she would last, or whether the abominations would flow past the slaughtering devil to escape into the city. If they did, he would be the first one to die. Sunny gathered his thoughts and activated the healing property of the dying wish first. That, at least, did not demand any essence, or maybe slowly accumulated it with each kill, creating a hidden reserve. The main effect of the enchantment had been deactivated long ago. A wave of healing energy spread through his body, repairing the damage done to it and lessening the pain. He was still weak, muddled, and suffering, though whatever touching the gate had done to him seemed to be more than a mere physical wound. Whatever. Next, Sunny summoned Nightmare. He did not send the Black Stallion to join the battle yet, ordering him to stand guard above his master. Somewhat satisfied with these measures, Sunny glanced at Saint again and summoned the runes. Chapter 1000, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 18. What the hell am I doing? Indeed, the wall of the city was breached, a menacing nightmare gate was towering above him, and not too far away, a furious conflict was raging in the rabble of the staging area. And yet, Sunny was staring at the runes that shimmered brightly in the air in front of him. His vision was a little blurry, but the runes were clear and perfectly legible, as if existing outside of reality, which they probably did. Oh, well. Sunny needed a couple of minutes to recover anyway. He looked at the field of runes, searching for the names of his shadows. A new string of them replaced the old one, Onyx Saint. Onyx, that had a nice ring to it. Marble Saint had turned into Onyx Saint. Was his marble shell going to evolve into the onyx shell, as well, once he transcended? Sunny would have loved to pursue that train of thought, but unfortunately, he couldn't. His thoughts were slow and erratic, refusing to consider anything too complicated. Giving up, he concentrated on the runes of Saint's name and started to read the descriptions. Shadow, Onyx Saint. Shadow rank, Ascended. Shadow class, Devil. Shadow attributes, Battle Master, Stalwart, Ember of Divinity, Heart of Darkness. Heart of Darkness. That's new. Sunny glanced at the mass of attacking arachnid warriors. Catching a glimpse of Saint, decapitating an especially menacing abomination with a swift slash of her black sword, then sending its body flying into the mob with a strike of her shield. Even before the rim of the shield connected with the creature's chest, the blade of the stone sword was already moving to deflect an incoming blow. She's not dead yet. He looked back to the runes. Attribute description: a vestige of an ancient darkness dwells in this shadow's heart, granting her tenebrous powers. So, Saint had not just destroyed the sphere of black stone in the tunnel. She had taken something from it. Sunny had expected as much. The spark of divinity was also gone, replaced by the ember of divinity. The light of divinity and true darkness now coexisted within Saint, somehow. There was something interesting about that fact, but Sunny, in his pitiful state, could not quite point to what. The sounds of the conflict grew louder and a little closer, forcing him to look past the runes nervously and then hurry up. The gate guardian could arrive at any moment. Sunny lowered his gaze. Shadow abilities, Weapon Sage, Underworld Armament, Mantle of Darkness, Blade of Darkness. 2 new ones. The name of the first ability was a bit familiar. He concentrated on it and read Ability, mantle of darkness. Ability description, darkness embraces this shadow. When surrounded by darkness, and true darkness more so, her swiftness and might will increase. Her wounds will be healed, and her heart will grow fuller. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Well, that explains how she is so powerful right now. If there was one thing that Antarctica did not lack, it was darkness. Although the staging area was usually well lit, most tech nearby had been destroyed by the pulse of the opening gate. Saint was wreathed in shadows. The physical augmentation of the mantle of darkness seemed to be a formidable one, and combined with the embrace of his four shadows, it produced a truly terrific result. What made him especially happy was that Saint would also be able to heal herself from now on, at least when surrounded by darkness. That alone was an incredible boon. The last part of the description spoke of her heart, but the rune could also mean soul. Sunny suspected that it alluded to both the true darkness dwelling in Saint's heart and her essence, or whatever it was that the shadow used instead of essence. The point was that its replenishment rate would be increased. These abilities were very similar to what the Black Knight had possessed, with one serious caveat. Unlike the fallen devil of the ruined cathedral, his own ascended devil seemed to possess dual affinity, both to the shadows and to the elemental darkness. Those were supposed to be mutually exclusive, but were not in her case. It seemed that Saint's nature as a shadow led to a curious result. His graceful knight paradoxically enjoyed the favor of both mundane and true darkness. Recalling how harrowing his journey through the underground tunnel had been, Sunny could not help but feel envious. Interesting. Finally, he turned his gaze to the second of the two new abilities, Blade of Darkness. Ability description. The true darkness dwelling in the shadow's heart can be summoned in the form of a fearsome weapon, as long as the shadow has mastered the use of that weapon. The Blade of Darkness can slay those of flesh and those of spirit. It never dulls, never falters, and never breaks. Alternatively, the darkness can be summoned to augment a mundane weapon. Sunny smiled, so she fixed her sword herself in the end. The Blade of Darkness was a truly powerful ability, indeed. Since Saint was a battle master and a weapon sage, she could wield any weapon with superb proficiency. Which meant that the true darkness she was a vessel of could take any form. The dark weapon would be as strong as Saint was herself, growing stronger if Saint evolved again in the future. It was capable of killing both corporeal and incorporeal creatures. It could even be used to augment an existing weapon or a weapon-type memory, both making it more powerful and adding an elemental property to its attacks. All of it was simply amazing. And when Sunny gathered enough memories, he flinched when something thundered, sending a strong shockwave through the ground. Looking past the runes, Sunny saw a massive shape emerging from the gate. The Guardian had arrived. Somewhere beyond the wall, Skytide was still fighting the devouring cloud. The wall had been breached, and he had no idea if the other irregulars still lived. Master Jet was nowhere to be seen, and probably, "No, don't think about it. She won't be so easily killed anyway." And lastly, Saint was standing her ground against a whole swarm of dreadful nightmare creatures, surrounded by nothing but enemies and carnage. Even as powerful as she had become, the force arrayed against her was still dire and overwhelming. Sunny let out a tortured sigh. Ah, no rest for the wicked. Struggling against pain and sickening weakness, he staggered to his feet and grabbed Nightmare, terrified that he might fall again. Then, Sunny gazed at the gate and the tide of nightmare creatures flowing out of it. A strange countenance appeared on his face. "I might die, but I do require more memories, so I guess my greed is much greater than my fear." With that, he groaned and hoisted himself on atop of his black steed. It was time to join the fight. Uriel's note? I decided to manually add this note from the author because of how special it seemed to him. Don't know if this event is only for privileged buyers, but fuck it. Check out his Discord during the date, maybe you get lucky. Author's note. Today, I published the 1000th chapter of Shadow Slave. It has been a long journey, and I am delighted to know that so many people enjoyed making it with me. The joy and pride I feel when looking at that beautiful number can only be compared to the dread I feel knowing that there is a couple thousand more chapters I still have to write. In honor of this milestone, The shadow slave community will be having a small celebration on July 10th. If you wish join us, visit the Guilty Guild, our Discord server. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Cheers.